instead of, for example, Mumbai? Is it something to do with the hotel, the venue,
So
the sponsorship?
Pune is a very natural choice because it's the strongest chess playing city in Maharashtra, where we are organizing the tournament. We have 5 grandmasters from Pune and 4 women grandmasters in Pune, and several international masters, and it has a long history of organization of tournaments. So, and it has a good infrastructure. So we thought that it's a natural choice.
Namaste. Welcome to round 6 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. The players are rested after a wonderful rest day yesterday. The players got a chance to visit some beautiful temples, beautiful fort, beautiful everything, including a shopping complex. So they're well rested, had some fun activities, and today we have India number 2 and 4. That's Harika and Divya play against each other, a very interesting matchup. Other than this, we also have Zhu Jiner leading the event by half a point, and today she plays against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. What's going to happen? Let's see. Both are youngsters, but what's important to note is Zhu Jiner has been in amazing form in this tournament, and therefore she's been leading for the past few rounds, while Vaishali has got back to form after scoring a victory in the previous round. The beauty of the Women's Grand Prix is the intense and decisive results we get in every round, and you do not want to miss this. Watch the live broadcast with our amazing commentators to not leave the stream. Sahil and Rakesh, over to you guys.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Namaste, everyone in the chat. How are you all doing? This is day 6 and round 6 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in India. Exciting day with lots of action-packed games coming up. We can see the tournament hall on the left. The players will be coming in very, very soon. I'm excited, and with that, we have the rankings after round 5. So Zhu Jiner, who had a scare in the last round, managed to still be in the sole lead with 4 out of 5. The Indian stars, Conan Hampi and Divya Deshmukh, with 3.5 out of 5. In the middle, we see a nice bunch now with a couple of Indians, Harika and Vaishali at 50%. That is 2.5 out of 5, along with Polina Shuvalova. And after that, we have Salimova, Munguntul, Salome, and Kashlinskaya round up the top 10. Kashlinskaya having just 1 on 5. We are hoping that she makes a comeback along with the others. And with that, we'll have a look at the pairings for round 6. So, as you can see, top board is Salome versus Shuvalova. Harika versus Divya is going to be our featured matchup, as you might have guessed from the YouTube thumbnail. Then Munguntul versus Hampi, Zhu Jiner versus Vaishali, and finally Kashlinskaya versus Salimova. Zhu versus Vaishali is going to be a very, very important game. Can Vaishali get into the rhythm and gain momentum, after a very, very nice win in round 5, just before the rest day? So perfect timing there for Vaishali. And we're just seeing a few players enter. Hampi is sitting at the far left of your screen. And yeah, it's going to be Zhu with the white pieces, Harika also with the white pieces against Divya, and Munguntul, the only player in fact who has had a decisive result in all 5 games against Hampi. And remember, Koneru Hampi is eyeing that FIDE women's candidates spots, in fact, for 2026. So just a quick reminder about the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. There are a series of 6 tournaments. Each player gets to play 3 tournaments, and you have to score as many points as possible. And the top 2 players go through to the candidates from this round. And if you can show the candidates the Grand Prix standings there that we have so far, as you can see, Goryachkina is leading in first place. The number 2 to number 4 players might not have that big of a chance, but then you see around in 6th place is Hampi, and she has to win the tournament outright. That is, she and Zhu Jiner or Divya can't be tied on the same score. She needs to win the tournament outright to have any chance of qualifying from the Grand Prix route. And we are about 4 minutes away, chat, from kickoff. So do hit the subscribe button and like the stream if you haven't, because day 6 is going to be exciting. We are all very well rested and excited for the day. Do let us know what you all did on the rest day. It would be interesting to know if the players also had some rest or were they preparing. We saw the local organizers take the players out to a nice outing in Pune city. So there were plenty of options there. And once we get the players in for an interview, we'll ask them what they did on the rest day. As you can see, players are slowly arriving. You can see Shuvalova here, and after that, behind her is Divya, and we are also seeing a few fans on the right side of your screen. Always nice to see fans. And in fact, today we are sold out. But in case you guys want to come here at the Fern Hotel in Amnora Town and check out the playing venue, say hi to the players, maybe get a photo, an autograph, feel free. There is a link, there's a Google form that you have to fill and register on the official website. You can find it there. So feel free to join us from Monday if you want, because today, unfortunately, we are sold out. And yeah, I think we'll have the ceremonial move very soon. See Divya at the board. I don't see Harika yet. He should be arriving pretty soon. But I'm guessing that is going to be our featured matchup. And I'm guessing the ceremonial move will also be on that board itself. It's Salome arriving against Shuvalova. Salome, a player who's sadly winless so far, but that might change pretty soon. And if a couple of results go your way, you can really start getting up in those standings. So we'll see how things go for her. And in the far center, we can see another very important clash between Zujina versus Vaishali, because it's a game where the tournament leader is playing on the white pieces against a player who just won her round 5 game. So that is quite important. And so we see plenty of media personnel clicking photos, just getting the photos out for our social medias. So do follow us on social media for the live updates as well for the tournament. And round 6 about to start, chat. You see Chief Arbiter even there in the center is going to make a couple of announcements, and then we will be going live with the moves pretty shortly. No sign of Harika yet, and a FIDE press officer Michael Rahal telling Divya something in the center, if you can see. And there you see, I think, yeah, Harika is at the board now. She's just arrived. There we go. The clash between youth and experience, and it's always nice to see two Indians playing it out at the highest level. And what a clash. And in fact, both of them were teammates at the 2024 Chess Olympiad in Budapest, where they managed to win gold medal for the first time ever. And Divya and Harika, very good friends, and it will be exciting to see the amount of risks and decisive action that they will take. And the ceremonial move will be played now. Okay, the predictions. I'm guessing it's going to be one of the pawn moves, because Harika really likes to play a reti, that is one knight f3 or c4 d4, and yeah, we'll have the knight f3. There we go. The knight comes out, the reti opening, Harika's favorite, and I wouldn't be surprised if she actually plays the same opening there as well in the game. And on to c5, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's Divya's move. We don't know if the players will be playing this. Players are not obligated to continue with the same. And we have another ceremonial move there. So, yeah, chief arbiter stepping in. It's about time that we start. Action's going to start pretty soon. Let's go. Let's go. Chat handshakes. There it is. Games are underway. Lift off. And we will see the first move very soon. Harika versus Divya. Let's go. The most important clash of the day. And knight f3, Harika sticks with her choice that she made for the chief guest as well. So really nice to see that. We normally don't see that happening because players tend to change their moves. Knight f3 c4. Wow, in fact, the same moves played by the players. In fact, Divya played it twice because we had multiple guests. And c4 English opening. Nice to see that. Harika, big expert in this opening, and it is very important to remember. In fact, it is the same opening in which Humpy beat Divya. It was Divya's only loss that happened in this tournament, and we don't see a full English. We might transpose, into one of those into a Sicilian opening as well. But it was round 3 when Humpy beat Divya. Divya has only lost one game, that with the black pieces. And knight d4, knight f6. And then maybe knight comes out here. That's one move. Plenty of players look very well prepared. I mean, there we go. Knight c3 on the board. Pretty much opening the theory here. Be exciting to see if Harika is going for an aggressive setup. Pawn to e6. And now this is what I was telling you, chat. So if pawn comes to e4 in the center, we will have the Sicilian opening. We transpose from the English into the Sicilian. So let's see what Harika is playing. She plays pawn to e4. There we go, chat. Wow. We might see a very exciting turn in this opening because we are into the most aggressive opening. That's the Sicilian defense in chess, the most counter-attacking opening. It is nice to see how we have transposed from the English, which is a very solid opening here. And Harika getting up from the chair, is that a sign that, I'm well prepared? Divya, what you got? She is thinking, and maybe she will come up with, there are a couple of ideas here for black. So Divya can go bishop to c5. She can play bishop to b4. Bishop b4, the best move in the position, pinning the knight against the king. And, you already are threatening moves like knight coming to e4, pawn coming to d5. So bishop b4, the most played move in this position. Divya is contemplating whether she wants to go bishop here or bishop a square further. And remember, this is the best move. And bishop b4 on the board. Wow. And now, in fact, it's, white has to either go queen to d3 or capture this knight. Only 2 good moves here for white. Just note, because black is attacking this pawn, white should not play bishop d3 because that drops a knight. You lose the protection of the knight here, and that is why you either have to protect the pawn with queen d3 or else you go knight takes knight here. Harika is back in her seat. We let her think about her next move. Let's quickly jump into Konero Humpy's game, which is on board 3. That is Munguntul versus Konero Humpy. Very important clash. Humpy having a chance to qualify for the Women's World FIDE Candidates Tournament. So very important event for her. She has to win the event outright. Remember, so e4, e5, and we see an Italian opening here by Munguntul. Remember, the white player has had decisive games in all her throughout the tournament, so that's pretty amazing. And we go for the fried liver. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Maybe can we see a sacrifice, because we have never seen the fried liver at such a high level. Pawn to b5. This is amazing prep by Humpy. I'm pretty sure Humpy and her team have, come up with this nice idea normally, because if knight to a5 is a very common move in this position. where bishop gives a check and black plays pawn to c6. But my oh my, pawn to b5. Humpy has 1 hour 31 minutes. Muguntul deep into the tank already. Just 5 moves played. What a nice novelty. In fact, the best position, Chad, I know your coach wouldn't agree, even my coach wouldn't agree, nobody agrees. But the best move in the position is to come back with the bishop on its birth square. And she plays it. Wow! Muguntul has played the best move in the position, and it's bishop to f1. We've heard so many things about development, getting your pieces out, always never move the same piece twice in the opening. But here Muguntul does not drop back the bishop 1 square, not 2 squares, but and where white could easily castle on the next move. But in fact, the bishop drops 3 squares back to its birth square because it's important to to always have the option of protecting this knight with pawn to d4. That's why you don't block it with bishop to d3. And we see Humpy playing knight takes d5 immediately. Remember, the queen is attacking the knight. In fact, if Chad is wondering, pawn to b5, what happens if black loses a pawn after white captures bishop takes b5? Black simply captures the pawn in the center, attacks the bishop, attacks the pawn, and it is good for black. So, white side is, I go back 1 move, no worries. You capture the pawn with your queen this time. Remember now, if you capture the pawn with your queen, white has this nice tempo, attacks the queen, attacks the pawn. So this was Muguntul's idea. And in fact, once Humpy is forced to take with the knight in the center, now the bishop is eyeing this pawn. Now, very likely we might see bishop takes pawn in this position. So nice opening idea by Humpy and her team. We'll see how successful this is. I'm also checking, what's like who's played this with the black pieces, like the highest rated game in the position with the black pieces. Been played by Alexander Indich, who's the world's tallest grandmaster with about 6 feet 6 inches. So he's been playing that, and Rasulov, Azerbaijani grandmaster, has also played this. So has been played by them about 10 odd games amongst them. So it looks like a very interesting idea there. But no games by Humpy so far in this opening. And that is the beauty of rest day. People, you think, what are the players doing on these rest days? But it's like working super hard, trying to come up with some opening idea, that will put your opponent in some problems. And we see Humpy doing exactly that. We see Muguntul play really fast. But if she's thinking already on the 5th and the 6th move, I think Humpy's opening was a success. So we let white think about her next move. We are anticipating that white should play bishop takes pawn. But while she thinks it's a good time to, hop around and check out some other games, especially of the tournament leader, Zhu Jin versus Vaishali, where we see a very solid opening. We start off with the Sicilian and then the Rossolimo. In fact, if pawn comes out to d4, this is the open Sicilian where white makes her intentions clear that she wants to, play for a win or play attacking chess. Whereas the Rossolimo is a positional line. White's happy to, try and push slowly and just play a nice positional game, trying to make use of some solid chess, playing important moves, and a double pawn incoming for black. So bishop b5, pawn to e6 by Vaishali. Zhu Jin immediately takes the knight. Normally, you do not give up the bishop for a knight, but the whole idea is because black has to recapture. Look at these 2 pawns. They don't look that great, and that is White's point, that I have given up my bishop, but your pawns are not looking great. So pawn takes and Zhu plays pawn to b3. The idea is I want to get my bishop here, which is the longest possible diagonal on the chessboard for the dark squared bishop, and really happy with the bishop coming to b2. So if white plays the normal looking pawn to d4 or d, then it just undoubles the pawn. So why did you give up your bishop? And if you go pawn to d3, then this diagonal isn't that long. So nice idea by Zhu. She plays pawn to b3, getting the bishop to the long diagonal. And Vaishali plays pawn to d6. And now we're still in prep, still in opening territory, but Zhu Jin is surprisingly thinking after this, because it was her choice to play the Rossolimo in this opening, and I'm I'm actually shocked that why is she thinking now? There should be some prep, otherwise you don't play the Rossolimo, you don't play pawn to b3 here. So plenty of moves possible. White's best idea is to push the pawn in the center to e5 and weaken these pawns even further. So if you see, if black takes, then you go knight e5, and that these two pawns are weaknesses for the whole game. And maybe that is what Zujina is thinking. And let me check if d6 was the best move. It was the third best move. So knight coming out to e7 and pawn coming to f6. Like I said, this was the longest diagonal possible for the bishop, and black is trying to make a wall against it by putting the pawns on f6, e5, and g7. So Zhu Jin still thinking 1 hour 24 minutes. It's the first thing of the game. Already 5 minutes down within 5 moves. So the tournament leader, who had very, very topsy-turvy game. She was close to lost, then she was winning, then it was a draw, then again she was close to lost, but she still kept fighting for the win, not even trying to draw the game. But finally against Salimova, the game ended in a draw, and she was in the sole lead. The tournament would have blown wide open if Salimova would have managed to convert that, but sadly she couldn't. Otherwise, we would have seen Divya, Humpy, and Zhu Jin on the same points. That is 3.5 out of 5. That is 3 wins and a draw out of 5 games. But it was good defense by Zhu Jin, and that is why she is on 4 points, half a point ahead of the trailing pack. And Zhu has 4 out of 5. She's playing the white pieces, and her next few games are quite tricky. In fact, she's going to play a hat trick of Indian players. Remember, Zhu beat Indian star Harika in round 1, but now she's playing Vaishali. After this, she plays Humpy and then Divya Deshmukh. So the task is not easy for Zhu Jin. She's going to play 3 very, very strong Indians. It is almost like an India versus China match at this point, because Zhu has to play 3 strong Indians. And in fact, 2 of them trail her by just half a point, and she has to make sure that she still maintains her lead. So she's in the tank. So let's switch around to board 1. In fact, let's see a game between Salome and Polina Shuvalova and how that transpired so far. So if we can go to Salome versus Polina, and there we have it. Alina is at the boards. The board one, not this camera. Salome versus Polina, please. Yeah, there we go. So in fact, Salome is not at the board. She started out with pawn to e4, the king's pawn opening. Sicilian here, plenty of Sicilian. It's looking great today. Looks like this is our third Sicilian of the day. So pawn to d6, the Alapin variation once again that we've seen. Remember, pawn to h3 is a nice waiting move by white, because if you capture the pawn in the center, it's a blunder, because always look out for these checks. A check, and you pick up the knight here on e4. So of course Polina didn't do that. She goes pawn to g6. Bishop d3, bishop has to protect the pawn, and then the bishop will drop back and white will push the pawn. Castle, knight to c6, and it is white's move here. So white would really like to get in rook to e1 and pawn to d4 at the right moment. And she plays On to d4. Nice move in the center, occupying the center, making sure white has the strong central squares from which she can use her bishops, and knight can come out to e2, rook will come to e1 and try to control the center, so that it's a nice foundation for the middle game for white. And Polina also on 50%, 2.5 out of 5 in this tournament, so she will also be eyeing a late surge if she wants to get up in the rankings and get into some good women's FIDE Grand Prix points, because this is the second last event. Remember, this is the fifth leg out of 6 events. So as we see, round 6 is underway. Polina having a think. So let's check in. I think with the last game, that is Kashlinskaya versus versus Salimova. So if we go to that, it looks like a Petrov. Let's see the game from the start. So pawn e4, e4. Yeah, as expected, the Petrov defense by Nurkiol showing that she is, happy with the draw, or just playing solid chess. No Sicilians here, but it is Kashlinskaya, who shows that she is in no mood for a draw. She has had a very slow start to the tournament, but she got a rest day and now she wants to make a comeback. She just needs that one win, that will get her confidence right up. So making her intentions clear, she's going to castle on the opposite side. We saw this in a couple of games. It was Kashlinskaya did this against Munguntul as well, where she took extra risks, castled on the opposite side to get some attack going. And after knight to d7, there we see both the kings are on opposite sides of the chessboard. This means white is gonna push her pawns here on the right side of the board, trying to get some open files and then deliver a checkmating attack. Whereas now Salimova also has to start pushing pawns on the left side of the board. So very interesting game. I'm predicting we are going to be having a result for sure in this game, because the Petrov, even though it's a solid opening, but once kings are on opposite sides, we are going to see some attacking play there. Interesting to note, Salimova has 1 hour 33 minutes on the clock. It's more time than she started out with, whereas Alina has been thinking for 11 minutes. So very standard position. Opening theory is well known about 4-5 moves after this as well. But she is still thinking. Maybe she has an idea. Maybe she wants to do something different. But white is, thinking something. First, I feel there has to be some idea that she wants to come up with, because rook e8 is the most standard play, and we have about 38 games where white starts on bishop to c4 or pawn to h4. Sometimes also throw the king to the side, does not want to be on this diagonal, so king just gets out of the way, out of some checks, out of some exchanges. So bishop coming out on the c4 square, as you can see with the arrow, or white pushes the right side pawn, that is the h pawn, 2 steps forward to start attacking the black king. So Alina's still thinking, no moves in there. And yeah, chat, I think it's time for our daily predictions that we love to do here in the studio, because white has a good position in this, but overall we have 5 games going. And if you can have the bird's eye view, just to quickly see any predictions that chat can make together. So let's see. Board 1, like the leftmost board, is Salome versus Shuvalova, and I think that game might end peacefully, though things can happen and go either way. Next up is Harika versus Divya. Very much in the opening, but it's the Sicilian. The bishop has come out, but normally in the Sicilian chat we expect a lot of action and fighting chess. So I'm predicting a result in that one. I don't know which, either white wins or black wins. Rooting for both players as both are from India, so tough to do that, to pick one. But a result in that board. Muguntul versus Hampi is also very attacking. I'm predicting a result in that one as well. I mean, we almost had the fried liver variation, which is the most attacking lines, and one of the openings where people who start learning chess are very intrigued by that opening. So Salome versus Shuvalova, a draw. Harika versus Divya is a result. Hampi is also a result. Zujina versus Vaishali looks pretty solid. In fact, the Rosolimo is notorious for its draw tendencies. So I'm guessing that one will also be a peaceful result. So two results, two draws so far, and the last game between Kashlinskaya and Salimova. I mean, even though we started off with the Petrov opposite side castling, I'm guessing white will push on the right side, black will push on the left side of the board. We can predict, we might see a result in that one as well. So overall, three decisive results possible, and two draws is my prediction. Chat with this. Do let us know your predictions as well. How many games do you think will end decisively today? So let us know in the comments, and we will see if if you agree with me or if you have some other opinion. Do let us know. With that, can we go to the Harika game, because a few moves have happened in that. This is, remember, our star game of the day, Harika versus Divya, and let's check in from where we left it. It was around move 6 that we left it. So it was pawn to e4, bishop b4, best move by Divya, knight takes knight, pawn takes, bishop comes out, very standard, very much expected. About 750 games played, so we are very much in the opening book here. And pawn to e5, a nice setup. Black wants to put the pawn here, put the bishop here on this diagonal, and the idea of pushing the pawn here, the second pawn goes here, and now this bishop's line is open. So that is what the guy is intending to do. So short castle by Harika, very standard. Both the players castle. Pawn to h3, a nice prophylaxis move, gives the king some breathing rooms, an extra square in case it needs to go to h2, and also stopping the bishop coming here, stopping the knight coming here. So h3 is a very nice move. Bishop goes back to c5. Rook e1 by Harika. I think she wants to play bishop out and trade this bishop's. Whoops. White wants to play this, and once the bishops are traded, Harika wants to play rook takes bishop and maybe swing the rook across to the right side of the board. So that's an option there. Let's see what happens after rook e1, pawn to d6 as expected, bishop e3. So we are still in, prep. We've seen games being played, about 6 games in the position. Divya captures the bishop on e3, and rook takes e3, and bishop comes to e6. And I think, yeah, that's the live position. You see Divya is walking around, Harika deep in thought. She's trying to figure what's the move. We have only one game where Alexander Fier, the Brazilian grandmaster, won the only game in this position so far, and it was played in 2021. So fairly new idea here, and I think White's intention is maybe clear. Maybe go here on the right side of the board with the rook, or just simply play queen up one square, bring the other rook into the center, and try and target this pawn that's kind of backward and is alone in the center of the board. And White has a nice trade-off. These pawns are strong, so Black cannot really push this backward pawn. So let's give it a different color, because there you go. So those two pawns are kind of clamping down on that d6 pawn, but because of these two pawns, our bishop, the white bishop on d3, doesn't have a good diagonal. So it's a trade-off between that which white has accepted, and white will be intending to just put pressure along the D line, because this is where the game might be decided. And we are about 13 moves in already, and both players have thought for about 5 to 7 minutes, so slowly getting out of prep in that game. Let's see. Oh, we have to go to Humpy's game very quickly, because a very interesting situation has arose, because Munguntul, who has played decisive games in every round so far, is you know let me chat. Can you tell me what is White's threat here? Let's say Black plays something like H6, just a waiting move. I'll give you a couple of seconds before you figure out. And yes, if you have found this move, it's absolutely right. Queen takes F7 is a checkmate. So let's see from where we left it. So yeah, we saw this nice B5 idea by Humpy, and bishop comes back to B1. Knight takes the pawn in the center. White captures the pawn. So the material is equal. Remember, black should not take this knight, because then white takes this knight with a check, and also the rook in the corner is gone. So Humpy defends the knight. Queen. She played this move very quickly, bishop to b7, but then Muguntul plays queen to f3, and you can see a question mark there. It's not a blunder, but an inaccuracy overall, because of course white is threatening a checkmate in one, and black will be defending it. But the best move in the position was pawn to d4 here instead of queen f3. So I mean, I don't think there have been any moves played after queen. No, in fact, there are a lot of moves. Wow, I'm surprised. Wait a second. Sorry. Queen f3. Hold on, just a second. Let me refresh that. And yeah, there we go. So because it's checkmate in one, queen d7 is a possibility. Pawn to f6 is the second move, or just you capture the knight, which is threatening checkmate. So all three moves possible. I think there is no chance that Konero Humpy, a player of her stature, is going to fall for a checkmate in one. So she's just thinking, what's the best move? Because normally white goes pawn to d4 in the center. Queen f3 is kind of unexpected by her, because we see Humpy having her first think in the game, and she might be able to, thwart white's inaccuracy. But she is thinking, how does she do that? Because it is important for her to get rid of this knight, or this checkmate on f7. And let's see how she saves that, because it is annoying. I mean, in this women's Grand Prix, I have not seen white threaten checkmate on the 8th move. And of course, Humpy plays queen to d7, protecting the pawn, in fact, saving checkmate very importantly. So 1 hour 27 minutes. I think she is still in prep. She's just trying to recollect the best defense for that. And yeah, I feel a decisive result incoming in this one. So queen to d7. I don't know, how do you continue as white? Do you castle with your king? Remember, because the queen has moved, the knight is not under attack. Maybe, white goes knight to c3, or pawn, or, just white castles. But overall, it's very, very, very tough for, for white to continue, because it's not it's not a very common opening. And I have rarely seen checkmate being threatened on the 8th move. And with that Sahil, have you ever seen something like this? A checkmate being threatened on the eighth move at this level?
That is incredible. And what a day, what a tournament it's been, Rakesh. And just joining in, what important clashes. Harika against Divya, Salome against Paulina, Munguntul against Humpy. And you know what? I saw some of the players at lunch. Some of them did not show up. So clearly they might have been preparing. So important day today, chat. Do like the stream as we build up toward an epic finale, the important second half. And Rakesh, whenever we can have the bird's eye view, we'd love to go through all the games once. Which game has been the most exciting so far, according to you?
I think it is the one which we were already showing chat, that is Mungundul versus Humpy, because we saw the fried liver variation. So
Wow.
I mean, and look at this idea, pawn to
Oh.
b5, very very interesting there. A new idea by Humpy in the position.
I remember seeing this b5 move somewhere. I don't know where it was, in a Gotham chess video or somewhere. But now bishop f1, knight d5, bishop b5. So this is very beautiful. You don't take instantly. You come back to f1, tempt knight d5, and now you take. This is top level chess. Sometimes it's so hard to comprehend for somebody like you starting out. Why did I not take it directly? This is just a free pawn. But if you take it directly, queen d5, and now both these, everything is attacked. So very, very tricky. And now we have queen f3, and it's a question mark apparently, Rakesh.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's an obvious threat, queen f7 mate. So queen d7, and it feels like Humpy, who only took 4 minutes here, is probably prepared with this.
Pretty sure. I mean, it is her prep, and Sahil, as we can see, the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
So I know you're just joining in, but my prediction is 3 decisive results, and I'll just walk you through that.
Uh-huh.
So the leftmost board, that is Salome versus Paulina, I think it's pretty equal. Position is looking very stable. It was a Sicilian, 3 Sicilian games, by the way, which is very rare. Harika versus Divya, 2 Indian stars are featured clash. It, in fact, on our YouTube thumbnail as well. It started off with Reti and Sahil. It was a great clippable moment, because normally players play tell the chief guest one move and then they play something completely different. But in fact, Harika and Divya both played the same moves in the inauguration, in the opening ceremony, and also in the game as well. So that was really nice. Started off with a Reti English opening, but has gone into the Sicilian defense. So I'm predicting, that might end decisively. Munguntul versus Humpy, fried liver, definitely has got some action and one decisive game. Zhu Jina versus Vaishali is a game, again, a Sicilian, but Rosolimo, so kind of positional there. So I'm predicting a draw in that one. And lastly, Kashlinskaya and Salimova, 2 very attacking players. Opposite side castling. So that's my 3rd decisive game, Sahil.
Very interesting. You said, both players, kind of played the move which they mentioned for the inaugural move, right?
Yeah.
That's the power of light at the chess sometimes, Rakesh. It can change the perception of players. As of now, I kind of agree. I think I can see the bar already up and down in a few games. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. So I am expecting, in fact, 4 results, because players are coming back after a rest day, where they actually, must have prepared heavily. We did not even see all the players go out for the outing and so on. So some stayed in the rooms. That means they must have been preparing opening preparation, maybe tactical preparation, looking at the opponent's games, what they've played in this tournament, and kind of restocking the situation. Okay, what has happened so far? What weaknesses my opponent has? And I'm going to predict 4 results yet again. So Rakesh, today we'll have a tiebreaker. Who takes the lead in predictions?
Yeah, it's 4 decisive games by Sahil. 3 is my prediction. Chat, do let us know, what do you think will be the predictions? And with that, let's have a quick look at chat. Vaishnavi Pandey is in the chat and she's rooting for Humpy and Vaishali. Whereas Mateus is asking us, Salome versus Shuvalova, is there a possibility of draw? I think it's too early to call. We are almost just 30 minutes in. So all results are possible. And Nilesh is saying best wishes to all the participants for round 6. And yeah, Sahil, you mentioned the rest day. What did you do on the rest day?
I just relaxed a little bit, tried to, edit some content here and there, but I cannot imagine, the stress the players must have been feeling, because especially players who are doing really well, you do not want a rest day there.
You don't want the momentum to
Break, exactly. And, the thing is, you also know your opponents are preparing.
Correct.
So they are using every single second, and that kind of forces everybody to use that rest day to again try and getting up on their opponents in the round after the rest day, that is today. And today's round will again set the momentum for the second half of the tournament. So if you end up losing today, it's very unlikely you will have a comeback with only 3 games remaining. So you want to strike today, whether you're playing with the white pieces, as in game 1, we can see white is better, or whether you're playing with the black pieces, as Humpy is better in game 3. And Munguntul again, always promising us a result. So, that is a guaranteed result, Rakesh, from my end. And I'm again going to stick to my 4 result prediction.
Yeah, sounds good. And with that, let's head into our featured matchup. Harika versus Divya. Sahil, your thoughts on this position currently?
Yeah, this looks more solid than the other ones, but the time situation as well, that's very interesting. Both players playing very, very quickly. That is the interesting part there. And now after Queen E2 played on the 14th move, and Rakesh, if I just check the time taken by both players for each move, it feels like it's all been in seconds. In fact, this is the first long thing from either player. Queen to E2, almost 12 minutes taken. So I think we are set up for an interesting clash, even though this looks roughly balanced. I would say maybe the battle is only just starting. I can see how the F4 square is very tempting for the knight if the queen were to move away from that diagonal. I can see how the B file is open for black, putting pressure on the B2 pawn. But I can also see how 2 pawns are controlling 3 pawns here. So it's very, very dynamic. A lot of imbalances still, and only time will tell who will take the edge. I will still not commit to a draw here.
Yeah, definitely not. And as you mentioned, the 2 pawns in the center controlling black's pawn. It is black's B6 pawn is very backward and weak. But because of that, white's bishop on D3 is also kind of like a bad bishop, Sahil. And it's going to be that game between them. White's rook in the corner is going to come in the central file. So that will be looking good for Harika. And Divya having her first thing of the day, Sahil.
Yeah, and we can see time situation is roughly balanced. By the way, Rakesh, so we look at the players coming up with better prep after a rest day. So, I mean, it's very difficult to choose, right? Somehow, do I attack here? Do I kind of play solid as black, as white? How much should I push? I already know if I lose a game, I have no chance of winning the event. So how do you kind of approach this? Do you kind of say, okay, rest day or no, I'm just going to play normal chess? Do you kind of come more aggressively after a rest day?
I think I would choose more aggressively, because you're well rested. You want your tournament to end well, as they say, all's well that ends well. So even if you are maybe in Kashlinskaya's position, you bottom of the standings, but you want to end the tournament well, have good memories from your tournament. So, but if you're in Divya's position, you want to win. Sahil, you are at 3.5 out of 5, just half point behind the leader Zujina. So you really want to try and push, but with the black pieces against a stronger opponent. And so, Sahil, I don't know how tough is it for you, but Divya and Harika, as we know, part of India's gold medal winning team. It's tough to play your friend or your teammate, right?
Yeah, I have no gold medals and no friends, Rakesh. So I don't know exactly what that dynamic is. But as of now, I can guarantee you that these 2 players are absolutely focused. They don't care who's sitting in front of them. They just want to win. Of course, I think they will end up playing in the same team potentially again in the Olympiad next year. But, in that moment, you're in one team. You all can win together. But here, unfortunately, there can only be one winner.
True. And let's try to think of some moves, for black here. If we just go back one move, Sahil. Before you came in, I was, playing Bishop E6. So yeah, there were some trades in the position. So I was thinking about maybe playing Queen up 1 square. If you just make that move, but just bring the other rook in the center.
Yeah, putting pressure on this pawn.
But once you came in, and as soon as you came in, you mentioned a very nice point that the knight wants to come to that F4 square. So as soon as you go Queen D2, the knight can go to the corner. That is why Harika smartly played Queen to the side, because now the knight cannot go to the corner of the board because it's a free knight.
Yeah.
So that is out of the question. With that, another move that you mentioned, Sahil, is rook to B8, coming to the open file. And I feel that might be played by Divya here.
I think that looks very logical. The only question is, what is the continuation after that? So I think White's idea is to play rook D1 next. put the rook opposite the queen, and at some point black will also move the queen somewhere. And this is a very, very interesting position. Black cannot really break with d5, without some weaknesses. For example, the e5 pawn might be weak. The rook will unleash his attack on the e5 pawn. So black is kind of also waiting for white to do something, right?
Yeah.
So black does not have knight h5. Even if you double up rooks, you can create Alekhine's gun here. I can simply play b3, and that's a bullet you will never fire. So I think as of now, Divya kind of waiting as to what Harika will do, because at the end she has the white pieces, she has to prove a point. And queen c7, as we saw, okay, not rook b8 first, but I don't think the dynamic will change very much.
Yeah, pretty sure. So queen c7, rook b8 can be played interchangeably. Another interesting idea can be the knight goes back near the queen and try, if I want to get aggressive, knight to c5, and then that pawn coming to f5 and opening up the f line. If Divya is feeling ambitious.
Yeah, that is always a plan whenever you have an option to attack. But of course, this center is quite open here as compared to a King's Indian setup. So black will have to be extra cautious. Once you play f5, there can be weaknesses, but they can also be potential. So it depends on the position. As of now, black developing the queen, connecting the rooks. Let's just develop all the pieces first. That's what Harika, Divya is thinking. So queen c7, very decent move. And now white has to place her rook somewhere. Very interesting. Even now, the engine suggesting queen d2, Rakesh. Somehow that seems to be a great square. Even though, it's not obvious. I think queen e2 looks also very natural.
Yeah, but and then there's no way Harika plays queen e2 and then plays queen d2 on the next move.
Only Magnus does that. So, yeah, you cannot do that, logically. So, as of now, very interesting. Time is equal. We'll come back to this game, I think, pretty soon, Rakesh. So, which game shall we jump to next? I'm wondering.
I like the Vaishali game, Sahil.
Let's go. So, Zhu Jin against Vali. By the way, what a game it was. Just to appreciate that game yet again from the last round. That queen sacrifice by Nirgul kind of hyped up the entire day. She couldn't finish Zhu Jinner off. Do you think every player in the tournament on the rest day had that thought at least once? Nirgul, you should have converted that game, yeah?
For sure. And I mean, of course, it's just great for us, the viewers, that the tournament is wide open. But even for the players, and in fact, even just as a chess lover, if you make a queen sacrifice, we are kind of rooting for that player to win in a way, Sahil.
Yeah, true. And what a beautiful sacrifice it was. But as of now, Zhu Jin with the white pieces again, and she will not go down easy. She will put a lot of pressure. After that lucky escape, that gives you confidence, Rakesh. I can escape any position, even if I'm completely lost. I'm going to come back, and with the white piece, if she wins today, and if Humpy as well as the other players cannot catch up, do you think with 3 rounds to go and a potential 1-point lead, this could just be a losing domination?
I agree, Sahil. And if you just click, because on Chess.com events, it's a very nice feature. If you click on the player's photo, you can see the results in the past and look at those clashes in the next 3 rounds. Hat-trick of Indians for Zhu Jinner.
Wow.
He has to play Divya now with the white pieces, but then black pieces tomorrow against Humpy and then white pieces against Divya.
Yeah.
So 3 Indians, 2 of them who are just half a point behind. Very crucial games for Zhu Jinner here, Sahil.
Yeah, very important. And today's game counts for a lot. So if she can have a good start, then that would really help her. The bigger the lead, the better the chances.
Yeah.
So very interesting game as well. And if you have a look, e5. So this is a very nice thematic idea. You kind of break this pawn mass that black has. If, for example, black takes, knight takes e5, you see how these 2 pawns look incredibly weak. And after white plays d3, this pawn is going nowhere on c5. Imagine, let's say, a normal move. I don't know. Just to kind of highlight bishop b7, pawn to d3. This pawn can never move. And now I will heavily pressure this pawn. Maybe knight comes to, e4. The bishop comes to e3. And I will just attack this pawn with all the force I have. And you will have to defend it for the rest of the game. So, as of now, I do like white's position here.
Yeah, and d5 is something what they call a positional blunder. Doesn't happen anything immediately. You don't lose material, but you are worse for life if you takes takes e5. So I'm pretty sure Vaishali is not going to play that. And I'm expecting a move like, knight coming out to g6 or pawn to f6 is very, anti-human. because
Yeah.
it's the seventh move and you have been just making pawn moves all along. And takes the king is kind of weak. I think you don't play f6 unless it's in your prep. And speaking of that, Vaishali is down 25 minutes, Sahil, with only 7 moves.
Yeah, very interesting. So she did not expect this opening clearly, and f6 looks ridiculous at first glance, Rakesh. I mean, look at these 4 pawns. Imagine taking and having this pawn center. Try explaining this to your coach later. How did I end up with this? With 2 bishops on c8 and f8. Where you castling? I mean, bishop g7. But this is extremely, extremely difficult.
And
Yeah.
sorry to cut you off, Sahil. Speaking of coach, it's in fact her coach Ramesh sir's birthday today.
Oh wow! Happy birthday, Ramesh sir. So I mean, hopefully she plays a beautiful game today. And this structure, I'm not so sure about though. And
Knight
96
c6 play.
on the
She does not want to give her coach a headache on his birthday, so
yeah.
Knight g6 played. And maybe Sahil, just maybe, can I get the Alpha Zero idea in? At some point with pawn to h4 attacking your knight sometime down the future.
Absolutely, that's always in the air. Right now, I think the h4 square is controlled, but White will keep that idea in the end. Whenever the knight is on g6 or b6, these a4, a5, or h4 ideas always very thematic. And this e5 pawn is very interesting. So if you
Something played by Zujin, huh? I think.
not yet, I think. I think she probably just wrote the move. Yeah, can we go full screen and confirm if she has played something?
No, she hasn't because I see the clock. No, taken actually. ED6, bishop d6.
Yeah, on the board. And you can see how, I would say she could have also waited, by the way, for example, rook e1, queen e2, just to kind of defend this. But this kind of helps black develop as well. But again, Rakesh, if you had to choose a side, you would choose white, right? Because what a
Yeah.
beautiful square on c4. I can put one knight on c4 and, bishop comes to a3 or e3. I will pressure this pawn heavily and your bishop, once I play knight c4, let's say knight a3, you castle. I play knight c4. Where do you put the bishop? If you go here, then at some point bishop a3 will attack this pawn. If you go here, then you're not really active, pointed towards the king side. So I would still prefer to be white here, and Zujina seems to have a good positional structure. But yeah, of course, bishop pair, you never know, Rakesh.
Yeah, but I fully agree, Sahil. It's like nice pressure with the white pieces. You want to be in the lead. Those 2 pawns are weak. Again, see, 3 pawn islands. The pawn in the corner, the double pawn on the C line and on the right side. So I think if you're in Zujina's shoes, you will be very happy that the opening has gone in your favor, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, I would love to switch games and check out the game of Harika against Divya again. So after queen c7, exactly what we thought. Rook d1 on the board, putting pressure on that d6 pawn. That is the one weakness that white can even attack. And the rook on e3 is also set up to quickly come to d3, Rakesh, at the right moment and just pressure d6. So black preempts this, defends the pawn on d6 before white can even attack it. And now bishop c2. Similarly, this bishop could now move somewhere, I think even b3 and then rook d3, just pressuring that d6 pawn. But Rakesh, again, I still don't see how that can really pressure d6 that much. Black still seems to be okay.
It is, and it's going to be the whole game is going to revolve around that d6 pawn. If white manages to capture it, white's going to win. If black manages to keep a good defense of that pawn, we might see a solid draw by black in this.
And also, I think this d4 square is very tempting at some, and on a good fine day. I think knight e6 and then knight d4.
That's a far-fetched dream, Sahil.
That would be a dream situation for black. But as of now, yeah, I think Divya seems to have a decent position.
So I think while Divya thinks, we'll maybe check out all games from the top.
Yeah.
So board 1.
Salome against Polina. I think this is where I checked it at first, and I could see that bar seems that white is better, and I can see how f6 again. We've seen this move almost every day. Actually, you don't see it too often. And now rook e1 takes, and white seems to be slightly better. And black's only try to actually equalize is apparently bishop f5, as we can see.
Yeah, and again, same situation for Polina in terms of time management. 30 minutes down. You do not want to be, so far down within the first hour of play, because, Sal, we have seen once we get to the time pressure stage, it gets very tough because you have only 90 minutes to play 40 moves.
Yeah, and Polina has had a bunch of worse positions. Most of them she managed to defend.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would trust her to have confidence to defend this one as well. But of course, White will come at her with everything she has. Both Salome as well as Alina would love to get a few victories under their belt. They had a break, and that should potentially shift the scales in their favor. So as of now, Bishop F5. Let's assume Black does play it. Rakesh, do you exchange this? Because I kind of like the fact that I have this important diagonal and I would love to put the bishop on b3 here.
Yeah, and very nice idea, trying to tempt black to play pawn to e6. Because if you do that, suddenly, pawn to g4 and the bishop is
Yeah.
going nowhere.
Yeah, and imagine playing g4 at the right moment when this is controlled, and this might be a problem. But of course, the e5 pawn is also a potential weakness. By the way, we have a move. Bishop 5 played by black.
Oh, bishop b3, e6 looks very likely. Sahil.
Yeah, I think bishop b3 has to be. You cannot take on f. You cannot take on f5. If you do take on f5, rook takes f5. This is weak. Black can double up at the right moment. And I would rather be black here, Rakesh. At one point, I'll play e6. And I think your bishop is a bad one. My bishop is a good one. My knight is attacking your pawn. You are defending a pawn. c3 is a weak pawn long term. And there can be some, I don't know, even I will go crazy with some king side sacrifices at some point. So you do not want to be white here. I think you have a slight edge. Let's bishop b3.
Yeah, bishop b3 has to be played. Bishop f5 is like getting a Christmas gift out of nowhere. Solves all your problems. And, suddenly you are the one that's pushing.
Yeah. So, and Salome has a lot of time on the clock. That means either she's in prep or she understands this position really well. And that's a great sign. So bishop b3 should be an automatic move. Even rook b1, I think, would be the second move I would consider to put pressure here. But bishop b3, very, 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 very logical.
True. And Sahil, before we jump to Kashlinskaya's game, do you think Salome will get her first win of the day of the tournament?
If she plays bishop b3, I'm going to say yes. So this move for me is the decider one because black is 20 minutes behind. That's a lot of time right now. So bishop b3, putting on the pressure should be amazing. What do you think, Anish?
Yeah, I agree. Bishop b3 and Salome can win her first game. Let's quickly jump into Kashlinskaya versus Salimova and Sahil. If we just go to the ninth move,
Yeah.
why does Kashlinskaya always love to castle on opposite sides and give us a lot of, decisive games?
You know what? I love this setup for white. I'm a d4 player. If I played 1e4, this is the opening choice I would choose in every single Petrov game. I love the extra pawn on c3. Then you so much defensive arsenal. Any attack black can throw at you does not open a file for you, keeps your king safer, controls some important squares as well. And I like how the bishops get in the game very quickly. You have a very free hand with some sort of attack. And I think Alina is absolutely right here, putting the king on the opposite side. She wants a victory under her belt. Now comes rook e8, bishop c4. Look at the f7 point. I can see it's oddly sensitive. Knight b6, bishop d3 back. Very interesting, okay? So why not bishop d3 directly? And why bishop c4, knight b6, and then bishop d3?
So I think the idea was you were trying to hit the f7 square with bishop c4 and knight b6. And now bishop, you don't want to go bishop b3 now because, c5 or a5, you get a tempo and the bishop is kind of trapped on the other side of the board. If you had gone bishop d3 immediately, Sahil, now the knight comes to c5.
Yeah.
And where does the bishop go now? Because bishop c4 now,
Yeah.
black plays bishop e6, challenging the bishop. So it's like kind of white baited black with bishop c4 first. Now that knight has gone to the side, now she comes with bishop b3. And she's eyeing those bishop h7, knight g5 or h4, bishop h7 ideas at some point.
Yeah, that's a brilliant explanation. I think a brilliant idea from white here, just to keep that bishop alive. This is an attacking star for white. So now comes d5 and knight to g5. What a move. Of course, could have started with pawn to h4 as well.
I like that.
I love this move. And now black is under huge pressure because bishop g5, first of all. Bishop g5, your queen is under attack. I have the bishop pair for the endgame and I still have open files. I still have some sort of attack. And for example, you play queen to d6, trying to save your queen. I attack a queen again. Your queen goes back. And now rook at e1 and white's position is so harmonious here. pressure on c7, and black is definitely worse in some sort of, even if you have an endgame. And if you, for example, don't take this, if you play g6, Rakesh, then h4 becomes even stronger now. h5 incoming, knight h7, knight f7 ideas.
Beautiful.
So you do not want to play g6. And if h6, I mean, I'm thinking, if you've gone forward, you're going to come back.
Yeah.
We will not come back now, and we can simply even consider a move like pawn to h4 here, just sacking a piece.
It's like you are reading my mind, Sahil. And I feel, things are going crazy everywhere because after h6, bishop h7 check can also happen. And, everyone's having fun. I'm sure the players are also having fun. And Sahil, whom would you rather be, white or black in this position?
Definitely not a producer, but as of now, I would love to be white here with pawn to h4, coming up 2 squares, defending that knight in case of h6. And if you grab that knight, if you have the guts to do that, pawn takes g5, the bishop is now open, the rook is open, the second rook can come in, g6 is incoming. This is very, very scary. I would not like to be black here.
Absolutely, silent. Salimova played that amazing queen sacrifice but couldn't convert. Maybe that's on her mind. Kaslinskaya had a disastrous first half, but she had a nice rest day and she might be, looking in full gear to come up with her first win of the tournament. I'm predicting a win for white in this game, Sahil.
This looks like a huge attack incoming. I think Nurul will really have to defend this one, and there is no easy defense. As we discussed, the pawn is hanging. g6 is a no-brainer. You do not do this at any cost. h6 seems to be the best defense. There is h4 here. There is bishop h7 check as well. Do not forget, if king h8, knight f7 wins the queen.
Wow.
It's a simple folk, and the game is already over. So you have to go after bishop h7, king to f8. But now I can simply bring the knight back, and your king is also a bit awkward. And if you try to trap this, bishop h6 is mate.
What a beautiful mate. Bishop h6 using just 2 bishops, and it just looks over. I mean, knight g5, what do you play? I can see the engine that h6 is the only move with which black stays in the game.
Yeah, I am not happy. I do not want to play h6. I just want to, do abracadabra and remove the knight on g5. I do not want to touch my pawns here.
Yeah, and if you play bishop g5, like you mentioned, bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, double bishop's advantage for life. Queen's not happy, rook is coming to the open file. h4, h5 can still happen. So this is like delayed loss. Whereas h6 can be an accelerated loss.
This is like a 6-hour defense where you're praying on every single move. So you can see, Nurul holding her head in her hands. She's not happy with this position. And that's why I love this setup for white. You're playing for 2 results essentially in most cases. And black always has a tough task ahead. In fact, sometimes if I am playing this as black, I would prefer castling queenside, even getting a slightly worse position, but not facing this attack, Rakesh. It is always difficult to see.
Absolutely, and I do not think black is, in good control here. And Sahil, if we could just go back a couple of moves before we, head into a quick break, because bishop b3, positions have been reached here where black goes bishop e6 or bishop g4. But Nurul plays pawn to d5, and maybe that is the problem. Black played way too slowly, and after knight g5, she is in a tank. She doesn't know what to do.
And also very interesting, knight g5 on the board. Like you could also start with a move like h4.
Yeah.
They're already threatening bishop h7 ideas. For example, the bishop g4 move, the one you mentioned works really well. Knight g5 anyways. And if you take this bishop h7 check, king h8, knight f7 is a no-brainer. So king f8 now. And you can simply take this bishop with the queen coming to h5, and this feels like a deadly attack. So, and the point is there are a lot of options for white here. She could have done this in multiple ways. So that's not a good sign for black. And that's why I don't like this setup from black's angle. So, of course, Nurul understands this. She will defend it. But she will have to face some pressure here.
Through that, and I think she is still thinking.
Rakesh, before we have to break, one quick look at the Humpy game, because after castles by white, queen d7 was Humpy's last move. Castles on the king side, h6, kicking that knight away, and now the knight comes to e4. And guess what, Rakesh? I think this is going to be fire on the board because black is likely to castle queen side. And once that happens, I think f5, g5, the queen on f3 is going to really regret the moment when she decides that mate on f7, and she will have to move, the knight will have to move, the bishop will have to move, and the ones at home, what should they do now? They should already, kind of watch Netflix and chill.
Yeah, they are already at home, have not moved even once. And I have become a fan of Mugundul in this tournament. She has played all decisive game. Even this game is very likely to end decisively. And what an important win for Humpy, because she can qualify to the candidates only with a outright win in
And
Pune.
that too with the black pieces, Rakesh. What an important game for Humpy, who's kind of not lost a single game, had 2 draws, then 2 wins, then a draw with Harika, where she had a chance to
Yeah.
win as well. So very pragmatic choice. Now she plays Munguntul. If she wins this game and let's say Zujina draws, she catches up with Zujina, and then she has a match with her where she has white. Nothing can be perfect than this, and she has a great chance here to potentially win the event and maintain her chances. And she mentioned in the interview that she is not thinking about that, but at the back of her mind, she would know how.
And Sri Lanka played.
This is going to be a fire game. The kings are at the opposite sides of the board, Rakesh. And white, the problem is there's an open b file, but there are no pieces that can use that b file. I mean, all the pawns on the initial squares, the pieces on the. White is 1/3 developed.
Yeah, and I just simply love that f5, g5, g4 pawn storm on the board, and it looks like we are going to have a result, definitely a result in this game and in the game between Alina and Salimova, because both games have opposite side castling.
Yeah, let's have a very, very short break because this game is going to have fire on the board soon.
Yeah, and Sahil, it's very important that the energy is up. So let's have a quick coffee and chat. We'll be back with you very soon. Sahil, we are live after a short break, and action has not stopped, because if we quickly jump into Humpy's board, we see N6, knight E4 played. And wow, I think our plans, the arrows that you showed, chat, that might be happening very, very soon, Sahil.
And of course, white has played knight b to c3. So she really wants black to exchange this on c3. And if black were to be cooperative, look at the bar jump up, Rakesh, in one move. Because now I have removed your active piece for my undeveloped one. I will open up my bishop with the tempo. And in fact, I can even take with the b pawn. And we were just talking before the break how there's no open file I can utilize. And now he does it. She does actually have one. So Humpy needs to be absolutely precise here. She cannot take this knight on c3. She has to keep that solid center. And in fact, she can play a move like a6. She can play f5. Very, very logical. But she can also play knight d to b4, which seems to be the best option here, avoiding all trades. And next you go pawn to f5, kicking the second knight away, and bit by bit, you can kick all the pieces and the developed ones away. So white will be in for a world of trouble. So I think as of now, Humpy seems to have an edge. She is behind by 11 minutes on the clock, so she needs to be, of course, fast, but I think she has a great chance here to win. And of course, Munguntul will always keep the game spicy, so we will very, very likely see a result here.
Yeah, and knight b4 on the board, Sahil. The best move in the position.
Yeah, Humpy understands this position very well. I think Munguntul had this as her preparation. In fact, she was walking up to lunch today when I was also in the restaurant, and she just walked past the restaurant, then came back. She was that involved in her phone, maybe preparing some lines or something. But yeah, she's very, very aggressive at the board, as we have seen. And knight d4. What's the best defense here, Rakesh? Because c2 is right now hanging. You cannot easily defend this pawn. You don't want to lose it, because then the d4 square also becomes. Imagine knight c2, knight d4, or the second knight at some point after the spin has been removed. So I think you have to defend this. And maybe bishop a4 is the best way to do it. But now f5 attacking that knight, and things are going south for white, unfortunately.
Exactly, and very fast. We are just 11 moves into the game.
Yeah.
I did not expect, this this position here. And if you are in Humpy's team or in Humpy's position, you will be very happy, because it's been 2 games with the black pieces, one against Shuvalo, and now in this game that Humpy is getting those crucial wins, that too with the black pieces, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely. So Humpy is extremely experienced at these sort of structures and also situations psychologically on how to kind of handle pressure. I think that's one of the main qualities that Gukesh and Humpy both have as world champions, Rakesh, and that's why they can perform in those crunch moments. And Mungutul, of course, loves that crazy chess. So this game promises to be a treat to watch. And you'll come back here, because I think white does have a very, very difficult choice, Rakesh. And I think Mungutul, even though she's very, very sharp, I think she will take some time. Maybe it's time to go head off to the game of Zouj, against Vaishali, because why is the bar signaling that black is slightly better? Could there be an upset here? Vaishali taking down the tournament leader, and then we could have a new leader today, Rakesh.
Yeah, very true. Vaishali giving her Indian teammate a big boost by beating the leader. And in fact, it was this position, Sahil. Pawn takes d6 is kind of the start of the downfall in a way, because you allow the bishop to get developed for free, and then bishop comes knight to c3, short castle, pawn to d3, e5, and knight going back. And for sure, black is, like, we agree, those 2 pawns on the left side, the double pawns are weak. But look at black's next move, Sahil. It's not the move f6 that we normally see, but 2 steps further, and she has played it, Sahil.
Wow, Vaishali on fire today. She realizes that dynamism is the thing on her side. She cannot play for structure. If you just sit tight and do not do anything, let's imagine black just waits. King h8. Then look at the bar go up in one move, Rakesh. There is no time for, if you give white time, let's say knight c4. Now again, that difficult choice. Where do I put the bishop? Do I put the bishop here? Then let's say bishop c7. Now imagine bishop a3. How do you defend this pawn? There is no way. So I think this is a very difficult choice, and Vaishali does not have time here. She has to strike, and that's exactly what she realizes. She is around 18 minutes behind on the clock, but I would say she has utilized that time very well.
I absolutely agree, Silent. F5 making your intentions clear, and even though White has that double pawn advantage on the left side of the board, it is the two bishops where Black's counterplay lies. And Sahil, when you have two bishops, what should you do? That is, you should just simply open up the position as much as possible. So that is what Humpy is trying to do. And the light squared bishop is missing for White. So Sahil, guess what Vaishali is planning to do? Pawn to f4 and pawn to f3. And
Wow.
some sacrifices on the king side. If you are Zujina, you have to be careful because literally there are, except the rook, there are 0 pieces on the right side of the board for White.
You're absolutely right. And also, just to keep in mind, Vaishali, in the standings is right now in 4th place at 2.5 points. She's 1.5 points behind the leader. So from her perspective, from everybody else's perspective, apart from the top 3 players, they need wins.
Yeah.
Imagine Zujina loses all her 3 games. Even if Vaishali draws 3, she will still only tie with her. So that's the point. Somehow the top 3 players have kind of taken a huge lead here.
True.
So the remaining players have to strike. Be it Vaishali, Harika, Polina, Nirgul, Munguntul, Salome, as well, they have to strike right now. So I think Vaishali is, if she wants to win the event, she's kind of playing at no risk and she can go for the initiative, go for the attack. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong. But if it works, she could potentially blow the round wide open.
Exactly, and at least it feels like you tried something and you lost rather than just staying on the defensive. And this is a game that's starting to heat up. And Sahil, maybe, just maybe, your predictions of 4 results is going to come true today.
That would be amazing. And by the way, knight c4, I think, played on the board.
Nice move.
And now the critical choice. You see, we have the same choice. You want to keep the bishop on this diagonal chat. Why? Because that's where the king is. So bishop can drop to c7 now comfortably. And if bishop a3, for example, Rakesh, the move you're worried about, now simply queen to f4. And if you grab this pawn, rook to d8. And this is more than sufficient counterplay for black, with both bishops pointed towards the king side. Let's say you play a normal move. You are scared of moves like e4, pinning the pawn. You play queen to e2, getting out. But what about e4 anyways? And look at the knight on c3 hanging, the knight coming to f4, the queen coming to h4. And somehow I feel black's moves are much more natural and they're much more deadly, even though white is materially up.
Yeah, and it's like those 3 you see, there's almost everything covered on the c file.
Yeah.
3 pieces for white, 2 pieces for black, and those 2 pawns. So there's like too many things on the left side of the board, but it's the knight coming to f4, the bishop that's open. I think it's close to losing for white. This
Exactly. Imagine you play d4, blocking this. Now you have defined the bishop, the knight. Now knight comes to f4. You have to move the queen somewhere. I don't know where you play it. For example, queen d2. You can see the bar go further down. I'm not shocked by that. Bishop e6, developing the last piece. Slowly but surely, there'll be a lot of tactics. And the idea could be just to take this, pawn takes, and queen g5.
Yeah, let's show this to the chat.
Yeah.
Let's say I play rook a d1.
Yeah,
rook a e1.
Let's say rook a e1. The queen is undefended. Now you take on c4.
Yeah.
Take on c4. Why did we give the bishop pair away? Because now there is queen to g5, threatening mate in 1. And if you try to defend this somehow, simply knight h3 check, and there's a discovered attack on your queen. So there are a bunch of tactics. And if you don't play g3 at some point, there will be also pressure on this diagonal at some point. So there's a lot of tactics in the air. And knight c4, white is pressuring this pawn, and also this pawn and this pawn, but maybe the king is the main problem for white.
Exactly, and that is why bishop c7, preserving that bishop on that diagonal. You can of course go bishop back, to its more timid square style. If we show that to the chat, bishop e7. But this, equal.
Yeah.
There's like nothing happening here.
You block the queen's path to the king side as well, and the e5 pawn is now potentially weak. And I think it kind of really is like, you're Superman, but you're throwing punches. I mean, you have lasers, bro.
True. And Sahil, speaking of crazy chess, Can we go to Kashlinskaya's game because it looks like she has messed it up?
Oh, that game where we were, so excited about White's chances. Knight F3 back.
Why do
I'm
you
so shocked. I think she wants to take on H6, Rakesh. Maybe that's the idea. She thinks that's winning. But Black, brutal force plays pawn to C5 and says, you want to grab that pawn, you're free to grab that pawn. But now if you do grab it, apparently C4 intermediate move is the problem. The bishop has to move from this diagonal and hence there is simply no attack. And Black will, of course, win the simple bishop f8, bishop g7, queen coming to f6, bishop coming to f5, and White will lose this game. So there's a lot of problems. And c5, what a beautiful find from Nirgul here.
Yeah, Sahil, as they say, if or a flank attack is initiated, open up the center. You have to start counter-attacking. And that is why, Sahil, we were saying, do not care about the material. You go pawn to h4, try to attack, and because of this retreating move, looks like the tide has turned, and Salima, who played a great game in round 5, couldn't convert that one, but she looks on course to, get some counterplay and win this game, Sahil.
Yeah, and following up, g4 played by White. So still going all in now. I think she realized that, she has made a mistake. So she does not wait for anything, pushes the pawn. If Black were to take this, that is possible. But I think simply, one of the rooks to g1, I'm not sure which one here. Let's say rook hg1. And if bishop f3 happens, then bishop h6 and White is back in the game. So Black ignores this, does not capture this. I think that would be the best strategy forward. You do not want to give White an open g file. Maybe the pawn move d4, as the engine seems to suggest, is the best plan here. Not super natural though, Rakesh, playing pawn to d4. What else is Black's option here?
Yeah, I think pawn to c4 is one, like continuing with her c5 idea. Of course, not looking great as we can see on the bar. But I like pawn to d4 also because, they say open up the center, because the idea is White will play on the right side of the board trying to open up some files. In turn, Black says, wait a minute, I also want to open up those files. What do you do against that move? I'm threatening to capture a pawn. I'm also threatening to play pawn to c4. And let's say you ignore my threat, you push the pawn on h4 side. And here, I simply have options like queen to d5, hitting your knight, hitting your pawn in the corner, and also threatening checkmate in one. After queen takes pawn in the corner.
Yeah, also queen a2, queen a1, a huge threat. White will have to waste one more move. So lot of potential tactics. And d4, of course, if you decide to kind of, play something like c4, blocking the center, then apparently knight a4 is a very, very strong tactic. The idea is queen b6 incoming with pressure on b2, and maybe White's attack will be too slow. For example, pawn to g5, simply queen b6, ignoring everything. There is a mate in one threat. And surprise, the extra pawn actually did not help. So
yeah, and here, Sahil, in that position after queen b6, she has played g5. What?
G5 by Black. That is a crazy response. But Rakesh, surprisingly, that is the second best move in the position after pawn to d4. It seems to give Black a clear edge. But this requires precise calculation. First of all, you cannot take on g5 instantly. Black has a lot of defense, 3 pieces defending this. If you come to e3, for example, now Black wants to take on g4, Rakesh. And that's, I think, the idea. There is no bishop h6 anymore. And if you come to g3, you have voluntarily blocked the g file. That is even worse. Now bishop g4, I think, is objectively winning for Black here.
Yeah, and Sahil, there's a crazy idea. Bishop e3, bishop g4, and now White's only try to be in the game is knight takes g5.
Wow.
I can't even calculate the craziness, but this is the only one. Very unnatural, but in the spirit of the position.
Absolutely. If bishop d1, you get greedy. There is another insane move, Rakesh. What a variation this is. The best move being knight to e6. Find the idea of that move yourself, because I think Stockfish is struggling. So knight to e6, what a move. If you take this, now comes rook g1 check, and of course you can see how White has so many pieces in the attack and Black cannot really do much. So deadly position for either side, Rakesh. Still Black is better objectively, but White's moves are not super simple yet, and the pawn on g4 hangs. So let's see how this turns out. I expect a result here 100%. Rakesh, will be an exciting game.
Yeah, for sure. And good news for Vaishali fans that she has played bishop to c7, which we were expecting, and we thought that's the best possible move. And we just refresh quickly.
Yes, bishop c7.
Yeah, on the other side, and now the same ideas that we both discussed. So Zujin having a thing, 15 minutes advantage on the clock, but it's all about the action on the king side. That is the right side of the board. If White can manage to avoid the attack, then the two double pawns can come into a little bit of a question. But one game, Sahil, which is very close to a decisive advantage is the Salome game. The board one clash between Salome and Paulina. Looks like White has managed to get a very good advantage in about 90 minutes of play.
Yeah, I think bishop b3 was played. This is where we left it. I think this was the idea. Can White find that move? She does. E6 now, bishop a3. Look at the two bishops kind of cutting across these strong diagonals. Bishop f7 now, bishop d6. What a beautiful square for the bishop. Literally sitting in black's camp. Yeah, I mean, it's like taunting your opponent. You can't do anything. And this is very, very difficult for black to handle. King h8, getting out of that, bishop's diagonal just for that comfort zone. Yeah, you can expand on the king side maybe now. But again, just queen d2, normal position, connecting the rooks, controlling these pawns as well. And I don't know, maybe knight g5 could be in the air. And of course, c4 is one option, blowing open the center completely. So I would say White clearly better.
Definitely, White is clearly better. Queen d2, idea is knight g5. You bring the other rook to the center of the board. Then you want to maybe blow up the position with pawn to c4. And Sahil, it's a very subtle idea. Let's just make a couple of moves here. Like
let's say h6. Yeah, avoid knight g5.
h6. We bring the rook a d8.
Rook a d1, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, rook a d1. Black, let's say, plays rook c8. Now, my intention is to play pawn to c4. You take. Bishop takes. Now, suddenly that e4 square is missing for the bishop. And the idea which we saw like an hour ago, pawn coming to g4. And looks like Shuvalova might be in big trouble after this.
Yeah, you have to take care of tactics here. But black's bishop literally has no decent squares. And I also like this diagonal. What a diagonal this is. Look at the bishops.
Beautiful
Beautiful
double
pieces. And black's pieces are not as impressive. So of course, this would not be the end of the game. White will of course push for a long while and likely get a result. But as of now, this is the position and both players losing a lot of time. So we'll come back to this, Rakesh. Very interesting. And maybe it's time to also look at the game of, I think, which game was it I was taking? I think it was the game of, Harika against Divya. Just to kind of go back, this is where we left it, right? We left it after bishop to c2, where Harika was trying to maybe bring the other to d3, defend this pawn with b3, and now comes knight d7, your maneuver. The knight wants to come to c5, a great square, pawn to b3, pawn to a5, keeping an eye on this, kind of minority attack, so to speak, trying to open up the a file, rook d3, and of course the d6 pawn hangs, so we have to defend it. And if you go knight f6, maybe there can be ideas of queen d2, simply pressuring the pawn even more. So knight comes to c5, gaining a tempo on the rook. Rook comes to d2, and now pawn to f6, defending this weakness on e5. And now comes queen e3, bishop f7. And this is the current position. Still pretty even Stevens. But which color would you choose, Rakesh, if you had to continue this game?
Oh, that's a tough question. I think I would prefer white just because I have the open file.
Rakesh, this was a maneuver, a far-fetched maneuver. It seems to be coming, into action pretty soon.
True. It wasn't looking, ideal back then, but now knight to e6 comes in, knight into d4, knight f4 is also a good square. So the only maneuver for white to, block that is play knight e2 herself and, try and avoid that somehow. And, in some variations, because I want to push, I am also thinking of moves like pawn to f4 to get access in that way. And in case you do not capture, let's play knight e2, knight e6, f4, and you make a move like rook b8 or something. Now I can also push pawn to f5, and now your knight, which was on a very good square, suddenly cannot come in the center. And knight e2 about to be played, Sahil.
Yeah.
Wow, we are predicting correct moves today.
92 played, but what happens if I decide, you know what? You have 4 pawns on the light squares, even if I exclude the ones on the king side. So maybe you have a bad bishop, Rakesh. And in
100%.
that case, I can play bishop to h5, trade this knight for my bishop, and then put the knight on d4. So how do you tackle this maneuver now?
I think that would be a real nightmare for white if black manages to do that. So maybe white pushes pawn to f3 or pawn to g4 is a little risky, but I like pawn to f3, maybe having the option of pushing. And sometimes in some universe, I can see white taking the king to the h file, swinging the two rooks across, and doing the g4 g5 maneuver.
That is definitely possible. Also, Rakesh, the bishop went from bad to worse. Now you have all your pawns
Yeah, blocking.
light squares. So if I manage this exchange somehow, oh man, this will be this will be a party for black to enjoy for 3 hours. So I think Harika has to be careful, and bishop h5 could be a nice try from black. And as I do, controlling these two weak squares, that could be the idea. And black could try 96, could try bishop h5, or could try something else completely.
She plays 96 side.
Yeah, knight e6 on the board, and now white has to choose. Maybe she's waiting for f4, and maybe then she plays bishop f5. But then you also have g4.
G4, yeah. I think f4 has to be played if you are white. You really want that diagonal also to get open for your bishop, and ask black some tough questions. So I'm predicting pawn to f4, but very important clash for both players here. Because the tournament can completely be different for Harika. She'll join Divya at 3.5 points if she wins. Otherwise, if Divya wins, she goes into the lead maybe with Zhu Jinner at the end of the round.
Maybe even sole lead if Vaishali also helps her out. So as of now, lots of possibilities, and maybe she and Humpy join a joint lead. So lot of options, and she seems to be motivated. 96. I love this d4 square. And just to point out to the chat, what are we dreaming about? Why is that bishop h5 move so good? Let's try to play king h2, bishop h5, and king g1. Just to show you. Now bishop e2. Doesn't matter which piece you capture with. And now knight to d4. This knight cannot be touched by any of the white pieces. In fact, Rakesh, I'm wondering whether I should play c5 first.
That is
And
even
only
better.
then play knight d4. Because in the earlier case, maybe you can sacrifice an exchange and try to hold this position. So maybe c5 first, and then knight d4, and look at this beautiful knight. You can never really remove it until the end of the game. Then I will play with a4, try to break through on the a file. I can even go on the king side at some point, and I can maneuver my pieces based on my comfort. And the bishop looks absolutely stupid here.
Yeah, and this is almost close to game over at their level, Sahil. And
Yeah.
they say bishop is a slightly bigger piece than the knight, but not in such positions. In fact, if the chess gods allowed, you want to play bishop takes e4, like capturing your own pawn.
Yeah.
But that is not allowed in the rules, because that allows your bishop to have a beautiful diagonal. But without that, it looks like black would win this endgame. So that is why white should not allow that trade.
By the way, rook to f1. So maybe she is
Oh.
planning that f4 idea, Rakesh. But the question is, what happens on bishop to h5? So if you play f3, then I'm not convinced that rook f1 was the best move there. And if you play g4, then you absolutely cannot exchange these two pieces, because the f4 square is also super weak now. So there is potential for that white position to really go south there after g4.
Yeah, and the best part about these top players is they always make multi-purpose moves.
Yeah.
Lesser mortals like us, we always play one-dimensional chess. But look at the idea of rook f1. If you go to the live position side, f4 could have been played in this move, in the move prior as well. But the idea is, because I played rook f1, f4 has more venom because of the rook will come to an open file. And your idea of bishop h5 can also be now met with knight to g3, because the rook on d1, which was there on the last move, is not hanging, and that knight is no longer pinned.
Very interesting observation there, Rakesh. And now knight g3, decent try, because you can also come to f5 and use that square. Imagine bishop f7, now knight f5, queen g3. Some potential there for white.
Yeah, for sure. And we are thinking now, how does she, reply to this? You want to maybe, start with a4, if not bishop h5.
Yeah, a4 also always an option, because if you can open the a file, the rook can enter on a2 or a1 and create some problems there. And yeah, before we jump games, chat, Cherry was saying let's go with Shali. Rishabh saying that black is better in 3x5 boards, so a lot of options, and black has done really well in this tournament overall, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And speaking of black doing well, let's quickly jump into Humpy's game, because look at that, Sahil. f5 played in this position as well.
Yeah, f5 seems to be kicking the knight away. The knight jumps back to g3, which was the only move. But now, Rakesh, what does Humpy do now? Because if you defend the pawn with g6, let's say, just defending this pawn, apparently a3 is an uncomfortable move, because where do you put the knight?
Yeah, that's a tough choice, because and she plays f4, rightly so.
Wow.
Allowing the knight back in the center. But Sahil, look at this beautiful line. Knight comes to e4. Now you go pawn to g5 as well, because you want to try and push the queen away in some variations. So that is something Mugundal has to be wary about. 45 minutes for her, and about 27 moves to go.
And also, if you try to stop this with pawn to h3, h5,
Right.
anyways, you do not stop really, and this is already game over. Once you sack this pawn, the queen will jump to h7 in one move, and there's going to be devastation on the h5. And Rakesh, very importantly, after knight to e4, I think g5 is a very, very straight try. There is, in fact, the best move, queen to f5. That's a very interesting idea, because I think knight d4 could be a huge threat here, simply, winning a piece on e4.
Yeah, and if you save the piece, and the point of queen f5, it unpins the knight on c6, and if you go pawn to d3, protecting the knight, then you go knight d4, and the c2 pawn is under trouble.
Wow.
You save that with queen to f3.
Wow.
And might get mated.
This might be the fastest result, chat. This is amazing. What a brilliant attack. And Humpy seems to be up on the clock, up on the position. She's not even sitting at the board. It feels like she knows exactly what is going on. I think Munguntul might not like the result of today's game. I think she's had amazing, attacking chances in majority of the game. But today she's under a huge fire with the white pieces.
I think Sahil, Humpy is going to win this game for sure. I mean, in probability terms, I would say 90% we're going to see Humpy win today.
Yeah, it's a very difficult choice. Do like the stream chat. As of now, f4 played. There don't seem to be any better squares. I mean, knight e2 controlling the d4 square is also a possibility. But again, queen f5 or even just g5, Rakesh, your move playing g4 seems to be very, very natural and very, very effective. So, difficult task for Munguntul here. I think Humpy would be very happy with the opening position. I think happiest among all the games, I would say.
For sure, Sahil. And this is what we love to see, good, nice attacking wins. And in fact, when you ask the question that how is black winning so many games in attacking, I just did a quick stat check, and looks like there are 8 wins with the black pieces and only 6 wins with the white pieces in the tournament.
Wow. So black doing really well. And Rakesh, there are a couple of very important updates in the other games. So first of all, Salome against Paulina. After king h8, queen d2 was played. But after h6, white did not break through with c4 or rook d1. She played knight d4. I think she was worried about bishop h3 tactics here, because the knight can be hanging. But I think it was maybe it was better move. Maybe queen e3 defending the knight if she was worried. But knight d4 really removes the pressure. Now comes knight takes, and white, regardless of how you take this, I think for black the worst is over, because knights, the knight would have been a very, very effective piece on f3, and now it's simply gone.
That is very true. Sahil, when Harshit was here with us in the community, he was mentioning a term called paper tiger, which our Russian coach taught us, because look at that bishop on d6.
Yeah.
Let's say c takes d4.
Yeah.
And the paper tiger on bishop on d6 is called because it looks very powerful, but it can't really do anything, because I'll play rook to c8 on the next turn. Your bishop is, controlling the f8 and the b8 squares, which is in fact a very narrow diagonal for the bishop, and it's doing absolutely nothing. And in fact, I'll play pawn to h5, king h7, and bishop h6, and your bishop needs to be on the other side of the pawn chain to block it.
This is embarrassing because the opponent pieces will actually tease the bishop while coming to the game. Hey, you can't do much, buddy. But Rakesh, the point is, I think maybe what White missed, this is just a hunch, was that after knight takes d4, she wanted to take with the queen and then play c4, but she completely might have missed that there's a queen sacrifice here.
Puzzle rush.
Queen takes d6, and this would be a very, very difficult cold shower. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now only black can be better. I mean, at least equal for black. This pawn is hanging, and yeah, I think she might have missed this one.
Yeah, and once you play a move and your opponent captures your piece, you're expected to recapture immediately. But
Yeah.
the fact that she is not recapturing, I feel, Sahil, your theory is right. She missed this queen sacrifice by black, and that is why I think we see Salome ruining her advantage in just one move.
Yeah, that's why chess is hard, and we can already see a twist there, Rakesh. So, talking about twists, let's go to the game of Alina against Nurgul, because we just talked about how bishop g3 would block the g file and the attacking chances would reduce. But that's exactly what she played, Rakesh. And now, bishop g4. What's wrong with that move? Simply pinning the knight, winning a pawn. I feel like Nurgul has another opportunity to get a win under her belt.
Yeah, and we see plenty of fans of Nurgul in the chat. Sahil, yesterday, on day 5, when she was playing that queen sacrifice against Zujina, we saw many people from Bulgaria and other countries come in and support Nurgul. And I think today might be that she actually wins a very nice game. And sadly for Alina, that would mean another loss. And her second half of the event also doesn't start well.
But I think this one I'm quite shocked by, Rakesh. I think bishop g3 doesn't feel like it's pointed in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
Bishop e3 looks at the king side, bishop e3 looks at the queen side, and that's not where my attack is. I think she would love to play, h4, but black can pick up this pawn, attack the knight. She can even play c4 and also force the other bishop to move away. But this is not looking like this is what she wants to do. And then knight a4, bishop g4, queen b6. And I'm sensing another quick win for black here, Rakesh. So this is going to be a day for the black pieces.
Yeah, actually, see, Salimova is better. Vaishali is pushing against tournament leader Zujina with the black pieces. Humpy is close to winning with the black pieces.
And also Polina equalized with the black pieces. Now things could turn, who knows? So I think today, again, Rakesh, I would say at least 3 results. I'm still going to bank on 4. And Salimova has another chance here to create some chances. But that g5 move had the intended effect.
Yeah, and you see, wherever black is better, black has played that g5 ideas, f5 ideas, clearly pushing from their side, and it looks like we will have more wins with the black pieces than the white pieces in this event, and that's what makes this one of the most exciting events of the year.
Yeah, very, very exciting. And we'll see the standings after today. Will be very, very interesting to see. And maybe, Rakesh, it's time for a bird's eye view just to check all the games together and try to understand.
Sahil, this is great, but I just saw on the bird's eye view that look at Zujina versus Vaishali. We should jump into that game. White is a pawn up and Vaishali is trying to checkmate Zujina, throwing the tournament wide open.
Wow, knight c4 is where we left it. Bishop c7, bishop e3, attacking the c5 pawn. Rakesh, this is exactly what we saw just with bishop a3, queen h4. And you can see the bishop and the queen converging on one point. Alarm bells should be ringing in Zujina's mind right now. But she grabs the pawn. So Rakesh, she's like, I don't see it. I've grabbed the pawn. What you got? And now the rook is under attack. So Rakesh, what can Vaishali do here? How can she prove that she has compensation for the pawn?
So there are two ideas, and that's it just shows why the pawn was not that important. Firstly, it was doubled, and secondly, if you lose a pawn and you have two options in your kitty, it's great because rook comes to the center file, like rook d8. Now you have ideas of pawn to e4 and queen h2 checkmate because the bishop is open. Or let's say you want to go all in, you play rook f6. Idea is knight f4. Rook h6 and checkmating in this manner.
Very, very interesting. And I was wondering what happens if I directly play e4, oh no, my rook, and something like that, and I could act also. But I think bishop f8, queen h2 would be amazing. I think white now has G3, Rakesh, attacking the queen, attacking the rook, and maybe that just doesn't work. So your moves, I think, look very logical. Rook D8, very, very, harmonious with black's position, putting the rook opposite the queen. But I really find rook F6 quite interesting. And I don't know how white defends this. The plan doesn't seem to be very obvious to me, Rakesh.
Yeah, you have to be very careful once you play moves like G3
Hmm.
or H3 because that just gives black a hook. But Sahil, if you go back one move, I just saw something very interesting and puzzle rushy in your variation. Put the rook back on F8, please. Pawn to E4 you were showing. Let's say black is, sacrificing a rook and white is greedy. Bishop takes F8 is not possible because of queen h2 checkmate. So you go pawn to G3. Queen comes one square ahead. Now bishop F8 is a blunder because knight F4, boom,
Yeah,
threatening checkmate.
that's a great move, Rakesh, because Queen G2 is a
the
huge threat. And if you take this knight, then the bishop says, yo, buddy, I'm also here. And now comes Queen H2.
It's
And
like the reverse London bishop in a way, right, Sahil?
yeah, the bishop is a scary piece. Be very careful. And Rakesh, I agree with you. I think a lot of attacking chances. And Vaishali is right now contemplating all these options. I'm sure she has this, and this as. Oh, she played something. Rook F6 played on the board. So that means we are going to see the most critical variation. That was the best move in the position. For example, just to point out her idea, let's say white, realizes, okay, no pressure. I'm not going to take any pressure. I will just push the A pawn. Just waste one move. Look at the bar, take a deep dive. It's, deeper than the Mariana Trench. Knight F4 incoming. And the game is already over. Because Rook H6 is incoming. There's a lot of pressure. For example, you play G3. Aha, it's a fork. But now simply Queen H2. You can take my knight. Doesn't matter. Rook G6 and the game is over, Rakesh.
So, Sahil, what does white do here?
I don't know, honestly. I love this position for Vaishali. Every piece, I think, is under attack, apart from the rook on 8. Well, who would love to watch the show, he has a front row seat. So white's pieces, look at how he's defending. This rook is not part of the defense. As of now, this neither. Very few pieces in the defense right now. Of course, the knight can come here and try to defend, or the queen can come into F3. But as of now, white is lacking pieces on the king side, where black is actually preparing a heavy attack.
Yeah, and like we showed earlier, if white is want to be prophylactic and stop knight F4, I can play pawn to G3. Now you go queen H3. Again, now no time to chill because you have moves like knight F4, knight H4 still threatened. So I have to maybe play something like pawn to F3 or queen. Yeah, queen F3 is a mistake. Let's show that to chat. Because then you go knight H4.
Yeah, and you have to go queen H1 now to even save mate. Yeah, that's insane. Now E4 maybe, threatening knight F3 check. That would be hilarious.
Like boxed in.
Yeah, so that's not what you want to do. I think you really want some better defense. The F3 Rakesh, I think, looks more logical, allows you to kind of defend your king on the second rank.
Yeah.
But even now, moves like knight F4 are in the air. You cannot take this knight because of rook G6 check, king H1 and queen G2 mate. So knight F4 still possible. That means white has to contemplate a lot of options for black here. And that means, to fire on the board, one mistake and the game could be over.
Very true. And even though, Vaishali has a 10-minute deficit on the clock, Zhu Junior is in some trouble, Sahil. Second game in a row and the leader might lose her lead.
And I think that deficit will be covered just in this move, Rakesh. I don't expect Zhu Junior to play in the next 5 minutes or so. So we'll see what she does. Meanwhile, somebody chat saying Zhu will win this. That is totally possible. Vaishali has to be on point. She sacked the pawn. And if she makes a mistake, doesn't take advantage of the development that she has, the piece placement that she has, then things could go south for her as well.
Yeah, and Sal, more than 300 people with us in the chat. Do like this stream if you haven't, and subscribe if you haven't yet done that. And Sahil, all results possible. And Flap is saying, I genuinely love the energy of the commentators.
Thank you, Mr. Flap. But I think it's the moves on the board that really inspire us.
Today I feel there is some renewed energy. Like the players have rested, prepared a lot, worked really hard with their coaches and their team. And round 5, before the rest day, people didn't want to lose. That's why we saw 4 draws. and 1 win. Today we might see the reverse, Sahil. 4 wins and 1 draw.
Yeah, absolutely possible. So excited for the results. And maybe we can have a bird's eye view now just to kind of check again, Rakesh, confirm how many results we're getting. And there you see it. So board one is now roughly balanced. I can see your move h5 on the board, Rakesh, bishop s6 incoming. So white has to be now a bit careful, I would say, with bishop on f5 being an active piece. Then board number 2, we can see, Harika against Divya. Very interesting. The knight trying to come to e6, white trying to go, launch with f4. So both players trying to fulfill their plans. Let's see who does that effectively. Board number 3, Humpy still, in the driver's seat, and Munguntul has 30 minutes now already?
That's so unlike her, no? She is the one who plays fast, tries to put opponents in time pressure. But decisive game guaranteed if it's a Munguntul game.
Absolutely. Humpy would be very happy with that position. And of course, board number 4, we just saw it. A devastating attack incoming for Zuziner, who's a pawn up, but has to prove that she can defend this. And of course, board number 5 there. I mean, we can already see that's the maximum advantage any player has in this game, in this round so far. So 3 results are pretty obvious, Rakesh, so far. We can see game number, I think, 3, game number 5, and game number 4. I think these 3 are very likely.
The ones on the right,
yeah,
looks like they will end decisively. And I think one of the games between Salome or Harika, like one of those 2 boards will also feature result. So 4 decisive results and 1 draw is on the card side.
This is going to be exciting rounds. Maybe we jump to the Humpy game for now, because 29 minutes for Munguntul now, and that is half the time almost that our opponent has. She has to play now. She's not happy with the position. I think knight e4, we already saw knight e4, knight e2. I think it's not as relevant. You can prevent one threat, but g5, queen f5 is incoming. And once you unpin this knight, then knight d4, opening the bishop as well becomes a threat. And once f3 happens, Rakesh, in the right moment, I think the white position will split in 2. You cannot really connect your queen side to your king side. And look at these pieces still at home. And all these pieces will be under attack, including the pawns. And white's pawns are nowhere to be seen yet.
True, and Sahil, it's looking like very, very good prep by Humpy. And if you are playing the white pieces against a very, very strong player, you cannot afford to be in time pressure against the reigning women's world rapid champion.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and of course a confident world champion, because Humpy's had some good results in this tournament, not lost a single game, and she's converted the games she's been better at smoothly. No issues there whatsoever. So she's not shown signs of weakness in this tournament, and that will not be a good sign. 28 minutes now. What do you think she'll play, Rakesh? Because knight has to move. I can't imagine knight not moving. So knight e4 or knight e2, what will be her choice?
I think like we saw, knight e4 allows queen f5, then knight coming to d4.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't add up. So what she is afraid of? Knight c4, she sees that idea that you just showed. Knight e2 stops knight d4 as well. But the problem is you're allowing that bishop to open up, and we know queen and king are afraid in front of a bishop or a rook. So she's confused. Knight e2 doesn't look good because bishop is attacking the queen. Knight e4 is bad because knight d4 is coming in. So she's just confused. It's very difficult if you're white in this position. And the worst part is 27 moves to be played in 27 minutes.
Yeah, difficult. And also the only drawback of the f4 move is that the e4 square is available. So if you can't even take advantage of that, that means your position is just really bad. So you really want to plonk that knight on e4, block the bishop. But as we saw, after queen to f5, knight d4, g5, g4, it just feels like the game is over. Look at the bar. It's already minus 1.8. So I think white, I don't think she has a defense here, Rakesh. And this should be another victory for Humpy. And now it all depends whether Zuziner can win and maintain her lead, or will we have at least a new joint leader?
Yeah, the bar might not be saying it's like decisive, but looking at all the factors, the clock situation, the prep, Humpy's confidence, and so much pressure from Munguntul, it looks very unlikely that she'll be able to save this game. And if Humpy manages to win this, it's just great news for her, because then it's one thing that you just play the tournament leader, but it's another thing, maybe, you win with the black pieces and now you're playing the tournament leader, or maybe you are in the lead with the white pieces against a strong opponent like Zhu Jin.
Yep, and somebody starts saying Humpy seems to have a crushing position. Absolutely agree with you. And the weird part is 26 now, 25 minutes almost for white, and that's the lowest time anybody has in this round. Second lowest is actually 38 minutes. And that's a difference of 13 minutes, Rakesh. So that tells you how little time White has. And it doesn't feel like White is ready to make a move. So make a prediction, Rakesh. How much time will White have when she will make a move?
I think she'll have around 20 minutes left. Because, if you don't play, then you just will lose on the clock. So you have to play
Yeah.
at some point.
And the sad part is, if you're not convinced with either move, then you're basically taking a gamble and hoping for the best. So let's see what happens. Humpy piling on the pressure. And of course, we've not seen any moves in... Oh, Alina. Can we go to Alina against Nurkul? Because after Bishop G3, no Bishop G4, but C4. And again, this is a very, very logical move. You remove the second bishop. So earlier, look at this position. Both bishops pointed towards the king side. Now, first of all, one moves away, and now second moves away. So it's somehow the tide is turning. And Rakesh, where do you even put the bishop? Maybe bishop f5 would be my go-to position here.
Yeah, you kill two birds with one stone. G4 is attacked by the opponent's bishop, so you want to kind of trade it with your bishop, and in case you capture, then it allows me to get an open file against your king, even if it's at the cost of a pawn. So
Yeah.
I can go h4 and have some ideas there.
Yeah.
So I think if you are white, you have to go bishop f5 and hope for the best.
And there is also a freaky move here, Rakesh, which I think if White were to find, I'm going to fall off my chair literally, because that makes no sense. And that is bishop to h7
What?
check.
No way.
So, if Magnus Carlsen is in the chat somehow, maybe they can take a guess as to why this move is best. But this is insane. So, first of all, if you were to ignore this bishop, let's say play, I don't know, king g7, apparently h4 is already winning for White. So you cannot ignore this, because now I'm opening up the h file, I've get a tempo, and your king is rather weak. So you have to grab this bishop. But that means the king and the rook are on the same file. That gives one important tempo for White here. And now pawn to h4, basically threatening to open the h file, is a huge threat. And if you, for example, take this, it's already lost for black again. So there are some tactics. Let's say you defend with pawn to f6, keep it solid. I think I can open the h file like this. Of course, h takes is pinned because of the rook. You take with the f pawn, and now you can double up rooks and basically say, you know what, I'm lost, but I'm going to pile on the pressure, put pressure, try to checkmate you, and just go for the best. But of course, this is so engine-like. I'll be shocked if a human finds bishop h7.
Yeah, I mean, if she played knight f3 when black pushed h6, it's very unlikely Alina plays bishop h7. But somehow by the method of elimination, you can land there, Sahil. But it's like you have to sacrifice a piece. If there was a pawn on h7,
Yeah.
the chances would have been much higher
Yeah.
of that. But with the pawn on h6, it is possible, but I would say just 5%. What do you think?
I think this is the kind of move, if it works in the game, kind of lifts up your morale to such a height that you would end up winning the next 3 games. I think this is just a insane move, but I agree with you. I think it is so difficult to find, especially when you have an alternative like bishop f5, which is so logical. I think she will end up playing that move. But bishop h7, definitely a crazy candidate move. So let's see what Anya. She has 34 minutes. She has the second lowest time in the entire round for any player. So she also has to hurry up a little bit. By the way, 23 minutes of movement tool. We have a move there. We should hurry quickly, because after this, she did play knight g4, which is the human move, but not the best one. And Humpy took 22 minutes almost to play knight e4, and Humpy took 1 minute and 20 seconds to play the best move, queen to f5, unpinning that knight. Rakesh, this is now objectively even, and it's optically now, it might be objectively lost as well.
Yeah, this looks like very, very difficult for White. It might be game over, Sahil, and it might be the first result that we are getting today. And I think somebody in the chat was asking, let me check. Yeah, Faizan was asking any results yet?
Pretty
Not
soon.
pretty soon, though. Pretty soon.
Yeah, will be interested to see what White does now. So she's going to fall to the 20-minute mark soon. Somebody saying what happened in the Vaishali game. We can check it out soon because I think this was an important moment. But Zuzhina as Queen E1 she plays. So after I think just 31 seconds, by the way, that's very interesting. She took very Queen E1, Rakesh. What do you make of that move?
Yeah, that's a nice multi-purpose move against Sahil. That's the talk of the day apparently. So if White, if Black is not careful, White has ideas like pawn to f4 suddenly, Sahil, because you can't take with the e pawn because the queen goes in and it's almost checkmate for Black.
Let's say a5, then f4 is
Yeah.
very effective because ef4, I can even just take an exchange, and somehow in the end game, as we saw here better, you also have queen e8 check, which feels very, very scary because the f8 square is controlled, Rakesh.
True, and so Queen E1's idea is that so the best way to stop f4 is to plant something on f4 yourself by pushing knight f4 side.
Yeah, and of course not the pawn, because in this case you can see how knight e4 controlling that square similar to the momental game might be very effective. So you push knight to f4, preparing rook h6 ideas, rook g6 idea, knight g2 ideas, Rakesh, who knows, knight h3. So many options to think about for both players. In fact, on knight f4, there's only one move for White to even play the game, and that is pawn to f3. And then question for the chat: should Black just exchange queens, Rakesh? What do you think? Chat, let us know, yes or no.
I mean, if I'm Black, I would not, because you don't want to trade queens when you're a pawn down,
Yeah,
and especially once I have like all these attacking options with queen g5, rook g6, rook h6, so many ideas. The white king is in some danger. It's the last thought in my mind to trade queen.
yeah, you do not want to exchange when you're attacking, because queen is the most dangerous piece against your opponent's king. I was even wondering if there are some tactics, I don't know, some checks, king h3 and rook h6, but unfortunately doesn't seem to work. So we'll have a look. As we can see, the bishop, of course, pointed here, rook coming to h6. So a lot of possibilities. As of now, f3 could be the move, and Rakesh, then maybe play queen h5. Yeah, you kind of maintain that pressure, and with the rook coming to g6 next.
Yeah, I fully agree, and it looks like it's very tough. Let's show Chad what happens if Zoo does not play f3.
If no f3,
Let's say pawn to a4 now.
yeah, and now I think the bar, it took a huge dive. Look at the bar down again, just to kind of point out again. Look at this dive. Wow.
Like a nanosecond that too.
Yeah, and simple chess, rook g6, just threatening rook g2 and queen h2 mate, and there is no defense because the most logical move is actually g3, and now queen to h3, threatening mate in one, and there is simply no defense, Manish.
It's like resignable, like it's game over.
Absolutely. So I think knight f4 would be a deadly move. You also have other options, I think, but knight f4 puts on the maximum pressure. And now f3 only move. And now you simply play queen to h5, maintaining all options. Rook h6 could be a move. Rook g6 could be a move. Knight g2, knight h3, e4, opening the bishop. There are so many options that White will have to take a lot of time to figure everything out. And that's why I think I prefer Vaishali's position here. But she needs to be absolutely precise in her calculations, not waste time first of all, because she will need that later, and also not to make a miscalculation.
Yeah, and it just makes sense. We want to play knight f4 anyway. White's side is to play f4. You just do that. It's a prophylactic multi-purpose move. I feel Vaishali should play knight f4 very, very soon.
Yeah, she's thinking 6-minute deficit there. So let's see what happens. And meanwhile,
Sahil, Conan in the chat is like a very regular visitor throughout there with us. So he's saying Polina and Salome looks draw. So quick look on the board, one game.
yeah,
So h5 and takes,
bishop's a trade-off, yeah.
and I think Conan is right.
Yeah, I
It looks
agree.
pretty drawish.
I
This
agree. But Rakesh, if you had to choose one side, which side would you choose?
black now. My,
Exactly my point, because it feels like the bishop on g7 has more potential. I can simply play on the light squares. I can play queen d7, develop the rooks at some rook c8 also looks very tempting. This bishop is active, but if I had to choose a side, I might still choose black here somehow.
yeah, for sure. Black has the more easier play, and the bishop on d6 is just a paper tiger. And really like black. I would fancy black to even anyway maybe push, not win, but at least probe a little bit because you see rook can't come to the open c file because you will just kick me with bishop at 6 and move rook moves again, and black's rook gets control of the open file. So I would say Polina is out of trouble.
Yeah, and also she is the higher rated player, so we expect her to push for sure in this position. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't really discount the draw, but it is indeed equal. And meanwhile, Rakesh, maybe Harika against Divya should be our next target game.
Yeah.
We saw it till Rook F1, and since then, no moves from Divya. It's been a long while since we kind of had a look, and zero moves. So Divya taking a lot of time, putting a lot of energy into this moment. I think she feels this is a critical moment and she's not able to potentially come up with the best plan. But 31 minutes for Divya now.
But and she's played Queen A7, I think, yeah. Very smart idea to trade queen so that the D6 pawn is under less pressure. Once the queens are traded, Sahil, I agree my pawn on D6 is is kind of weak, but I can get King F8, King E7 to protect the pawn so that one of my rooks are free to play around and do some damage.
I agree. I think once the queens are traded off, just to point this out, let's say takes. I think only black can win this. A4 incoming. I like your plan. The king will stay on E7. And of course, black will expand on the king side as well. Could potentially use these squares now. D4, F4. There is no attack anymore. And I sense Divya would be very, very happy with this position. So I think Queen A7 practically might be a great move, especially because the queen doesn't have a great square. For example, Queen G3, which looks active, it's not really doing much. If the knight was on F5, that would be a different situation because now you've also taken the square away from the knight, Rakesh, and now black can simply play Queen C5, now threaten A4 slowly, and she might be on the queen side as well. And still, you cannot move this knight because knight D4, knight F4 is very scary. So I would say I prefer Divya's position, Rakesh.
I agree, Sahil. It's like whenever we have these discussions, I always think if it was a blitz game, which side would I prefer? It's not like I don't want to think and play, but it's like when I have the least amount of time, the easiest moves that are coming to me that would come in a blitz game is with the black pieces. And I would not rate Divya's chances to win this position very high, but the easier moves are for the black pieces.
For example, just to point out, the best move for white is Rook FD1. That itself tells you that, allowing these double pawns, if that's your best move, then clearly, of course, your task is a bit more difficult. So let's see what happens. Rook FD1 could be played, and in that case, maybe Divya might have to again move the queen back to the defense of this D6 pawn. So very interesting as of now. Divya, less time on the clock. Harika right now thinking maybe this is the perfect time to go to the Humpy game again, where Munguntul has 20 minutes. And after queen to F5, knight to E2 played by Munguntul, controlling that D4 square, but the knight was defending the knight on E4, Rakesh. And now whenever this knight moves, it's going to create havoc. And now maybe just G5, your idea, threatening G4. Where is this queen going to go?
That queen trapped? Like B3 or C3, like come on, but Sahil, it's just disappointing to be wide in this position.
Yeah, this is like a attack you face. I mean, this is very, very difficult actually to play. So simple now. Black has found all the best moves, and now she's just kind of play. She can play this in bullet chess.
Yeah, and it looks so bad for white. Sahil, I don't even know where things went wrong.
Yeah, I think it was the point when she played Queen F3, Rakesh, going for that attack. Maybe this was her prep. She didn't expect maybe Humpy to know this line, but Humpy knew it pretty well and she played it flawlessly. And, the current position just tells you, you have to be sure about your preparation. And just to point out, accuracy-wise, White's accuracy is 85.3. So not a happy day for Moeen today. And Black's accuracy is a precise 98.7. So absolutely no mistakes there.
Yeah, and Sally, in fact, it would be nice to, hear from Humpy herself about her thoughts and her prep once she wins. So if we could get her in the studio after the win, that would be nice. And, Sahil, preparation proves so vital because 15 moves in, you are practically winning with the black pieces in a women's Grand Prix. I mean, things can't get better prep-wise for Humpy in
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah, and also point out she plays Zuzina tomorrow. Then she plays Alina, who's not in great form, Rakesh. So that could be another chance to get a victory there. And then she also plays Nurgul. So she has, three very strong players lined up, but she also has the potential to get a streak of victories there. So very interesting. Let's see what happens in this game. And meanwhile, which game shall we jump to now?
I think there was an update in Kashlinskaya's game with she did not go for your Bishop H7 idea. Very tough,
Yeah.
understandably so, but that would have been, a moment to cherish for life.
But you know what? Apparently, after that trade, knight a4, as we can see with the blue arrow, a great feature on chess.com. That's the only move for black to push here. And, black plays the logical move, bishop f6. Getting her king a bit safe because now the bishop can go to g7 in case of any attack. It also points towards the queen side where the white king lies. But apparently, that is a bit slow. And now the position is again equal.
Sahil, why it was the only move is because knight coming to a4, you think that's a mistake, you lose the important central pawn, but queen takes d5 is a howler because queen b6 and the checkmate in one move on b2, you have to play pawn to b3 or b4 and the position is completely over. Knight c3 check incoming, you lose the queen, you lose the game, you go back home. That is why Queen d5 was a blunder. I think Salimova missed Queen d6.
Yeah, it is possible. I think knight a4, not a very normal pattern because you kind of feel white is very solid. But I think, yeah, bishop f6 also feels like a human move. But Rakesh, now Alina has to be precise because if let's say she plays pawn to h4, yeah, this is a normal move. Knight a4 is again possible. So maybe, Nurul missed it once, but she might not miss it again. That might be her idea. Knight a4 anyway, because her bishop is placed perfectly for that.
Yeah, true, and it is important for Kashlinskaya to play, rook e1 in this position to maintain equality.
And the idea is if knight a4 now, I can distract your queen and you no longer have queen to b6 and I can simply play queen d5 and also control the b5 square. So there is no way for the black queen to get to the b file in time. And now white is even better. So there is potential for both players in this position. And black did play pawn to g5, but in any sort of, later on when white's king is safer, then that might be a problem as well. So as of now, anybody's game, both players have the equal amount of time as well, Rakesh. So I predict the result, but I don't know who wins.
Likewise, I think. Result for sure, opposite side castlings always give us that. But I would say still, Salimova would be 60-40 in my books. What would you predict?
I would also go with that. 60-40 sounds pretty fair. And maybe it's time to also check out the game of Harika against Divya again, because she did find rook f d1. That's a great move. And you don't often allow doubling up of your pawns like this, but this would definitely mean you are going to lose this pawn and then you have to defend for a while. So Divya sees that and puts the queen on c7. And Rakesh, this is a subtle draw for her, because if white plays rook f1, queen a7, we are going to see repetition on the board. And can we have the Harika Divya game camera? I think this will be very interesting if Harika does play rook f1. Rakesh, yes or no? Does Harika repeat?
I think she does. She's already done it twice. So,
wow, they have repeated once, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, so rook f1 is a draw already.
Correct.
Oh,
in fact, the game, it has repeated thrice.
Oh, shit. Wait, so why are they not claiming it yet?
I mean, they both are fighting, but it has repeated
Oh, they have already repeated. So this was the position, chat, 92, right? So this happens for the first time. Now 96. Yeah, this happened for the first time. This is the first time position.
Yeah.
Now they move around with the rook. Second time.
Yeah.
And now third time, and neither player has kind of claimed it. That's very interesting. Go full screen for a second.
Wait, is this like just the fighting spirit of the player, Sahil, or do you think somebody has missed the draw claim?
No, I think this is the fighting spirit. Both players hoping that the other decides to change their decision and they get the edge. Because of course, if Divya takes on E3, then Harika gets a pawn.
Yeah.
And if Harika doesn't play Rook F1, then Divya potentially might start playing A4 and the queen side. So a critical moment, both players, nobody, kind of claiming the draw. Maybe there's some psychological play at hand.
Yeah, and as we can see, the position has repeated thrice. The arbiters can step in if there is a repetition for 5 times. So arbiters won't step in unless it's absolutely necessary. They are also appreciative of the fact that players are fighting it out. But more often than not, if it has happened thrice, I predict we'll see a repetition.
But Rakesh, I'm going to ask you a question. Okay, so you repeated the position thrice, right?
Yeah.
Both players kind of know that's the most likely result. If you reject the draw now, right, it will play on the mind of both players then. Because one side had to take that decision to refuse the draw. So they will have to write, I refuse the draw. Now I have to prove a victory here.
Correct.
And the person who has repeated thrice is wondering, should I have claimed it? Did I make a mistake by not claiming it? And it really messes up the psyche of both players to some extent. So if you're the mentally stronger player, maybe there is some sense to playing on here because this is difficult.
Yeah, and Harika looking at the side, not very excited, but Sahil, this is psychological warfare. You're really playing with the opponent's mind if you push on. But you have to take a risk, a big risk at that if you are continuing to play something else than Rook F1, and I don't see an easy second move, right? Like what the players are playing are the best moves here, Sahil.
Yeah, true. And I think your idea F4 could be a close second move, but that is hugely committal and really, White has to be absolutely sure before even touching that F-pawn. So we know how dangerous the position can get for White if Black manages this trade. So Harika, from her angle, I think repeating might make sense. And from Divya's angle, I think she's kind of stuck, right? Because the D6 pawn is just weak. She lacks that one tempo to trade off queens and then try to push in the endgame. So that would be a fair result. Let us know, chat.
And she's playing Rook F1, Sahil.
She has repeated moves. So will Divya now claim a draw? Will she also play on? Very interesting.
Oh my god, both players know it's a draw. It is repeat. It might, if Divya plays Queen A7, it will be the 4th time that the players have done that. And after that, I think arbiters will be like, guys, one more time, and then we are stepping in.
Arbiters will take one step forward for each move there towards the board. Now Harika gets up, and now the pressure's on Divya. Do you want to push? And Rakesh, honestly, she can. She can. Apparently, even according to the bar, there are moves. King H8 could be the way to push, just to kind of put the king on the corner and potentially expand on the king side later. She can also play Queen E7. I think, but the thing is, what's the next plan here? So I think maybe a draw would be fair enough. And Divya, of course, by the way, not to forget, in second place. So draw with the black pieces does not sound too bad. And in the next 3 games, she plays Munguntun, who will guarantee her a result either way. Then she plays Zhu Jina. So she will directly get a chance to beat the leader, but she will have the black pieces there. And she also plays Alina, so she knows she has a chance to beat Alina with the white pieces who's not been in great form. So a draw would not be so bad.
Absolutely, silent. You take a draw in this, then in the last 3 games, she has a chance to score 2 wins with the white pieces against weaker opponents, and maybe, win or at least have a draw against the leader Zhu Jina. So 2.5 out of 3 in the last 3 games. Sounds good. I think if you are in Divya's position, you are also thinking that at the back of your mind. You're trying to figure out the best move in the position for sure. But a draw, not such a bad result for Divya here.
Rakesh, do you think this is the moment when you go and check Zhu Jina's game? It feels like she heard a commentary. I was like, these guys don't know stuff. Why you guys Yeah, but do you think this is the moment when some players would go and check like Zuzina's game? Okay, is she winning? Like if she's winning, then maybe I have to push. But if she's drawing or losing, then maybe a draw is good enough.
I think it is possible, and players have an idea, but you could see that Zoo was struggling against Vaishali in that game, and Vaishali didn't play the best for knight f4. But if it's your move, it's not good ethics to get up from your chair, especially when you're sitting. So I feel she has to take a decision, Sahil, like either you accept the draw or you have to start pushing.
I mean, if she doesn't want to get up, she can repeat, and maybe Harika will anyway not claim it. So, I mean, that's sort of problem. And by the way, just keep the different board just to show after Queen E1, Queen H6 was played by Vaishali. Keeping the same camera, by the way, I still feel that Black is potentially better there. So we will come back to that game soon. And going back to the Harika Divya board, I think we are likely to get a result. We have repeated the position thrice, and it's all about one player claiming a draw now or making a different move.
So, Sahil, I'll ask you this. Which player will claim the draw?
See, once you don't claim it on the third chance, right? So that's a difficult choice because now I think maybe we just see the arbiter claiming because likely you repeat it at the third glance. So I would say either Divya claims now or we have the arbiter coming. There's no other option.
Yeah. And I don't know if as white you think that it's not possible to improve your position, you should claim a draw. And even as black, doesn't matter. So.
And to be honest, I see more plans for black here. There is that f4 plan, Rakesh. But somehow I like that, there's a good bishop on f7, a4 plans, king h8 and expanding the king side, the knight d4, knight f4 ideas. So if I have to choose a side, I might just choose the black pieces. And I'm pretty sure both players understand that. And that d6 pawn is the only thing that gives white some level of equality. So from where I sit, I think Divya probably has the slightly better practical book.
But she doesn't look happy for some reason. You could see her, face there. She's not very happy. Maybe she thinks she has a few chances, but she will have to take some risks, Sahil.
Rakesh, I think we should miss that rook f1 idea or underestimated that move to some extent because that is potential. That is a potential miss because it's not a normal move, right? You allow doubling of your pawns, and if she missed that move, that would definitely justify her expressions. And the point here is, Rakesh and Chad, that she has all the time in the world. She can at any point stop the clock, call the arbiter and tell, okay, I'm going to play Queen E7 and this would be a repetition. So she can take her time to figure this stuff out.
She can do it also when she has 1 second left.
Yeah, because it's already been repeated. So there is no stress whatsoever. And I guess it happens, right? So sometimes you have a draw in hand and you might even know you're slightly better, but you're not that confident about your position. Your intuition tells you should push, but you're not so sure. Then sometimes you let your clock run so that you can convince yourself better that, okay, now I have more time also to push this. So let's just kind of, I have done this multiple times.
Yeah, and that is the only reason you are a time travel addict, Sahil. We have an amazing scene, out of the blue. What an amazing piece of production here by our wonderful producer. We see 3 cams, the chessboard, and our sponsors.
Yeah, I think he clearly doesn't love us. There's no commentator camera there, but just kidding, of course. As of now, we can see the players from all 3 angles. We can see if Harika has a seat, we can see her expressions, we can see Divya's expressions, and we can also see the board. So amazing production there.
But yeah, and I think Sahil, you mentioned about convincing yourself. I think she's in that situation right now.
Yeah, she's trying to convince herself that, okay, draw is okay, and maybe I missed one move somewhere. And to be honest, the position is still equal. Yeah, Harika has smartly put the knight on e2, and it controls all of those active squares. And to push here, maybe Divya will have to take a risk. Does she want to do that against Harika with the black pieces? I think that's a decision she has to make. And if she wants to play on, she should do that right now because there's no point wasting time.
Yeah, you don't want to come under 10 minutes and then not make the draw.
Yeah, that'd be really, really sad. And by the way, as she takes just one look at the Humpy game, because stakes have risen dramatically, knight e2 and g5 was played. by Humpy, and here apparently knight to g3 was the best move, using this pawn pin, removing the queen. But she plays pawn to g4, and Rakesh, it might attack the queen for a move, might look cool for a move, but h5 and other attacks are coming anyways. And I mean, what does white even do? If you play pawn to d3, for example, h5, let's open the king side, and white cannot.
D3 played, by the way.
Oh, d3 play, so h5, this is over, I feel.
This is completely over, Sahil. And while we analyze this game, just a request to the producer to let us know if Divya's game finishes. But Sahil, G4, G5, we saw this in Alina versus Salimova also. But that was completely different. Both players have chances. In this, what would you rate Humpy's winning chances here?
100%, I would say. With the time that she has, 18 versus Mugutul, if they both played 100 games from this position, she wins 100 games from here. I mean, the moves are so logical. H5, you could have 30 seconds on the clock and still win this as black. You mean, it's so logical. H5, what do you do? If you play H3, for example, I can take and put the queen here and it's over. If you for example, take on H5, rook takes H5, very important, not taking with the queen and trading queens off, moving the bishop, doubling up. I mean, this is, or G4 is incoming. I mean, I'm missing moves at this point. It's so easy to win this. I think Muguntu will also realize this is completely over. By the way, going back to the Divya game, because Harika is sitting on the board, and Queen A7 played, so no claiming of draws there. And now we have repeated the position 4 times, chat. So very rare this happens. So this was the position. Imagine this position, yeah? Rook F1 now, Queen A7, Rook D1, Queen C7. So we have repeated once. Now Rook F1, Queen A7, Rook D1, repeated thrice. And now Rook F1, Queen A7. So Rook D1 and Queen C7 repetition. What, 4, 5 times? I don't know.
5th time. And I think this is just kind of bizarre. I've never seen this style.
Actually, I have seen this, but not
maybe in your games.
Yeah, in my games I've seen this.
At the top level where it's so, and in fact Divya played her move and got her from her chair and left. So there's like no time where the players can communicate. You normally, when in our level, our games, we do that eyebrow or that shrug to the opponent without saying anything, and it's kind of like, yeah, bro, draw.
Yeah. So chat, question for you. Will the arbiter step in at some moment, or do you think one player will come and draw? Will one player push on, Rakesh?
Yeah, that is very unlikely, because we see Harika play and Rook D1 played. Let's stick to this game. I think we will see a draw, at which Divya just giving a look there.
I think now Divya will play Queen 7 and they will look at each other and they will just agree to.
Can we go full screen, please? Can we go full screen with the main angle? Because
I think she's about to play Queen C7 and it will be a draw. Harika, of course, still kind of calculating. But I think this is a draw. And
but you saw Sahil, Divya took like 7 seconds staring at her score sheet, and Harika again gets up. Oh my god, what is happening?
I don't know if Divya she's even smiling, I think, a little bit there. So very, very interesting. And if she plays on here, that would be hilarious actually to watch. Like, I would love to see this game if she just plays on somehow. She's kind of smiling there. Like, we've repeated moves 5 times now almost. I think 4 times is done, just to kind of show you, chat, again. This was the position once. Now here twice. Here is thrice. And here is 4 times. So coincidentally 4 times repetition.
I mean, Sahil, what's happening here? I mean, 2 players of the gold medal winning team from India. Actually, it's just strange.
I would.
Saw that look.
She shook her head. By the way, would love to get Divya, if possible, and ask her about this. That would be amazing. What was going through your mind? But as of now, we can see Divya calculating what to do.
She's smiling. She knows, something's up.
Yeah.
You look at Divya. I mean, she knows it's a draw. She might claim the draw. She might just play the move and let the arbiter come in.
The best thing to do here would be, from at least a spectator point of view, would be to play on with something else. That would be amazing to play like Queen E7 or something, just to kind of continue the game. It would really just change the vibe of the entire game, and somehow the stakes would be very high because after repeating 4 times, Rakesh, the game goes on. That's super rare.
That is very rare. And Divya is she thinking what she could have done better, or is she calculating something new, Sahil?
I don't think she's calculating at this point. Yeah, she has seen all of it. Let's see what happens. And that's the funny part. We always see only one player sitting, so there's this resistance to kind of offer a draw as well.
There's no time. There's no contact between the players.
Yeah, we do see one player trying to maintain eye contact, and the other doesn't maintain it, and it's just
Both of them are not at the board at the same time, so it's really strange. And I mean, Divya is at least smiling or being a little expressive. Harika, not at all. I mean, she's locked in. She's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's So have you seen anything like this? I mean, I'm just perplexed at this.
I might have seen it again. I think not at a top level though. I think if she plays on, do you think?
That would be a bold statement, sir.
But it doesn't look like though she's in that zone.
Yeah, you don't want to be like in time pressure also, right? Like,
yeah, she has 21 minutes. So if she wants to play on, she has to do it quickly. She can do it. Like there are options there. She will not be worse if she avoids the repetition, and either side won't actually. But I think a draw would be a fair result for both players. But I think from Harika's perspective, Rakesh, I think her chances to win the event would go down drastically because she will go to 3 points, and at least we can expect one player to be on 4.5. So 1.5 points behind with 3 rounds to go. I think her chances to finish first would definitely be very.
Yeah, that's true. And, she was the bronze medalist at the last Grand Prix. So definitely has some Grand Prix points and maybe an outside chance. But I think she's playing the position. She's not too worried about the standings and so on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chad, while keeping the same, can we have the board as well somewhere if it's possible? But meanwhile, just me after all the games, Seloma against Polina seems to be still equal. Harika, Divya, of course, it's equal for as you can see. Humpy completely winning. H5 has been played in that game. Zhu is apparently slightly better against Vaishali. So as soon as we have this result, we're going to jump to that game quickly. Vaishali has 12 minutes. 12 minutes for Vaishali. So that game is sharpening up. And Alina Kashniskaya is again worse. So the stakes are rising, Rakesh, and 4 results might even be possible.
Yeah, and you see Divya thinking there, how do I or when do I offer a draw? Because position is repeated 4 times, Sahil.
Now there'll be no offering of draws. They are going to repeat 5 times and the arbiter will step in. I think, it's time to go home.
Like, girls, come on, let's finish this.
So yeah, we can see Divya there sitting, but 19 minutes now. Now you have to go for the repetition. You don't want to be under time pressure.
Yeah, because if you take it too far, and what if Harika changes the move? Then you have to defend with less time.
I've done this, Rakesh, once. So what I did was I had repeated moves against a lower rated player 4 times. And then I had 19 minutes, my opponent had 20 minutes. I thought for 17 minutes, thought in quotes, hoping he would not repeat the 5th time because I'm giving myself a time disadvantage. Yeah. He still repeated. I was really hoping he kind of plays on. So I have tried that once. So, but I don't expect Divya, right? I mean, here the ratings are pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, also the levels. Like you said, you're playing a lower rated, and was that like 1300 versus 1100 or something, Sahil?
No, I think Fede increased the ratings, right? He starts in 1400, Rakesh. But
yeah, she stops the clock. She is claiming, Sahil.
She is going to claim a draw. I think she saw the clock, realized that, not claiming could give a chance to Harika to kind of play on. I think a very practically a decent decision, I think. And finally, after repeating 4 times, the game will end in a draw.
And yep, we see handshakes, both players agreeing that this was a draw. Correctly done by Divya, pausing the clock, writing down the move on the score sheet, and then there you go. The first result, a rare 4-time repetition, but officially, Sahil, Harika versus Divya has ended in a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, and we should quickly jump to the Vaishali game and then quickly to the Hampi
And
game.
we see players analyzing. Or
No, I think we're setting up the kings
setting up
there.
the board.
So first of all, quickly, that's the first result. I think that puts Divya in the first place right now, tied with Zujina. So let's go to Zujina's game and let's see what's happening there. I think Queen at 6 is the last move we saw. Queen E1 was the try. Queen at 6, F3, bringing the queen to the game. Bishop E6 was the slide terror because now White plays Bishop D6, Rakesh, exchanging that attacking piece. Bishop takes, knight takes, Bishop D5, knight C4, and White seems to be slightly better.
Yeah, and it looks like Vaishali had things under control if she had played knight f4.
Yeah,
But now after knight c4, it looks like White is back in the game.
and so Vaishali, 10 minutes on the clock, by the way, and also Hampi. H5 played by Hampi, A3 played, kicking the knight. Knight comes to D5, and now pawn to B4. Pawn to B4. I think this game is about to be over soon as well.
Yeah, and another game. There's pawn to b4, h into g4 incoming there for black, and looks very, very tough. As we see, Hampi think we'll head, looks really over for Mugundul, because black wants to open up some files on the h file at g4 incoming. Even if White plays pawn to h3, you still capture the pawn, and looks very, very tough.
So Rakesh, what's the best defensive try for White here? What is the best potential move White can do to delay the game?
You tell me.
I don't know, Rakesh. I think for me, I think it's pretty much over. So probably, I don't even know. B4 played, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe some idea to develop the bishop somehow. In fact, at this position, White is simply playing on the, just by pure inertia, because 16 minutes left on the clock and 19 moves played. That means 21 minutes. 21 moves have to be played. It's more than one move a minute.
And 99 accuracy by Hampi.
Oh my God.
And I would say the time situation, the accuracy, the momentum, this should be over. I think King B8 feels like a very logical move to me, because after h takes g4, Queen g4 is checked. So I want to take on g4, open the h5, but I avoid that check on g4. So I love that. I think that could be one idea. Also, Bishop e7, yeah, connecting rooks. White is not really threatening much, because even if you play b5, yeah, you're blocking your own bishop as White, and I can just move my knight to d4 and just attack your queen, and that opens up my bishop towards your queen. So do you really want to do that?
No, I really don't want to play this position as White. It's really, really tough. And, b4 White is threatening maybe to push the pawn or get the bishop out in this on this diagonal to control the d4 square. But I think if you're up, you just are already starting to calculate pawn takes pawn, or just king goes to the side to avoid that queen g4 with a check. So looks very, very tough for Mugundul here. Hampi is actually spoiled for choice here, with all options looking really, really, really good for her. And yeah, with that we have we have a very special guest. Divya is here with us with the first result of the day. So Divya, how was the game today?
I think the opening went well in my opinion. I think I managed to get quite a position, but I'm not sure if taking a draw was the right decision.
And
I wanted to push.
Mhm. Yeah. So just if you could we have the board up as well. So started off with the English, we switched to the transpose to the Sicilian. So till where was your prep?
I didn't expect e4, so I checked it like extremely briefly. She placed 10 different openings on
Yeah,
openings. So didn't expect this, and I just knew the setup that I had to go for.
Mhm.
And yeah, okay, just now stuff. I was just developing. Then at some point, I wanted to rearrange my pieces, but then I on d4 with the close. So good. And actually, I was always worried about some f4.
Yeah, 4 break.
Yeah, even here, I think I was considering f4, knight e6, knight e2. Like this f4, I was not liking at all.
Mhm.
And I thought that I could go for like c5, f5, c5, f5, knight d4, knight c3, and I was not sure how to push here further. And then also she was getting g4, g5. So the last position quite confused me.
Mhm.
I felt like I should be better, but I was not sure how. Am I better?
No, it is slightly better, like 0.3 for you. Around, yeah.
I was calculating c5 so much.
So I think rook b8 was an option, bishop h5 was an option.
So I thought she'll just give like play knight g3 and go back.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
that's
I
why
didn't see
rook
the
f1
point.
was nice.
Does c5 work?
Yeah. Like it's only you who can push.
Yeah, I was not sure if I should have pushed because I didn't see the continuation for me. I was checking some knight c3, and here I was checking bishop d3, also a4, and I was checking a lot of things for her. And technically I should have pressed. Maybe practically it could have been good, but I was afraid of this f4, f5, and then something on my king. The
Okay.
threat is bigger than the execution.
Yeah, very true. But Divya, apart from the position, was something going on in your mind with regards to your pairings in the later games?
Sorry.
So like your pairings in the later games, if we just showed you have like 2 games with the white pieces with players who are relatively low rated or not in form. Was that playing on in your mind?
No.
Just for the position. So then, just a quick question about the game, because we were seeing on the camera, like you were playing the move, getting up from, then Harika was doing the same. What was really going on? You repeated for 4 times, I think.
Okay, I was not happy with this. After she went rook f1, I was happy with this position, but I was not happy with when my queen was on c7.
Mhm.
So every time I thought that she would claim, she wouldn't claim, and maybe she thought I would claim and I didn't claim. Then we just ended up repeating. She actually looked quite upset. I'm not sure why.
So it was like, and both of you wanted the other person to continue, right?
Yeah, I wanted her to switch. She wanted me to switch, but I think she should be happy with the draw. It doesn't look like a great position for her.
Yeah, and I think rook b8 or something for you is a better chance than her pushing f4.
I saw b8, but my problem there was f4. I don't know, maybe I miscalculated or something.
And overall, would you say you were happy with
I
the draw?
just got low on time, and after that, I didn't want to.
We saw you were smiling, you looked up, then you stopped the clock, and you were like, okay, this is it.
Yeah,
You're claiming.
If
now.
I have 15 minutes to play this position, I would much rather.
And then if she plays f4 suddenly, then you have to play time pressure.
And that's the move that I didn't like. So
Yeah, and yeah, definitely your Olympia teammate with the gold medal. So finally, all in all, good result, and we wish you all the best for the next 3 games. Thank you, Divya. And we'll head off into a very, very short break, and we'll have action because Humpy is very close to winning, and Vaishali might also spring up a surprise. We'll be back very soon.
Welcome back. What a day again. Exciting games. We've already had one results. Even a draw was eventful, Rakesh. 4 times repetition, and we had Divya there in the studio, and she clarified some doubts. They both wanted to play on, but then she had less time and she claimed a draw. But the games go on. And as of now, as we can see, Humpy fighting it out. She seems to have a crushing position right now with the black pieces. And she did play that move king to b8, getting out of any checks. The king is very safe, no open files towards it. And Munguntul, who has 11 minutes to play 21 moves, doesn't feel like she has a great plan here. But again, I think simple chess would be just to take on g4, bishop e7, queen h, or even just queen h7 and pressure h2 heavily. And there's no easy way for white to defend here.
Absolutely, and king b8, the idea was now Humpy wants to capture pawn takes pawn on the right side of the board so that queen takes pawn does not come with check.
Yeah.
So very nice prophylactic move, thinking of the future and acting accordingly. -4 says our Silicon Master. That means Humpy is almost one piece and one pawn up side.
Or even just a rook up almost, Rakesh. Yeah. And now rook h4 attacking the queen again. Imagine the queen goes back, pawn to g4. F3 incoming, simply forking the queen and the knight. I mean, this is like resignable, to be honest. If you look at the position objectively, what can white even do? How do you avoid this fork, Rakesh?
I mean, there is absolutely no way. You can go f3, but take
Rakesh, f3, there's knight e3,
oh my God,
ending the game on the spot.
That's
and if
so.
I mean, queen. I can't imagine that.
Style, I would rather resign with that player move. Like
so, knight c3, I think, is the other option to try and avoid this fork. But then you give control away of the d4 square. So, knight to d4. Oh God, this is just over. I think if Munguntul resigns right now, I would not be surprised. And she has a very, very difficult task at hand. Below 10 minutes now. This likely to be the second result of the day, Rakesh.
Yeah, and the first decisive result, and very importantly, puts Humpy into the sole lead, albeit temporarily.
Yeah, very interesting. We had Zhu Jinner in first place, Humpy and Divya in second place. And once Humpy wins, as of now, because Zhu Jinner's game is still on, Divya and Zhu Jinner are tied in first place. Humpy will go half a point ahead. And then everything depends on Zhu's game, what happens there. So as of now, the game is not over yet. 16 minutes for black, 9 for white. And we saw the same situation in the last game. Moon was under time pressure, position pressure, when she lost to Vaishali. And things have not turned in her favor even in this game. And what a crushing victory with the black pieces, Rakesh.
Absolutely, amazing prep, a great attacking game, crushed her opponent with accuracy of 99.1. Sahil, that's like a dream day at office.
Absolutely. And something, come on guys, this is not TV drama. Let's see some chess. We have some chess for you now, Mr. Niranjit, and you can see there's a devastating attack on the white king. And yeah, I would not expect Humpy to slack down even a little bit. Rakesh, I'm going to predict a result in the next 3 moves.
I think I also agree. And Dr. Shay is saying, Rakesh bhai, voice is muffled. Let's check that if the audio is okay from both sides. And Cherry Blossom says Vaishali will win. So I don't know about Vaishali, but Sahil, you know who's going to win? That is Nurgul Salimova.
Wow.
That game looks almost over, Sahil.
Really? Can we head off to that game? Because that was
so many updates have happened.
Comeback option for Alina, but she got a chance after bishop f6 to come back. Rook e1 played, queen d7, and here she had to find h4, trying to go for the attack, but she played knight d4. This feels like it's going in the wrong direction, trying to defend the pawn, Rakesh. But now rook e1, and rook e8, and somehow the white king feels a bit awkward on c1 now. You can imagine some backrack issues as well. Rook g1. This is looking like it's going down the wrong path. And bishop d4, cd4, queen f5, gobbling up that extra pawn now. h4, f6, simply defending everything. Takes. Oh, this is not good. I mean, after g4, look at the bishop on g3, looking at that pawn. And the e4 square is available. I can imagine some, c3, knight a4, queen e4, rook e4. A lot of possibilities for black.
Yeah, and the problem was Alina was banking on the counterplay on the g file, which has been very smartly blocked by Salimova, and the bishop on h4 isn't really helping. You can't move it forward because there's no threat. You can simply, black can simply play rook e4 and queen f4.
Yeah.
So the whole point is white's counterplay is going nowhere.
And she goes from the G file to the H file, and maybe the idea is queen to H2 next, and that does feel scary at first glance. But maybe black will have an easy defense. For example, Raksha, I'm considering, what if I just play king G7? And if you play queen H2, now I mean, is there a real threat? Because this queen H6 maybe, that is the only threat. But what if I put the king on F7? What's your next move?
Yeah, and she plays it. In fact, she doesn't wait for queen h2, and we have seen some rapid moves there.
Rook h4 played instead. Maybe she wants the queen behind the rook. She puts some slight pressure on the g4 pawn. But I am just waiting for knight a4 and c3 from black. In fact, why not c3 directly? That also feels very tempting. Sacrificing that pawn, opening the c5. But even knight c4 might be a great tempo on the queen. For example, c3 Rakesh, queen c3, rook c8. And look at the pressure on the c2 pawn. Let's say queen d2, knight c4, another tempo. I mean, queen e2, then this just feels like...
e3 is also like deadly. But yeah, I agree. Just so much pressure for black, and it looks very tough for Alina to hold this side.
And she doesn't have much time on the clock, and this tournament is definitely not going in her favor. 1 out of 5 points, 2 draws, 3 losses, and Nurgul seems to be in charge in this game as well. So, Rakesh, if you've had that sort of tournament, right, and Alina, of course, is not like a lower seed here, she's very strong. How can you kind of finish off on a high? Because it really matters for your next event, for example.
Yeah, very true. And it's like maybe sometimes they say stop the bleeding and try to get a few draws in. And you know, Alina was there at the day trip yesterday done by the local organizers here, where they showed some nice sights of Pune. So she's trying to get out of the chess zone, try to get a little bit of fresh air in the city. But unfortunately, things are looking sad for Kashlinskaya.
By the way, rook h4, black still thinking, so maybe it's time to head off to the Humpy game where things are about to end pretty soon. That's exactly what happened. King b8, g takes h5 played by white, and a rook h5 on the board, Rakesh. g4 was incoming as we discussed, so queen g2, but I don't see why not g4 anyways. Maybe just bishop e7, rook h8 also feels very, very strong. And yeah, 7 minutes for white. I think this will be the next result. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this just looks over, like pawn to g4, pawn to f3. And the advantage of for Humpy is it's not that she's just better, but the moves are so easy to play.
Yeah, and you can see that by the time she's taking, she took like 33 seconds for her last move, Rakesh. And if you look at the accuracy, 86.2 for white, 99.1 by black. I mean, any player in the world would be, extremely glad with that accuracy, and that tells you what a high-class game this is.
Absolutely there, and only 7 minutes left for Mungundul for 19 moves. That kind of time pressure is unheard of, Sahil, at the top level.
Yeah, extremely difficult, and it's not like the position promises much. She's of course thinking, how can I put up some resistance here? Because the last thing a winning player needs is resistance at the last moment. It really kind of challenges your mindset there. Even then, I expect Humpy to kind of crash through, but we're trying to come up with the best way to offer some counter attacking chances there. But it looks difficult. 14 minutes for Humpy now. She also going down on the clock, but her position seems to be pretty nice.
Wow. I think just go g4, yeah?
G4 also looks very strong. I think you kind of just keep moving forward. But I also like bishop e7, Rakesh, with a simple threat. Rook h8, rook h2. What's your move? There is no defense, right? I see no defense there, absolutely.
It's like really, like black's moves are so easy.
Yeah. She was about to touch her bishop, I think, and then she pulled her hand back and bishop is on the board. It has been played.
The best move in the position.
And now rook h8 is a huge threat. If white, let's say plays bishop b2, rook d h8, you can pretty much resign. So what is White's last hope? Is there a certain move she can play? Maybe knight c5. Yeah, but opening up the bishop here doesn't feel
That's
very.
great news.
Yeah,
This is great news, Sahil.
yeah, great news for Humpy now. Bishop e7. And imagine, chat, sometimes people say, why do I develop pieces? I need two pieces to checkmate my new opponent who lives, next door. But now you realize, even in this devastating attack, Humpy brings the last piece into the game. How important it is to use every single resource you have. And that's exactly what she's doing. She can play g4, also winning. But she decides the best plan will be to get an inactive piece into the game. Let's get it to h8 and utilize that rook as well.
Yeah, very simple yet powerful chess by Humpy. And what an important win, Sahil, for Humpy, because remember, she has to win the tournament in sole first place to have any chance
Yeah.
of finishing in the top two in the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2025.
Yeah, Modit asking, FIDE channel or Indian channel? LOL. I think it might feel that way because 4 out of 10 players are Indian. So most likely you might see an Indian game on screen.
I think, Sahil, that's the case now all over the chess world.
Yeah, you can see pick any tournament, you'll probably see an Indian favorite there. I think we saw it in the Olympiad. We saw a new world champion in
The
open session.
candidates,
Even
World Rapid
World
Blitz,
Rapid,
Humpy
so-
won. So
I think that's a trend we are seeing now. But as of now, this game does not prove anything on the contrary. So Bishop e7, Mungutul trying to calculate 5 minutes for her. Rakesh, is there a last move she can try, a last trap that she has? What would you play as White here?
very tough question. Like there's no counterplay side, or there even Black's king is safe. It's not like some check, or I can try for, or I can pray for some move that Humpy misses, because even like the top 5 moves are winning for Black.
Yeah.
So
Because I was thinking maybe I have like, knight c5, just that, after takes the b file opens up, but I'm simply not in time. Yeah. I mean, the rook d h8, and you're already crashing through on h2. This is
exactly.
rook b1. I mean, for example, just show you rook b1, rook h2. And why is this move so strong, by the way? Let's take simple queen h2, rook h2, king h2. And usually these two rooks are good enough for the queen. But here the king is not safe. Simple queen h5. The knight is also hanging. Let's say king g2. And let's say king g1. I will not even grab the knight. I can even bring more pieces into the game. I could literally play anything, Rakesh. Even g4. A move like g4 on the board feels very logical and should be winning.
Yeah, pawn to f3 is just checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah, that also looks very strong. Even g4 should be winning. Queen g4 check as well. Lots of moves possible here. So the problem is material is not a problem. The problem is the king's safety, and there seems to be no defense with these pieces kind of absolutely useless as a defensive resource. Fujiner is hard to stop from victory. I agree. Maybe it's time to also have a look at that game because he seems to have a better position now. This is where we left it, right? I think bishop d5. So one bishop was traded off. And now this knight is hanging. So knight c4 back, rook e8, king h1, queen h5, trying to prepare rook h6 maybe. And queen e3 was a mistake from Zujiner. But Vaishali missed the moment. Knight f4 was the only move. She played knight h4 instead, allowing knight d2, solidifying these weak points. And now after rook g6, rook f2 is the only move, but that does guarantee a better position for white. There is still pressure though, Rakesh. I can imagine, lots of tactics in the air. But as of now, Zujiner seems to be in charge. And look at the clock, 4 minutes for Vaishali with 18 moves to play.
That's big time pressure that's coming up, Sahil. And you remember, white can defend everything with rook f2. In case, if it feels a bit too much, Zhu can always chop off the bishop on d5 with knight takes d5.
Yeah, and if you imagine, trying to checkmate on h2 here, I mean, white can just take this bishop, as you said, even chop off the pawn, Rakesh, and there is simply no threat because you will have to move the knight to then checkmate, and now simply knight f1, Rakesh, and the knight is the best defender of the king. The rook moves to give the f1 square to the knight, and to be honest, I don't see an attack here anymore for Vaishali. So Vaishali will need to come up with some very tricky ideas to put pressure here.
Yeah, and if white's defense is so strong, and Vaishali can't keep the attack going. The queen side is just over, and rook f2 played side.
Yeah, Zuziner will not give up, and she keeps coming up with those amazing moves. What a talent, Rakesh, saving that, that game in the last round, coming back from literally a lost position. And again, here wasn't a huge pressure from Vaishali, an attack on the king side, and she plays pawn to f4. And that's a crazy move, Rakesh. Apparently, queen a7 is the only winning move for white. But an obvious one. What else do you play?
Yeah, I think she is going to go for it. And just a quick variation of amazing queen takes pawn, where Shali's idea is to go knight f5.
Yeah.
And let's say you play even a move like knight takes d5 is almost closing it, because queen takes h2 or knight g3
Knight g3 check,
first is even
king
better.
g1, queen h2 check, a queen sacrifice. That's Vaishali's plan. King h2, rook h6, king g1, and rook h1. A brilliant mate. Rakesh, that's such a puzzle rush moment, but will white fall for it? Very unlikely.
Very unlikely, but that is where you have to be solving those puzzle rushes. And f4 queen a7 is pretty normal, Sahil. Knight, let's show it out.
Yeah.
Knight f5, the knight g3 check is a huge threat. And
Yeah.
normally, we play this waiting moves, or we say pass or a4 moves, but this time white is actually capturing a piece.
Yeah.
So white has to be very careful and play something like a move like, I think, king g1 here.
Yeah, king g1 possible, even knight f1. I like that. Also,
Yeah, knight f1 is
e3 square, Rakesh, knight f1, very, very safe. Knight is the best defender of the king, and it can prove that fact again. So, still some level of attack here, Rakesh. But first of all, white has to grab the pawn on a7. If you play queen c5, for example, knight f5, and you can see how white did not get the pawn, and still there's some level of attack. So, the fact that this position is equal tells me Vaishali still has some venom in this position, but she has limited time. We'll come back to this soon. Meanwhile, is there an update? There is an update in the Alina Drugel game, because white has somehow struck back a little bit, Rakesh. Rook h4, knight c8 played, the knight potentially coming to this brilliant e4 square, queen h2, and now knight e7. She did not move forward with her plan. She was worried about this check, but it was not a point to worry, because king e6, and if any check, there would be knight to e4 blocking everything. So, yeah, I think maybe white has another chance here.
Yeah, I think so. And maybe Nurgul under 9 minutes, Sahil.
Yeah.
That's what maybe caused the little inaccuracy there. But this game can go to the. Can I go to the Humpies game quickly, because we have a move c4 there.
Yeah, so c4 attacking the knight, Rakesh. I mean, I can move the knight if I want to, like knight
But why?
d6. Yeah, gaining a tempo, but I think rook dh8 would just be the cherry on top. And 2 minutes 57 seconds for white, and Humpy is
She
not.
plays it.
She plays it. Rook dh8 played brilliant move.
f3 immediately on the board.
Oh wow, but I think rook h2, the idea is to stop that attack on the knight, right? So rook h2, queen h2, rook h2, king h2, there is no attack on the knight here. The knight is now safe, but king, let's say g2, g4, Rakesh, and this is completely winning. I mean, you might grab the knight here, but queen h3 check, king takes, and g takes f3, and this is where I think white probably has to resign. So, and Rukesh was a brilliancy, by the way, from Humpy.
Wow. Just shows she's in great. And Sahil, I mean, I have normally always seen the accuracy of a player fall down, but the chess.com cap score has increased from 99% to 99.2
Wow.
now.
Wow. I mean, she's just not giving us, like, she's playing flawless chess. I mean, what a game here.
Not a glimmer of hope for Mungundul. And, I think with every move, Humpy's position is getting, more winning. And I don't see this game surviving more than 5 moves.
Rakesh would love to know what Humpy's live rating is, because she must be gaining a few points in this tournament, and today will also be one of those days. And as of now, f3, the defensive try, but also weakens the e3 square for the knight. So knight e3 is also possible at the right moment. And yeah, this should be.
Yeah, Humpy gaining about 5 points so far. It should be getting 2-3 points more in this game. But yeah, it's more than the points. It's the Grand Prix points that
Yeah.
Humpy is looking out for.
She'll be world number 5, Rakesh, after this game. You like it?
Yeah, he'll overtake the challenger of the Women's World Championship, Tan Zhong Yi.
Yeah. And I think she has probably calculated till the very end until she has a decisive, I mean, she already has a decisive, but I think material wise, and she is taking that final thought, final line, final calculation on how to finish white off in the best way. Rakesh, would you kind of take on H2? Would you just play queen H7, let's say, trying to pressure H2? I would just take on H2. It just feels so natural to open the king up. It's just the smoothest. What would you do?
I mean, I would just play Queen H6. I'll play Rook H2 and is absolutely forced.
That's nice. Rook F2, then Knight E3.
Yeah, and
Wow.
your position is extremely bad because after Bishop E3,
Wow.
pawn takes. The computer is suggesting Rook A to F1, like giving up a rook.
That is so beautiful, by the way. And look at this. Yeah, you play Queen S6 to finish the game on the spot. White's only defense is Rook F2.
Yeah.
And now Knight E3 attacking the Queen. The Queen has no squares. If it goes to H1, then G4, and you are lost. So you have to take, but the Rook is trapped on F2. That would be such a beautiful finish, Rakesh.
Yeah, and if we just continue with White's best engine move, that is bringing the other rook. I mean, as black, you don't even need to capture the rook because it's trapped.
Yeah. Wow. What a game. But I think we will not see this. White will have resigned by now, very likely.
Yeah.
So pawn to F3, and we are waiting for the final blow from Humpy to seal the game, and a game which has just been splendid to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And good news in the Vaishali game, if you are a Vaishali fan and a tournament standings perspective, Zhu did not play Queen takes A7. Maybe Sahil, she was scared of those Knight G3 tactics.
That is a huge update because after this, King G1 played, and Rakesh, the best move here is Queen to H3. Wow, setting up some traps. The idea is after Queen H3, if White just passes a move, it's over.
Uh-oh.
And G2 is falling apart, and now Zhu Jinner under pressure here.
Sahil, what are the chances we see Queen H3 by Vaishali with only 3 minutes left?
Oh, that's the difficult part there. 3 minutes with more time. I think Zhu Jinner would take on A7 and Vishali would find PC second. So let's see what happens here. Is there some other plan here? Potentially 93 anyways. Looks also decent, right? You want to pressure G2, and that's very, very logical, Rakesh.
Yeah, that's also super strong. But I like Queen H3, keeping my idea of Knight E3 hidden
Yeah.
in a way.
And very important, Rook H6 looks very deadly, but there is Knight to F1. That's the problem. That's the main idea for White to defend everything. And you might play Knight E3, hoping that, I will take here. But White will instead take on D5, and somehow you can imagine some checks here. So this looks difficult. I would say both players under huge pressure. But going back to the Humpy game, we've had a few moves there. Rook H2 has been played. Queen H2, Rook H2, King H2, and now we're going to see, I think, G4 or Queen H5 check, and both of those moves completely crushing. So, Humpy about to win another game, and what a tournament it's been for her.
Yeah, absolutely flawless game this one, and a nice third win, I think, and 3 draws
Yeah.
for Humpy.
And Rakesh, tomorrow she plays Zhu Jinner with the white pieces.
She plays Queen H5. Let's go.
This tournament is heating up. Perfect drama. Queen H5 check played. We might just see resignation from White here, regardless of where the king goes. G4 is incoming, and White's pieces on the queen side cannot really lend a hand. And this should be only 2 knights kind of offering some support, but it's simply not enough against the queen.
Yeah, this looks completely over, Sahil.
Yeah.
I would still expect White to play maybe a couple of moves before resigning.
I mean, yeah, I think once you see G4, I think then you pretty much realize it. So I think you will play King G2 probably. Shah, by the way, do you like the stream? I think this has been a spectacular day, spectacular games, lots of drama on and off the board, and King G2, King G1, Rakesh, where did the king go?
I think King G2, you just maybe have that Rook H1 chance.
That's a nice idea. So King G2 and G4, Rook H1 attacking the queen, but there is G
King
takes
G1 played.
F3 check.
Yeah. King, sure. King
Yeah,
G1
King
played.
G1 played, and doesn't matter. I think G4, anyways, should be pretty awesome. And very importantly, also the F4 pawn is defended, so there is no, like random sacrifice. Black can even just take the knight, and there's nothing there.
You know, taking a lesson from his history, Bobby Fischer used to call this rook on a1 and bishop on c1 on their birth squares as the losing structure. And this is where, if you do not develop your pieces, you might lose the game very, very quickly. And that is what happened with White. She focused on a lot of queen moves and opening moves, threatening mate in one on the eighth move was Mugundul. But now we can see that's the reason. So you need to develop your pieces, chat.
Yeah, that's the thing. No, I think it was definitely preparation from her, which backfired. And Humpy just kind of played flawless. Just, 99 accuracy, it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And King G1, about 5 minutes, but I think a very comfortable 5 minutes there. I wouldn't be worried at all.
Yeah. And G4, by the way, if you do take the knight, we've seen this before, but simply G takes F3. The knight is now hanging, has no squares. You can pick up another knight here. F takes E2, and you can see how this is turned. You can take this one as well, but yeah. You might even have this on the board, who knows? Yeah, Humpy going to the lines again, making sure there is no chance for her opponent to create any counterplay or even drag the game. She wants to finish it off right now.
And let's quickly go to the Vaishali game, please, because only 15 seconds left.
King G1.
And she has blundered, Sahil. No.
What? She blundered the game in one move. That is how did she miss 95? She thinks there is 91. I
Give
think.
the Vaishali camera, please.
Oh, that is. Oh, she blunders for the second time in this tournament. What's the idea? And Sujina grabs the piece in 1 second. What an upset.
Vaishali captures the rook, but Sahil, knight into F4. And she
What? White also blunders. What's happening here? Oh my god, knight F4 was winning on the spot from White.
Oh my god. She had 9 minutes. The tournament leader could have gotten a bigger lead, but she misses it.
Chat, look at this. This was the position, right? Black is equal after rook h6. It's roughly balanced. Knight c2 was a huge blunder. White finds the best move, brilliancy. Knight takes d5, sacrificing the rook. Vaishali takes it, and now knight takes f4. The pawn is pinned because the queen is high. Queen. If you take this, then queen takes h5, loses the queen. You cannot take this. Queen has to move, and now you take on g6, queen g6, and of course this knight
and she blunders again. Vaishali, no. Knight e7, king h8 was the only move. She captures, rook takes knight. Queen comes in, mate in one threatened.
This is blunder after blunder. Knight e7. White misses that. She had a golden opportunity with king h8. Knight g6 check, queen g6, and the game would have gone on. But she plays rook takes e7. That's a blunder again. Queen e7, h6 played by Rakesh. Now rook e2 just seals the deal, I feel. After rook e2, if you play knight to c2, there is rook takes e5. And what does the queen do here, Rakesh?
That's very tough. And Sahil, if you just go back one move, rook e2, it looks like you have a free pawn on knight takes d3, but queen d8 check and you capture the knight. And that is curtains for Vaishali, and Zujiner will go to a 1.5 point lead until Humpy wins.
Wow, that's a turnaround. I think, luck definitely on Zoo's side there in the last game. And here, that's what you sometimes need to, win such competitive events. And as of now, queen e7, h6 played, and rook e2 seems to be the only winning move, which, Zoo is likely to find. What a turnaround. So many blunders, Rakesh. I think this game will take some time. Maybe it's time to switch back to the Humpy game where we have a few moves. G4, a brilliancy played. Another brilliancy by Humpy.
Wow.
Sacrificing that piece on D5, which was captured. And now G takes F3, opening up the white king. White can take a bunch of minor pieces, but the king will be lost. And I think this game will be next one to end. And Vaishali, when she goes back, she will not be happy with that position, Rakesh.
Not at all. And I think Sahil overall she missed knight coming to f4 twice. But something that is Humpy has not missed anything today. And Sahil, I expect resignation now.
Yeah, I think White will play for a while, but overall, I think this game is over. Maybe a move or two, just to kind of finish matters, but the game is pretty much over. GF3 played, and now the knight stacked. If the knight moves, even knight d4 is possible. Queen g4, queen g2 mate is possible. So lots of options.
Just under 3 minutes left for Mumundul. Should be game over now.
But what a game that was, yeah. I mean, Vaishali and Zujina, this is what happens in time pressure.
Yeah. She played the last, she played the blunder move with only 15 seconds left on the clock. So that's pressure gets to the best of us, and except if your name is Conor Humphrey in this game.
Yeah.
And Sal, can we quickly just have a look at Salome versus Shuvalova? Because how the tide has turned. White was completely pushing in this game, but now looks like Black is winning.
This is what we thought, right, Rakesh? We expected this to happen, and that's exactly what's happening. This bishop is completely stuck with nothing to do here. And now Black has kind of focused. Queen a5, rook c2 seems to be
Immediately played.
Wow.
By Paulina.
So another potential result, Rakesh. This seems to be like we might see 4 results. Very, very likely.
And just to quickly show you, if rook comes to f1 near the king protecting, you go bishop to e3.
Wow.
You capture. Queen comes in just one square and it's unstoppable. What a turnaround.
And this would be heartbreak for Salome, but I think Paulina will be very, very happy. This is exactly what we thought would happen. The bishop on d6 is a mere spectator as the army falls apart. So, just a couple of moves and time pressure, Rakesh, again causing those mistakes. Yeah,
and quickly let's go to Zujina's game because Vaishali has 20 seconds.
And rook e2 found by Zujiner. So that means the knight will be lost. And once that knight is grabbed, I think Vaishali will have nothing else to resign. And also, by the way, very important, if you play queen h3, which feels like you're putting pressure on g2 pawn, if rook e1 this mate, but there's a tricky idea. Queen e8
She plays
check.
something, knight g2 Sahil. Is that a nice opportunity to make things tricky?
No, I think rook g2 does win for white. And just to point out, if, queen h3, queen e8, king h7, queen g6 check, sacrificing the king. Now there is no pin, the queen would have been lost. But knight g2 played, but I think simple rook g2 is also winning for white. And she plays queen d8 check first, which is actually the best move, flawless chess. And then she will take on g2. So Vaishali on the brink of losing that game will not be happy. I think knight c2, I think time pressure basically cost the game. And what a turnaround for Zhu Jiner, who maintains her sole lead now and has only one player chasing her because Divya drew her game.
True, and the best part, Sahil, they play each other tomorrow.
Wow, I think that has to be the star game of this tournament, Rakesh, because it's white for Humpy and she is half a point behind. So if she wins, she takes over the lead tomorrow. And if she loses, then Zhu Jiner is basically invincible.
And yeah, she will be a champion, but rook into g2. Sahil, you were talking about that little stroke of luck that she needed against Salimova. But what a power pack performance. Today also, Vaishali not playing a couple of moves when she looked like she had the advantage in the attack going. But this is completely over.
I think Vaishali might just resign 10 seconds. She might try a couple of moves, a couple of checks here and there, but this seems to be over. She plays e4 her last try. You have to take with the knight. Very important. If you take with the pawn, there is some queen c5 check, queen c1 check. And there's a twist there in the tail. So white has to take on e4 with the pawn. If the clocks were reversed, Rakesh, there would have been some potential for Vaishali to...
No, with the knight... You can only take with the knight, right?
Yes, if white had 36 seconds, maybe she would have made this mistake. But with 6.5 minutes, I don't expect her to miss queen c5 and queen c1.
Yeah. Touching any pawn would be a blunder there for Zhu Jiner. Knight into e4, the only winning move in the position. Sahil, what happens if I capture the rook? Is that even a blunder?
Yes, if rook takes, queen takes, it's check on the king on g1 and king f1, e3. And that's the beautiful part.
This
that-
is easy to miss though, Sahil.
Yeah, it is. Knight
This
comes.
is very easy to miss.
Yeah, and then Queen H5. Suddenly, Black is the one who's pushing for a victory because the Queen is offside, Rakesh. So as of now, E4, very nice last try from Vaishali. So Knight takes E4, seals the deal for Zhu Jin. She has to find that only move in the position. And after Knight takes E4, Queen takes F3 might be the idea. But Rook G6, and now I think, there is no defense. Yeah,
But let's stick to the live position. Can we get a zoom in on the players, because it looks like this is the last crucial moment of the game, Sahil.
Yeah, if she finds 94, the only move, Zhu Jin will maintain her sole lead after a tipsy-turvy game where both sides could have won, but she comes out on top yet again, and she's had a dream run in this tournament. Beautiful chess, and she needs to take that pawn with the knight and control that c5 square.
Look at her, fully focused. She knows it's the move, but she is also.
But she's not happy, Rakesh. She's
Yeah,
trying to
she
do
does
something.
Like she's just trying to think of a couple of ideas there.
What does she see after knight e4 that she doesn't like? Maybe she missed the pawn move to e4 and she's unhappy that she missed that resource, but she still seems to be winning. An idea, chat, is to take with the d pawn, for example. You can see the bar go down, queen c5 check, king has to maintain protection of the rook, king f1, queen c1 check, and you can see how this is a problem. King f2, queen c5, king f1, and queen c1.
Wow.
That would be a brilliant escape from...
But I mean, Vaishali also, what a champion. She knows she's lost, but what an amazing last throw of the dice by the Indian star. And
knight
takes
E4
e4.
by Zhu Jin.
The only winning move, Sahil.
Only winning move. Vaishali takes on f3, but Zhu Jin just flawless chess. Rook g6 only move played, exchanging that active rook, and it feels like the game is pretty much over. If you count the pawns, chat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns for black, 4 pawns for white, but white has that extra knight on e4. I think black will give a few checks for sure. Queen e3 or queen d1, yeah, queen e3 played, but because the knight is on e4, it can easily defend the king. As we discussed, the knight is the best defender of the king. So no perpetuals there, and once you take the g6 rook, the queen will come back into the game and everything will happen with checks.
Oh, I mean, this is over for Vaishali. Can we have a quick look at Humpy's game, because 30 seconds left for Mungundul.
G4, pawn takes, knight G3, takes, queen S3, threatening mate in 1, rook F3, knight D4, bringing all the pieces, rook E3, bishop G5. Wow, what a show of dominance here. Knight F1, bishop takes check, and I think this is about to be over. We might see resolution in this move. She takes for now, but I don't see how that helps. It's mate in 8, by the way, chat. Anybody who's counting, queen G3 check seems to be the start of the end.
Yeah, queen G3 on the board. And who's going to win first, Zhu Jin or Koneru Humpy?
I think Humpy might win first, because there will be a few checks in the Zhu Jin game. So Vaishali will fight for a few more moves. But this one, and there it is, resignation from Mungundul, who promises a fascinating chess. But Humpy has won her game. What a crushing performance, a devastating attack with the black pieces, and I mean the accuracy itself. I mean 99, close to 99, Rakesh. What a game!
Yeah, and as of now, she is a tournament leader.
Yeah, she is at 4.5 out of 6. And she goes half a point ahead of Divya Deshmukh, who's on 4. So,
but you know what, Sahil? That might not be the case 5 minutes down the line, because Zhu Jin is completely winning and will regain her lead and overtake Humpy. As we can see, rook g6, queen e3, king f1 played. Wow. Probably the best move in the position side.
Yeah, king f1, and I don't think there are many checks available. Queen c1 check, king to g2, and queen c2, knight to f2 should ensure no more checks. So Zhu Jin will take her lead back, and we've had two games so far, and 1 draw, 1 result. By the way, huge update in the Salome Polina game. It's about to be over as well. Rook f2, brilliant sacrifice incoming. Can we hit the camera? So this was the position, right? And g3 was the only move. Queen g5, queen a6 was a blunder, and rook f2. seems to be winning on the spot.
And Sahil, look at the clock. Just played with 1 second on the clock. That's why she got 31 seconds. Time pressure is killing the chances of the players. So Rook into F2 check. Can we show quickly what happens, Sahil?
Yeah, if you don't take, of course, Queen G3 incoming, and if you take this, there's the bishop supports the Queen E3 check. Doesn't matter where you go. Let's say King F1, then there is Queen F3 check, and King E1. You just take on G3. I mean, you can keep dancing around, but I'm going to capture everything with check. And once the king is on E1, at some point, the bishop comes in and it should be over. Maybe, I don't know, what's the best sequence to finish it off, Rakesh, though?
Yeah, but you can also take on H3 at the right moment, Bishop E3 coming in. But Sahil, if we go back to the live position where Polina has just 2 minutes to find Rook F2, what would White give to have that give her bishop back to E3?
Yeah, I mean, it would be winning, by the way. So she would love that. And that tells you, sometimes the paper tiger term is actually pretty true. And Polina has to find Rook F2. That's the only winning move, by the way. Because do not forget, White has kind of entered your camp now. And camp threatens some stuff. And of course, the bishop now can be useful in that case, Rakesh. So you better find Rook F2 or the tide can also turn pretty quickly.
Yeah, and she has only 1 minute 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Vaishali has taken with the king. So this game will likely finish earlier, Sahil.
If she finds Rook F2.
Yeah. So
Okay.
1 minute 20 seconds.
Wow. Rook F2 incoming. She has 1 minute. She has to find it. Not the most obvious tactic, of course, because you have to calculate a bunch of checks. You have to be sure it works. And with time pressure, you might think, you know what, I don't need to commit to this. I can find something else. But this is the only way forward if she wants a winning position.
Yeah, and Rook F2 looks game over. She has 45 seconds. Can Polina spot the only winning idea here for Black? As you can see, 31 seconds for Salome. That means she played the last move with only 1 second left. Polina under 30 seconds now. She has to play. She has to find the win with Rook F2. Or else the position is completely equal. It's 0.00 according to the computer. If Rook F2 is not played and she plays it. No. Rook F2 on the board. Wow, a brilliancy there. Salome has only 18 seconds left. Remember, if you capture with the rook, the queen comes in to the central file and she plays queen a3. Which is completely lost, Sahil.
Yeah, but now I think it's giving up. I think you just can move the rook anywhere, actually. Your queen is not threatening much. I would just play rook e2 with the idea of rook e3 and it should be resigns. So Polina coming up with victory and, Salome losing yet again. So the bottom two in the table not really catching the break even after the rest day, Rakesh. And rook e2 played, of course. And I think we'll see resignation. And that would be heartbreak for Salome. But what a game. I think Polina kind of figured out that, she had the better chances. And she was worse at one point that, knight trade in knight d4. Remember?
That changed everything.
That changed everything. That changed the momentum. Momentum is very, very important.
And yeah, rook e3 incoming.
And the problem is you might play rook d3, but you are weakening your first rank in that case. I think you will not survive.
7 seconds, Sahil.
Oh, she plays bishop e7.
What?
Okay. I mean, what if it's just straight queens, Rakesh? Even that should be winning. Queen e3. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But all your pawns are weak. All your pawns are on the dark squares. It's going to be very tough for White to save this.
Yeah, Queen e3 seems to be a decent try. Apparently, the best move is b4, which is... she plays Queen e3.
It's a more practical try.
Very practical. And now the only active white piece will be traded off. Bishop e3 check will happen. And then I think the rook will grab the pawn on a2. And I think that should be over.
And something which should have been over is the Zhu Jina versus Vaishali game, Sahil. You can go there. Knight f6 check was played on the earlier move. King g6. Knight g4.
Queen h3 by the important this knight is defended. So queen s3 check, maybe just, I don't know, king e2, and it should be all good. So Vaishali will of course give a few checks here if possible.
Is also maybe playing until the 40th move, so
Yeah,
this move 38.
yeah, because in time trouble anything can happen, and you want to play till the 40th move. So that's what she will do. By the way, in the Selome Polina game, she has grabbed the pawn on a2. So now I think d4 is also weak. And once d4 falls, Rakesh, e5 will fall, and then g3 will fall. And now you see the problem of having all your pawns on dark squares, and black's pawns are just untouchable. I mean, rook a4 is incoming anyways if I really want to grab that pawn, or I can just even push the b pawn if I want to. Slowly.
Yep, this is completely 18 seconds left.
People watching, Naranjit says crazy scenes. They are crazy scenes. And by the way, she did play bishop c5, but honestly, just f4 seems to be winning on the spot. Once my king gets in, I think there is nothing you can do. That's rook c2 played. Okay, also works. Rook c1 maybe is the idea. Yeah? I don't know. No, not really rook c1. Why do you need rook c1?
I mean, yeah, your rook is so active, and
Yeah.
it's cut off the king, so
I think f4 has to be the plan, just to get the king in. I think f4, king f5, and that should be over.
yeah, and I think there's plenty of support for Nurgul as well. So Ozjan says, sure, Nurgul, let's quickly check in on her game as well.
That game is a complete game as
Craziest
well.
game of the day.
This is 97 was the mistake from Nurgul. A3, rook g8. We had the king come out to e6. Apparently b5 was the only move for a victory. Both players making slight errors. f5 opening the bishop's diagonal. Look at the king on c6. And bishop b8 was a mistake. Check. g3. Black has a passed pawn. Queen h4. Rook b8. Queen f6. King b5. Rakesh. Queen d6. And this is the current position. Apparently rook b7 is the only move for Nurgul. And this is incredibly
Please note, this is the 40th move. Salimova has to find rook b7 with only 40 seconds left. But
Wow.
you see, Kashlinskaya has taken her break because she's going to get 30 minutes more.
And not to forget, after rook b7, there is a4 check and king a6, rook h8, setting up some mating patterns there. So the battle is not yet over.
Yeah, but still, you get 30 minutes, Sahil.
Yeah.
There is time to think, but can she find rook b7? The only winning move for black in the position.
18 seconds now. Oh, she has to play 12.
10 seconds, Sahil.
5 seconds. She has
Mistake!
She doesn't find it. She doesn't find it. Rakesh, I wouldn't say this game is over yet because
Not at all.
Because if you take the rook on b8, then you take on h5. Black still has a passed pawn. White has a passed pawn. Lots of checks. Maybe not right now. But yeah, I mean, that was a mistake objectively. And the game still anybody's game.
And Zhu Jinner has won her game against Vaishali. Tournament leader goes up to 5 points out of 6. What a power-packed game by Zhu Jinner there, Sahil.
Yeah, there was a moment when either player could have won. There was a very strong attack on the king side from Vaishali, but Zhu Jinner just exchanged that strong dark square bishop, and now it feels like the game is over. So it is over actually. So
It is
Rakesh, how does Vaishali take this loss, and how does Zhu Jinner take this win? She is now back in the lead. She's 5 out of 6 in this tournament, and we have Humpy on 4.5, Divya on 4, Harika on 3. So that means tomorrow her game versus Humpy is the crucial game in this entire tournament. If Zhu Jinner wins that, she's essentially almost guaranteed of first place, and if she loses, then Humpy has the best chance with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, I think tomorrow's game between Humpy and Zhu Jinner is kind of like the final before the final.
Yeah.
It's a very, very important clash. And, all results are possible there. Humpy playing the white pieces, so having the first move advantage. But, what a tournament this has been so far.
That is a mouth-watering clash, Rakesh. I mean, imagine, having the white pieces but being half a point behind. This just feels flawless to me. Amazing. Do not miss that tomorrow game, chat. It is going to be a spectacle. So we have three games so far, Rakesh. One draw between Harika and Divya. That 4-move repetition. We've had a win for Humpy. We've had a win for Zujiner. And now 2 games remain. Let's go to the Salome against Polina game, which is likely to finish next, where Black has just played, bishop to c1, and now I think it's time to basically bring the king in, and that should be over.
And Sal, both players reaching 40 move, the time control, getting 30 minutes each. But if you are Salome, you wanted that 5 moves before but now it's too little too late. She just plays rook to b3, and the amazing idea that you showed, creating a path for your king by sacrificing a pawn to f4. I'm pretty sure Polina is going to find that and get her win today.
And the main point is, Rakesh, even h4 does the same job. If you take now f4 and you get a pass pawn, the king comes in, and even just kind of rook b2 seems to be winning for Black. And if that is winning, that means it's going to be a very, very simple conversion for Black. And very luckily, she has time now, so she's not in a hurry. She found that rook f2 move under time pressure, and I would say a fully deserved victory there for Polina, but heartbreak for, I think, Salome a little bit.
Absolutely, she was completely better until that knight move in the center that really caused the problems, and that really left the bishop alone in enemy territory. And now she is absolutely lost because of the white king being blocked on h1 and the black king coming in. It's like, Black is a piece up. It's just feeling like that side.
Yeah, this tells you power of the rook on the 7th rank. Simple. If you don't believe that principle, rook should belong on the 7th rank. This is great demonstration for that. This is like an endgame masterpiece, right? Because you see how pawns in the same color for the bishop are not great. So that tells you how the bishop endgame should be played. And you see the rook on the 7th rank, that tells you how rook endgame should be played. So and now how pawns can be sacrificed to activate the king. So activation of the king. So a lot of endgame principles we can learn from this game.
Yeah, and also look at Black's pawns, Sahil. Each and every one of them are on light squares.
Yeah.
So your bishop is controlling the dark squares, and all the pawns are controlling the light squares. What a textbook endgame win here by Shuvalova. Sorry.
Yeah. So and now they have time to calculate. So this will and she is about to. Oh, she plays rook b2. So offering that rook trade, I think. And she has calculated that endgame is just winning for her. If this happens, I think, if you don't play off rooks now, I think Black can even consider pushing the pawn. So if let's say you play rook f3, for example, b4, and that seems to be an elementary win. So you have to kind of trade rooks here. But now after bishop b2, let's say you play king g2, trying to hope for something, but simply bishop c3, king f3, b4, king e3, b3, king d3, and even just b2, and the king has to stay stuck on c2 now. You cannot even grab this bishop because the pawn will queen, and now you try the idea of pawn to h4, let's say this, and pawn to f4, and white cannot stop both these passed pawns, and this is just a forced win essentially, which I think Black has already seen. So what a result there. Both games, the remaining games, heading off into that 40th move mark. I don't think I have the bird's eye view once. We'd love to see all the 5 games. What crushing games today we saw. First of all, it was not a quick draw, but a relatively quick draw between, I think, Harika and Divya. 4-time repetition there. And then we had that devastating attack from Humpy with the black pieces. 99 accuracy, insane chess. And then we had Zujiner and Vaishali with that topsy-turvy game where both sides blundered a couple of times, and then Zujiner came out on top and she maintains a sole lead. And 2 games remaining, both sides having some time on the clock now. So I would expect deeper think from both players. So let's have one look at both the games. Let's see who's kind of winning those. First of all, this game, I think rook b2, white might just even resign in a couple of moves, but she might play on until Black shows how she's queening. And also in the other game, on the 40th move, Nurgul kind of made a mistake with queen e2, and now the game is roughly balanced, but it's not a draw yet. So you can see how queen c2 is a threat Queen h5 is a threat. Queen b8 is a threat. So a lot of tactics. The black pass pawn is on g3. So a lot of possibilities. Let's say you take the rook. Black can take the rook. Now, if you try to play f6, for example, knight c6 wins for black. And now you see how difficult. You might even grab this pass pawn, but queen to f5 instead of queen c2, knight d4, queen f6. You try to save this, for example. I think black can probably just take on c2 already, and c3 and queen b2 is made. So a lot of tactics there. Black has an extra piece on e7. That's the trump card there, but white has some attack on the king. So let's see who wins this. And I expect Ilya to have a long thing relatively. So maybe this is the perfect moment for a very, very short break. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes with hopefully another result for you. it just feels too artificial, Rakesh. I think
Yeah,
B4 just forces matters because you're also threatening mate of your own. So white has to respond in specific ways to stop that, and that just makes your task easier.
Queen E3 feels like a very artificial move, like you said, and it feels like it's a study that we see normally see.
Yeah.
And I can already sense, some moves like a Rook H1, Sahil.
Hmm.
On to G2, let's say you want a queen, I go Rook to A1,
Yeah.
and it's suddenly like, what did you do? And of course, no time to promote and make a queen because now I capture the queen, and if you capture my Rook, Sahil, remember
Yeah.
pawn to B.
I will play B3, not Queen A3.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter, mate in two, but mate with the pawn.
Yeah, mate with the pawn is always fun, and the black king is embarrassed. So as of now, Queen D6, the current position, a huge threat on A3, and black has to find one of these moves. I think just moving the queen here, controlling the A3 square, or pushing B4. I think B4.
B4 has to be played, Sahil.
Being the cleaner choice, just forces matters and takes the game into black's favor. So very interesting 14 minutes for Nirgul here. Maybe it's also time to check out Alina again. Salome again. And if something has happened, but not really. So white, I think, just sitting there trying to contemplate this in one last try. But I don't see. I think we'll see resignation right now.
Yeah, this game, we should be seeing resignation very, very soon. And yeah, I mean, just a recap for the chat, if you are joining us late or you would just remember the results. So Harika versus Divya was a draw, the first result of the day. The second result of the day was Humpy winning a very, very nice game with amazing prep against Mungundul. And lastly, Sahil, I think the most important result of the day was tournament leader Zujiner beating Vaishali in a very dramatic game which could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. And dramatic games have been the the norm for this tournament, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Overall, apart from the fifth day where we had only two results, and it was a really calm day. Every single day has promised some spectacular games. And now Zujina maintaining her lead. It's been a great tournament for her. But tomorrow is when she faces that crucial clash. I don't know if we can have the pairings for tomorrow once, because we know she's in first place, we know Humpy's in second place, and both the players battling each other. So an important game tomorrow for both those players, and also for Divya. If she wants to win the event, she has to strike tomorrow, I feel.
And it's the perfect choice of opponent because, as we know, Mungundul, very, very strong player, but has had decisive games throughout in 6 games.
Yeah.
2 wins and 4 losses. So, I mean, Divya wants a fight and she's going to get one tomorrow.
Yeah, board number 3, board number 4, the matches we look out the most for. But of course, board number 3, the crucial clash. Whosoever wins is very, very likely to take home the championship. So let's have the cameras back as we look at the final moments of this game. Paulina just moving around in a chair. She knows the game is over. And Salome has a dejected look on her face. She's not happy. And it's very hard when you're losing games and you don't have an easy opponent, right? Especially in these kind of round robins. You don't have a single player who's very easy to beat. So in an open tournament, you lose a game, you get an easier opposition, you get your confidence back. But here, you might lose a game and get a stronger opponent. So that's sometimes really harsh.
Very true, Silent. Also, chat joining in on the action, and they are saying, Ruan Pablo says Zoo is very strong. Habibi says Zoo versus Humpy will be a great game. And I'm pretty sure, Humpy and her team will be working super hard to get some novelties going for tomorrow.
Yeah, that will be the clash of the tournament. And with this, by the way, Paulina, I think will also, is it her first win in the event?
No, she's already won.
Yeah, she won against, I think, Alina. So she's the second win of the event. And she's at par score. So she will also kind of gain a few points there. And she will, I think, go to 3.5. And she will be in 4th place, Rakesh. So not a bad tournament for her as well.
Yeah, at all. And she plays Indian star Harika in the next round. So I think, Sahil, today 4 results. Tomorrow might again be 4 or 5 results. You never know.
Yeah, tomorrow I think will be the sharpest day of the entire event, I feel. Because at the end, we might even have the top 3 standings decided tomorrow, Rakesh, at least tentatively. So I think this will be an important day. Now, so I'm thinking if there's some other alternative, but to be honest, she has 7 minutes to ponder over where she went wrong. but the game is essentially over. Black doesn't need to
And
queen.
she resigns, Sahil.
Yeah, there it is. The game is over. Extremely, I would say, precise game from Black. First of all, equalizing, I think, with that mistake from White, and then converting that end game. And that bishop, Rakesh, as we saw, that bishop is the culprit on c5 with no task to do.
Yeah, pretty much. And that is the main reason I think White lost the game. And especially the knight d4 idea, trying to get the knight in, whereas knight was needed on the other side. But it's always nice to see, players discussing. And this is what, like, it's sportsman spirit. Very well done on Salome's part, even though she has lost. Still discussing with her opponent, getting to know what went wrong and what she could have done better. But if you are, a chess improver or trying to get better, always try and analyze your losses side.
Yeah, and there are a bunch of them for me personally, Rakesh. So I have definitely learned a lot.
I somehow knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, but as of now, that's the fourth result for today, Rakesh. And fourth result and 3 wins overall. So 1 draw, 3 results.
And can we see the fourth win in Alina versus
Yeah.
Nurgul? Let's quickly head to that board.
And by the way, 9 minutes for Nurgul there. So she has still not been able to calculate everything, and she will need to make a choice soon, because the last thing you need is one more critical decision to make after this, and having no time to do so. White has 22 minutes here, so White using that time, cleverly, that Nurgul is, kind of taking right now, and she might fight the move very quickly, Rakesh.
Yeah, that is possible. But like we discussed before we went to the other game, Nurgul knows this is the most critical moment of the game. She makes a move fast, and that might be a blunder. In fact, not even a drawing blunder, but she could lose the game entirely.
Yeah, there's no draw here, Rakesh. It doesn't feel like a draw at all. Both kings kind of, playing with fire right now. The black king on a4 is so rare, by the way. Never see the king there. And
yeah. And if you would get another clear shot of the players' reactions,
yeah, this is better.
You can see Nurgul is calm. She looks like she's still calculating, but it's not like she's completely winning. She has to be careful, while.
And Alina also kind of having a great poker face there. And by the way,
Queen e3.
Queen e3, F3, sorry, played. So also winning.
But Sahil, that rook h1 idea is still active.
Yeah.
We can still get the rook down.
Yeah.
Our idea is to swing the rook to the other side. And I mean, that's a very nice like G2.
Yeah. First of all, if you can't take this rook because Queen a3 again,
checkmate.
So you lose. So
let's say you push the pawn.
Yeah. And
rook swings over.
And it's lost.
Yeah. And like no move you can make. Let's just show random move. Knight takes pawn. King b1, Sahil. That's such a beautiful discover check with the king.
Yeah.
The checkmates.
Yeah, that is beautiful. And also, I think if not this, then what is the move that kind of holds, and what can White play here then, Rakesh? Because at the end, you want to put up some resistance. Your move is rook h1. Then what is the winning move for Black?
Oh, I think rook h1. Maybe I can go knight takes pawn earlier, Sahil.
Knight takes pawn. And what if I play queen to c5, maintaining that diagonal?
And then I go rook to c8.
Wait, rook to c8 is not easy at all,
not
Rakesh.
easy at all.
I mean, if that's the winning move, then I'm not sure. Then I would even say Alina has a good chance to win this.
She has a great practical chance.
Yeah, rook c8 is not easy, Rakesh. I mean, if she's not seen it so far, then rook c8 to find this, and after queen takes c8 in that position, you have to now take on d4. This doesn't feel natural.
Oh yeah, this is getting tough. And so I'll remember. Do you remember which game was this? It started off with the Petrov, but then remember it was opposite side castling.
Yeah.
So the black king, which is on a4, was actually on g8.
Yeah.
It has traveled more steps than its counterpart.
Yeah, definitely. And if you try rook a1 now, Rakesh, with the same idea, now only move is knight takes c2. So to see
tough.
all of this, rook c8 especially, and then knight d4 is not easy at all. So I would not say this game is over, but White has to find rook h1. That really forces Black's hand to find only moves. If, for example, you play something else, I don't know, queen d7. By the way, if queen e7, then b4, and this is actually pretty much just gone. So you cannot do that. So let's say queen d7, pinning this pawn. Now black can simply push g2 when there is no play for white. There is no rook h1 anymore. And I think this is just lost. So rook h1, your idea, Rakesh, is the best one, the most challenging one. And that will force Nurgul to come up with that one idea, which is not easy.
It is not easy. Like, trust me, Sahil, this looks like it has come from a study where we put random positions pieces accordingly, however we want
Yeah.
to show a beautiful checkmate, and that is what it might happen if Salimova is not careful.
Yeah, this is the kind of study you offer like a an Olympiad team from their coach. You train them before the Olympiad, and then
True.
you sit down and all solve that together for 30 minutes and come up with a solution. This is not like a basic tactic which anybody can find. And Aditya looks at the clock. She has time. So
Yeah.
that's not a worry, but she needs to find. Rakesh, how easy is it to find rook h1 a1? It's not that easy, huh?
It is easy. I found it, without even looking at the engine for a change.
But we are kind of looking at the position as a simple puzzle, right? From white, who's been kind of bringing the rook up the board, trying
It
to
is-
attack for a long while, to come back all the way to its original square. It's so hard.
That is true. But it just comes natural because you want a piece.
By the way, chat saying there's no sound. I don't know when was this.
No, it's been fixed. Like, no worries
Awesome,
about that.
awesome.
But Sahil, in fact, I've played Alina twice over the board at the Eurofloat Open. So I know she beat me once and it was a draw. I'm pretty sure if I can find rook h1, she should also be able to find rook h1.
Yeah. But
She's 2500 rating, and grandmasters solve these puzzles for breakfast.
yeah, let's hope so she can find. That would promise us a great finish to this game. And Rakesh, if you had to predict the result of this game, who do you think wins or maybe a draw even?
No, there's no chance of draw, Sahil. There's absolutely no chance of a draw. I think Nurgul will win this, but we might see another twist in the tale.
Got it. You know what? I'm also kind of cheering for Arina now because she's had such a tough tournament. So would
Yeah.
love to see the underdog win. I definitely want to see rook h1 because I want to see that if Nurgul finds knight f5, rook c8, knight d4, I mean she
Then she
deserves.
deserves it.
That's
Yeah.
a deserving victory. That's an insane combination. She also kind of missed out on a win last time with that queen sacrifice. So
True.
fully deserved. But if she can put up resistance rook h1, I'll be very, very, happy to see that, crazy tactic there.
And Alina figuring out, is there a way to change somehow? And she's on 1 out of 5, Sahil. She's lost about 30 rating points, which is very difficult to regain. So definitely she doesn't want to give up easy. And I mean, if she finds rook h1 or Sahil, Salimova will have to play the best chess to her, and she's about to play Sahil.
Will it be rook h1? Doesn't feel
Yes.
like,
Yes.
she's about to touch the rook, but where?
She almost touched the rook, Sahil. It is very obvious. The rook can't go up. You have to play rook h1.
Oh, but rook g5 is also a move, Rakesh. I don't know.
No, there's no threat for rook g5.
Rook h1.
Actually, rook g5, maybe for g2, she's planning rook g3. Some chances.
Yeah, there are some moves, Rakesh. There are some moves, it is possible. And by the way, if rook g5, then black can simply play b4 and it's mate in 7 now, Rakesh.
Oh,
So
okay.
it doesn't work, unfortunately. She needs to find rook h1 to challenge Nurgul here.
If she does, Salimova has to come up with all the complicated answers within 8.5 minutes, Sahil.
I can assure you she's coming up with those answers right now. She will not, use all her time because not to forget, she still has to find a few more moves. That's rook c8, then knight d4, then again knight c2. It's not over yet.
And Sahil, all of those are like only moves for
Yeah,
black
and
to
also
win.
every move the black thinks are a threat of mate. Yeah, you move the queen, it's b3 mate or queen a3 mate. You cannot, lose your concentration even for a second. Game. What a beautiful game though. It was so much fun to watch this game actually. That knight g5, then
So many
beautiful game.
So many tactics. The bishop h7 idea also later on.
That was impressive. Till less than 15 minutes now. She looks at the clock.
For a second time.
Yeah. still looks stressed. Yeah, she doesn't have that look on her face which conveys that she's absolutely confident about the position, that she has it under control. Maybe she's not seen Rook C8, Rakesh.
Yeah, but I think she's also kind of praying that Alina doesn't find Rook H1,
Yeah,
because then her
But she
task
will.
is very easy.
she will, because Rakesh, she did almost touch the rook, so there are only two moves, logical moves that I can think of. One is Rook G5 and one is Rook H1, and Rook G5 just loses. So the likely choice will be Rook H1.
I agree. I think you just have to play Rook H1 if you're white.
Chat, like the stream, let's quickly cherish these moments. I mean, this is the strongest players of the world battling it out. 13 minutes now, Rakesh is getting right down to the wire.
It is such, and it's like a pure calculation play. There's no strategy. There's
Yeah.
nothing else. It's just pure calculation. If those players have done their puzzle rush right, they're going to get to the better side of it.
Marina still thinking.
Yet, and I think she's been thinking for about 12 minutes now.
I think not 10 minutes now. 10 minutes now. She had like 20 to 23 minutes.
Yeah.
So the thing is, if she comes up with Rook H1, I think her remaining choices are, the game is, and if Black finds the best move Knight F5, she doesn't really have many moves after it. So she can use time for this one, as long as she comes up with Rook H1. So Black still has to find those critical moves, right? White's moves are simple. There's not much to do after Rook H1. Incredibly stressed, but also incredibly focused.
12 minutes to go, side.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of some fun variations, some ideas there. Like, I don't know, just to humor the chat. Rook H1, Knight F5, Rook goes to the corner, Knight takes Queen, and Black is completely winning. But in fact, okay, sorry, I have to go Rook B1 first, not here, because I need that extra tempo just to show Knight D6, Rook in the corner. Now, Sahil, you are a queen up, you are a knight up, you are so many pawns up. But if you just play queen, F6 here, and suddenly white is winning again because king B1 check, king goes to the side, check with the pawn, king comes ahead, and rook checkmate.
Yeah.
So it's like the king is in such a weird position. So even Salimova has to be very careful, but I would say if she has calculated all of them correctly, she should be able to bring this home.
Yeah.
No moves yet, closing in under 11 minutes.
This could really turn the tournament, for Arena, because she's at the bottom of the table, Rakesh,
Yeah.
and she has 1 out of 5 points so far. Such a win, such a win where things are so crazy, and coming back from the jaws of defeat really could give her immense confidence. No moves, 10 minutes now.
This is the most critical position, right? So, even after Rook H1, maybe Salimova also takes a 2-3 minute think.
She will for sure, but she's also calculating everything now, and I'm pretty sure she's seen Rook H1.
Yeah. And for Alina kind of helped her.
Yeah. So she put her hand around the rook, so you kind of, Rakesh, some people have done this though, they will move their hand around a certain piece, direct their opponent's calculation around the piece, and then play something else. So it has been done before, but I don't expect that to happen right now, because Rook H1 is the best move.
Yeah, and Sahil, what you mentioned happened with me once when I was 8 years old, about 20 years ago. So that does happen.
Let's go. We are going to
Come
see
on.
a battle till the very end. And now the thing is, there is no draw. Either black finds knight takes f5, attacks the white queen right now, or white just wins. So this move decides everything. Can we go full screen with the board? Because I think Nirgul is basically playing the entire game in one move. This is the move that decides the result.
So it's like Sahil basically like, is this right? That Nurgul has to play only moves, or there is not even a draw. She's lost
She's
from
lost.
a completely winning position.
Yeah, knight f5 is the only move right now. It attacks the queen, basically doesn't give time for rook a1. Yeah, you're basically playing on borrowed time, and once the queen moves, let's say there are no squares. That's very, very crucial. None of these squares are available for the white queen. The only square is queen c5, and then you again distract it. So you have to make sure the queen does not stay on this diagonal at any cost, whatever the cost it is. And now you take the rook, and now black gets that tempo to kind of win the game. So very, very interesting. But she has to find knight f5 first, or she is lost. What a brilliant find, practical find by Arena here.
Well done, Alina, with the white pieces. Rook h1, rook in the corner, threatening to swing the rook back to its birth square, Sahil, on the opposite side. And remember, Nurgul Salimova has to capture the pawn with the knight, as you can see on the board. And she is about
She's
to
doing that, she's doing that. She has found the only move, knight f5, and now Nirkul is again winning. Wow.
I can see options for white. Queen takes rook,
Yeah.
or queen coming back. I think I would like to play queen c5,
Oh, wait, wait. Yeah, sorry.
just so that Nurgul has to keep finding those only moves to win the game.
Yeah, also after queen b8, you again have to find knight d4. So regardless of black, what white does, black has to focus on that d4 pawn. And if you try, let's say, rook a1 now, knight c2. Whenever rook a1 happens, you need that knight c2 tactic to
So
grab
that-
that pawn. There's no b3 check, and now the rook is hanging.
Yeah, and now king b1 in that
Yeah, yeah.
position would be checkmate, but no, knight captures the rook. So Sahil, that's when the knight has to reach on c2 if Salimova wants to win the game.
But Rakesh, she will win this likely, because if she has played knight f5, she understands maybe that she needs to reach c2. And if she's understood that, then the rest of the moves come very smoothly for black, and it would be game over for Alina. And if that happens, unfortunately, she'll be at the bottom of the table with 1 point out of 6. That is very difficult to handle as a chess player.
Very difficult, and she's the winner of one of the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So from like first place going to last place is definitely not easy, and she was a last minute replacement in both events. So tough times for Alina, and she loses again a lot of rating points with this loss. But that is only if Salimova keeps finding the best moves in the position.
Yeah, and 7 minutes versus 8 minutes. I think at this point, I would prefer having like 30 seconds, yeah, just so that, there's a higher chance of black going wrong. But Nirgul has enough time to calculate this. And yeah, knight d4 is the idea for white. Rakesh, so which one would you go for? Would you go for queen b8 or would you go for queen c5?
I would go for queen c5.
At least forcing black to find rook c8, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And as white, you may know it's lost, but you just want to, fight till the bitter end.
Yeah. By the way, the expression on Alina's face, or not, at least the body language, has completely shifted. I think she understands now that this is probably lost, and if that's the case, then the choice is kind of, irrelevant to some extent, let's say.
So, Sai, what would you play? Queen takes rook or
Queen c5. Queen c5 will be my move at all costs, because queen b8, I mean, if my opponent has seen the knight d4 idea, this is just an easier version, because as black, you will anyway play knight d4 here, even if you've not seen all of this. So I think queen c5 kind of forces black to find rook c8.
And is rook c8 like the only move? What if I play a move like, g2, for example?
Yeah, g2, then I think I put the rook on a1. Oh, there is also mate here apparently. Wow. Oh, b3 check. Now, if you take this, I won't take it back. I will play king b2, Rakesh. And this
No way.
this
Oh
is
my
crazy.
god.
Because black can take this. But basically, your pawn blocked the connection to the a3 square. And
Oh.
what a final position. If this happens, I would literally, fall off my chair. This is insane.
And look at that. White has just one queen and black has two queens, one
Oh,
rook, one
nine,
knight.
one. Oh my god, that is crazy.
So there is some hope for Alina still.
Yeah, queen c5, I think, would be the challenging move. The last challenge for black to tackle.
Yeah, because why we both are choosing that is queen takes rook gives you the rook, but you want to attack the king. You want to keep that checkmate in one threat with you always.
Yeah. c5, so g2 doesn't work. It's mate in 5 from here. Another move could be b4, Rakesh, but that also seems to lose again to rook a1, and that is also over. So whenever again happens, you need knight c2 basically.
Yeah, true. Alina about to play. She's just has 5 minutes.
Such a crunch moment, yeah. I think. Do you think Dul has seen rook c8?
Yeah, I think so. She looks super confident.
Sure about that, Rakesh. I wouldn't bank on it like 100%.
No, she is, I think maybe if Alina would have played it quick, then Salimova had just 7 minutes to figure it out because she herself has been thinking for the last 20 minutes for the last two moves. That has given enough time to Salimova also to come up with the defense.
Yeah. I was thinking also something like, oh, wait,
And queen,
what?
what?
Queen, yes, queen. Where? Oh, she moved the hand back. Queen c5 has to be the move.
Queen c5, come on Alina, can you do it? Queen, no!
Oh, she takes the rook. That's the human move. But now knight d4 is winning for black.
But again, the only move.
Yeah, but the thing is, now it feels only, right? Because queen h1 just loses to queen f8. It's just over in one move, right? So black, what's
Okay,
up?
queen f8 is tough to fight.
No, I mean, it's mate in one again, the same diagonal, right? And b4, then queen e8 mate.
Okay.
So I think the point is you don't really have an option other than knight d4. That's the problem with this move, I feel. And let's say black does take on d4. Is there a last trick that white has, Rakesh?
I mean, I don't think so. It's too little too late now because rook a1 I really want to play, but knight c2 side.
Because the point is, you don't have queen f8, Rakesh. The queen controls this. There is no counterplay whatsoever.
And the only way I can attack or deflect the queen is with rook f1, but the queen still stays on that file.
Yeah. And also there's knight b5 now. So even check b4, check, there's knight b5. So knight d4 is just such a smooth move.
Yeah, but the only move, and she takes
And
it.
she takes the pawn. That's why queen c5 was a better practical trap. I think black had seen it regardless. And she plays rook to c1. I did see this move. But this is just winning, Rakesh, I feel.
How, Sahil? How?
g2 is pushing the pawn.
Yeah, queen b6.
Queen b6. What if I
have a sneaky threat if you're not careful.
My first take was just taking this knight c2. Okay, it does c2, yeah.
What if I go queen c5?
You do have knight b4, right?
Oh yeah, then your king is safe.
Yeah. The idea is if you take with the rook, I can give a check on b3, king a1, b1, whatever. Oh wait, this doesn't win. This control. See, I managed to find out. But okay, queen d3 still wins. But yeah.
But no, this is tough.
This is tough, I agree. Yeah, then not knight c2, I think. Okay, both players have 5 minutes now, so the game should move forward very quickly. But rook c1 may be a decent last attempt.
Good, human move.
Yeah, she would love to play queen d6 next and try to
renew that mate in one threat.
Yeah, maybe then play c3 and you hope for the best. So let's say black passes, yeah? You play queen d6, black passes, and now you play c3 maybe, And now there is some mating ideas. So this should win. But of course, black will not pass.
Oh, okay. In fact, with your C3 idea, I'm thinking maybe she could have played on the last move, but we'll stick with the live game because looks like Nurgul is gonna play something.
He has 5. She's less time than her opponent now, by the way. It's very interesting. By the way, your idea of C3, if she had done that, apparently Queen H1 just wins.
Queen F8?
Yeah, Queen F8 and now Knight C2 controlling
Okay,
both
yeah.
these squares. And by the way, it's move on the board.
G2.
G2 played, so she pushes her pawn. And now I think it's White's last try to potentially get on this diagonal somehow. Queen D6 maybe. And hope for the best.
I think this is one of those positions where the engine is saying -9 or whatever, but it doesn't feel like that.
No, I mean, it can change -9 to +9 in one move actually. So
Exactly.
if you go wrong. Imagine if you just played like a move like Queen F2, I'm thinking it's already better for White. So one move and it changes. Winning actually for White there. Has less than 5 minutes. G2. Its last move. Oh, that's interesting, Rakesh, by the way. So after Queen D6, Black has only one way to win this. That is Knight C2, or she loses.
But yeah, now this is easy, right?
Yeah, Knight C2. And if you take here, then Queen B3.
And you Queen with
B1,
check.
and you Queen with check because there is no control over this. So that tries. No chance actually. In 4 minutes now.
Well, I was just trying to make some random human moves.
Yeah.
So Rook C1, G2. I was thinking maybe like what if I continue the C3 idea? Knight, what do you play? Knight B3.
I saw this in Knight E2 now actually.
Okay, doesn't matter. I play Queen D6.
Queen D6, but it's check, no?
King F1.
King?
King B1.
King B1. Check.
King A1.
Check.
King A2.
Let's check and check, no?
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
I know I'm going to lose, but just some try that I want to do before I lose.
I think Nurgul will definitely find Queen B1 check. I think if you want to trick Nurgul here, you will need a slightly rare pattern, let's say.
And G2 on the board, just 3 minutes left. And I mean, it's so tough for Kashilinskaya because she had a tough event. You take a rest day, you go out, explore the city, explore the country a little bit, but you play this nice game, you're almost so close to the win, but you end up losing again.
And we can see, I think her face is turning a bit red. Yeah, she realizes that it's lost. So
yeah.
And
Moving the queen.
I think Queen D6 is my expectation.
But yeah, I think so too.
The idea being that if Queen D6, Black decides to promote, then at least you have this at the end. So Black will need to come up with Knight takes C2 there.
Just 2 minutes for Alina.
Less than 2 now. By the way, using every single second, that Alina has been thinking. She's not wasted a single second. Her eyes have always been on the board. And C3 played.
My idea, sir.
Yeah, now what is the cleanest win for Black? Because let's say if you... Knight B3 also seems to be winning.
The same idea, right? You're going to capture on C1 anyway.
Yeah, you just attack the rook and that doesn't allow White to develop the queen. So Knight E2. And what if White goes Queen D6? There is Knight C1 check. That check is very important.
And what if King A1, Sahil? So
We
I
saw
don't-
this. We
no,
saw
no,
this already, no?
No, we didn't see. I don't allow you queen b1
Right.
check. King goes up.
So I have to give a check again, yeah?
King goes up.
Okay, oh, king b3 now. I come to c2.
Oh, that
Yeah, that wins.
that is missable.
Maybe stalemate, I don't know.
That is missable, Sahil.
I mean, there is some stalemate ideas, no? Oh, c4. almost actually. Yeah. Four minutes now.
He's about to move.
By the way, if knight e2 and then rook a1, it's simply not enough because I can give a check. Knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, queen takes c3, and yeah, if you play king b1 check, simply queen takes a1, and then making another queen, and that's the
But
end.
this is tough. Maybe she's trying to play that.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Nirul will find this comfortably.
Because the idea is knight
c3.
no, after c3 knight e2. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Knight e2 is obvious because I think you want to attack the rook. You want to attack that rook so that the queen doesn't
But do
get a
you
free-
want to stop rook a1? So maybe you want to attack from b3 side.
That's an interesting point.
This
but-
psychologically you think acha okay I've blocked rook a1 as well.
But it's like I don't know. This feels a bit.
We have
weird.
the engines, the players don't. So
This feels weird. Knight b3 somehow, I don't know. I'm not convinced with knight b3 because I'm not threatening anything. What if I play rook b1?
you just go queen attacking the rook like queen d3.
Queen d3 is already equal, Rakesh.
Exactly, I'm telling you.
Exactly. So I think
You-
knight
Play without the engine, Sahil. It's very tough.
chess is difficult actually. And that's why I think knight e2. Yeah, it's kind of a forcing move. You also letting knight take c3. But 2 minutes now, 2.5 minutes for Nirmal. Okay, will you see a twist? Yes or no?
I think so.
So Alina will get a chance to draw or win this game once. You say?
Yeah, once.
Nah, I don't think so. I think.
But I think she still might end up losing because the position is so complicated from both sides. Can we get a front on vision? The different camera angle just to see. Yeah.
Knight e2,
better.
the cleanest way to convert this game.
2
And
minutes.
she's about to play a move. Will it be knight e2 ending the game, or will there be a twist? Alina holding her head, hoping for a
Yeah,
miracle.
this is a great camera angle. Let's stick to this one.
Nirmal also kind of almost.
Yeah.
She's also not extremely sure.
Nerves, Sahil. This is nerves.
2 minutes each for both the players now. Oh. And
Knight
knight
e2.
e2. So the best move on the board. Nirmal just flawless in that conversion. And now white is stuck. It's literally mate in 9 now, Rakesh. So whatever white does, the game is over. Unfortunately for Alina, I think this will be losing another game.
Yeah, and great to see so many people in the chat. There's 400 of them, and still we have almost a 50-50 people. Percentage of people in the chat supporting both players.
Oh, rook c2.
We didn't consider this move. It's a very interesting
So
side.
what if I just queen?
Yeah, you can just make a new queen, but now maybe she wants to go queen d6 coming on that diagonal. Point being, knight c3 check will capture with the pawn. And now how do you stop queen a3 mate?
Wow.
Last throw of the dice.
Yeah, you need to find queen a1 check. And after king a1, king b3. Okay, that's not.
Yeah, that's tough, Sahil. That's tough.
In 2 minutes, that's not easy. Okay, so nice try, rook c2. So anything apart from queening, is there anything else?
That feels the most natural move.
Yeah.
Right? Queen f6 is interesting. Go back and control the queen coming to the diagonal.
Yeah, but that's also not what you usually play, right? In that situation.
Yeah.
That's not coming to move. Also, by the way, knight d4 seems to be winning. If you take with the pawn, there is queen b3 check winning the game.
I think that is possible.
That is possible. That is much more possible. She's been playing moves with the knight for a while.
1 minute for Salimova. Can she find it?
Knight d4, rook c1 is repetition, by the way. She will have to play knight 2 again. 50 seconds for black.
She's going to queen. I think she's going to queen. No, what? Queen F4? I told you it's a twist.
It's a twist equal now. Completely equal now. That's a big blunder.
What a blunder. Oh my god, it's drawn now.
Oh, it was mate in 9. Mate in 9. And the game has turned on its head. Mate in 9. And now it's completely equal.
You wanted a twist, Sahil. You got one.
But Rakesh, what's the move for white now? Don't forget, white has to find either queen d8 or queen a7. These two moves. I mean, queen a7 I get. What is queen d8?
Yeah, but you click queen a7, you protect the pawn from, and she plays queen a7.
Wow. What
Respect.
a find. What a find. Queen a7. And now black has only 94. She's lost.
Only one move, knight d4, or you're
Okay, I
going
think
home
white
with
is
a
winning
loss.
this. I think white might just win this. What a turnaround here.
Oh my god.
50 seconds. If Alina wins this, that will
And
be
Sahil, what happens if black queens? Just quickly for the chat.
If black queens, queen e7 is winning on the spot. There
Coming
is
to that, dream diagonal.
Yeah, what a find. She needs to play knight d4 to block that diagonal.
Wow, 40 seconds for Salimova. She has to find the only move that keeps her alive from a completely winning position 2 moves ago.
30 seconds now. Chess is super hard. Both the play. I mean, we still can't predict the result, Rakesh. All 3 results possible. She finds knight d4.
Wow, respect, high level chess. What happens now?
And now that's a brilliancy, and rook g2 is the only move for white. We are literally gambling with only moves. Rook g2 or now black wins.
But this is kind of simple, no? Because the rook is attacked.
Yeah, but it's still
Black's
only
going to
move.
promote.
After rook g2, knight b3 is the only move. And this is the repetition, Rakesh. I mean, what a game.
It's like a parties of only move and knight d4 played. Sahil. Do you think she'll play rook g2?
Yeah, I mean, she has to. With black queens, it's over, yeah?
And the point being, if you can't capture with a pawn, because after queening, even if you play queen c5, Sahil, now the rank has opened, so you can easily stop queen a3 mate by just putting one of your queens there.
Yeah, the pawn has moved. So, can she find rook g2? Only move. She has 1 minute to find this.
She's
She
taken.
clips the pawn. What a turnaround. And now black has to find knight b3 as the only move. Wow. Nirgul, I think, has started to promise us some exciting games. Even last game was like crazy.
b4!
That's a
White
mistake.
is winning now.
White is not winning yet, apparently. I think it's still a mistake. But now white has the better chances. And after c takes b4, black has to now find knight b3. Or she's lost.
And again, if white doesn't play c takes b4, white is lost.
Yeah, there's b3
What's
check.
going on,
and
buddy?
queen f1 mate incoming. So what a game this is.
She captures. What a comeback by Alina Kaslinskaya.
Great move. Only move, by the way.
Sahil, if you had given me $1 every time you say only moves, I would be a millionaire now.
Maybe you should be. But c takes b4 played. And now knight b3.
What's that?
It's the only move in the position for Nurgul. Just to point out, Chad, if king takes b4, simply queen e7 check, and then the rook against the knight is just when the king is too wide open, and then it will be easy conversion actually. So knight b3 is the only move, and then white has to find queen d7 check, Rakesh, king b4, and queen d5, and we play this endgame on. This is not over yet.
20 seconds for Salimova. I think Sahil still all 3 results possible. Knight b3 played.
3.
Wow. Oh my god, this is...
I know white
level
has to
chess.
queen d7, Rakesh.
Which is the
Copy, paste, I think, at this point.
only move, chat. All 3 results possible. This is getting down to the wire.
For me, this is the game of the tournament so far in terms of excitement. I think.
What fighting chess?
Okay, who wins? White or black?
I think
Or
white might win this. So.
White, yeah? Yeah, I'm going to predict the white win as well here, I think. But anything is possible. Knights are the trickiest pieces. So,
Yeah, for sure. All 3 results still possible.
Wait, what?
Rook g1, what?
That's a mistake, and now it's equal apparently. after queen d4, which would actually lead to equality, Rakesh, and that game will end in a draw. So if black wants a draw, I think she has it.
And luckily this time you don't have to use the words only move because black has 3 options at least that lead to equality. And
She
interesting.
has 14 seconds. I don't think she has time to consider 3 options, Rakesh. She has to play now. 10
10
seconds.
seconds, a quick look at the clock.
7, 5. Oh, she takes on b4 with the king. I think that's still in the range of equal, but not the best move.
She played it with just 3 seconds.
Okay, a couple of checks. I think to gain time on the clock should be very obvious from white, and black plays it quickly to a4, I think.
Will we see a repetition? Or will Alina want to push?
Would you repeat as white here?
No. But draw is like the fair result after all
But
of
you can
this.
take the pawn, right? You can take the pawn on d5 now.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty. You can give a couple of checks, gain some time, and take a pawn on d5.
that's what she's doing. She's eyeing that d5, but she takes it.
She takes it, so tries for a win, no draw.
And again, knight c1, the only move for black.
Wow.
Because suddenly in all of this, we saw black lose a rook, 2-3 pawns, and a white is an exchange up.
And not to forget, this is better for white now. It was mate in 9, forced checkmate for black. When she goes back and checks, if she were to lose this game, that will be heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I think definitely, I fully agree. This was the game of the tournament so far. 1 minute to go. He plays knight c1.
She plays knight c1, and I think now king a1, knight b3 would be repetition. So Alina, if she wants to play on, has to play king to b1.
She has played that.
Yeah, on the board. And now knight d3 is the only move.
That's tough.
That's actually pretty tough.
Wow.
That's very tough.
Let's quickly show knight d3. You should not move your rook up. Let's say you
First
want
of all, important, if knight b3, what happens? Queen b7 check, king a4, queen d7 check, king b4, and I still don't see how do you kind of push here. What's the winning idea? What's the winning idea?
I think you just go rook d1 at the correct moment.
Really? Rook d1? See? It's not easy yet. It's not easy.
It's definitely not.
Game.
30 seconds.
I think the extra time really matters now. That really matters.
Alina has gone up to 3 minutes suddenly. She's
Yeah, and
simple moves to play.
That's important. She will have one long think, and she's using that time Nirmal is using right now. And now
Knight d3
she
played.
finds
Wow.
knight d3. That's a great move. But Rakesh, now queen g2 is possible. White can stabilize a little bit. Bring the queen back to the defense.
Yeah.
And then it'll be a long defense for black. And with the king on b4, it's not going to be easy.
I feel Nurgul, she thinks she has lost it. She has bottled it. And she thinks she's lost. But because of the knight activity, she's in fact still in the game.
Yeah. And I would play queen g2 just to not allow queen d2 from black. When it's possible to lose this, she gives a check
That's
first.
good. Gain a few seconds.
Yeah. But do you want to gain a few seconds? Opponent has 40 seconds, Rakesh.
No, I think if Alina thinks her position is winning, it doesn't matter. And as you see, arbiters coming in and putting in an extra score sheet because 60 moves about to be completed in this game.
And king a4, and it's a good way because it's the only way. If king c5, it's apparently lost again. So
Wow.
because you see how queen e7 check, king b5, and the rook now comes to g5. So king c5, queen e7 check, king b5, rook g5 just loses on the
Yeah,
spot.
that's lost. And king c5!
That's a blunder. It's over now.
Oh my god!
Queen e7 check and rook g5. That's great practical decision from Alina, and she is going to get her first victory of the event now. It's completely lost. Queen e7 check, not allowing the king to go back, and rook will come to g5. And Salyova has seen it. She has seen it now. She tilted her head. She has seen it. You can see she's really angry at herself. She completely missed rook g5.
Queen e7 now coming in.
Only move, by the way. Queen e7 is the winning move, and she
Oh!
I cannot believe it. What a game. What a tipsy-turvy. It was winning by force. Wow.
Wow.
If
Sahil,
you're watching this, like the stream because anything can happen in
King
chess.
B4. So maybe we can go into that variation again with Queen B7. Queen B6. So now it's only move King A4.
Oh, Alina will be so mad when she goes back and checks that.
It was not even that tough, to be very
That was
honest.
not tough. That was not tough. I think as white, you're always looking on how can I give a check with the rook, right? That's the way to win this.
Exactly.
So rook g5 would have been, should have been in your radar at all times. And Nurgul 100% saw that. She tilted her towards the left. She shook her head a little bit. She saw it for sure.
Wow. I think this game has more plot twists than Game of Thrones, I think.
Absolutely. Hope it has a better ending. But as of now, Queen b6, King a4.
He had time also, Sahil. She could have thought.
Just to point out, this was the moment.
We
Queen
can
e7,
quickly show the
yeah,
card. Like,
King b5, rook
No.
g5 check. The rook gets up, and doesn't matter where you go with the king. Yeah, king. I can just it's a ladder mate. Yeah, 1 by 1. Rook
yeah,
d7.
and if I'd gone king ahead, then it's just mate in one, right?
Yeah. So if king a4, then queen a3. That pattern again.
So the rook joining the party was important for white, and
Wow.
now are we back to equal, Sahil?
Don't ask me. I think this is anybody's game.
Now you don't even have that queen g2 stabilizing idea. Queen c6 check.
They are repeating moves. So will this be a draw now?
No, they didn't repeat, right? It's just one check.
No, king b4, queen b6 will be repetition, right?
Yeah, but the queen came from a7 and
Oh,
queen
wait.
b7 check.
Okay.
She again now king c5 is a blunder because of queen e7.
Yeah. But Nurgul, if she plays king a4, she saw it the last time. Yeah, she saw it.
Yeah.
So now we'll know whether my hunch was correct. If king a4 now, she saw what happened. And maybe now white also saw Rakesh. Now both have seen. Arul is like, should I repeat moves? Or should I?
I think she'll play the best
King
move in the
A4, she'll play
position.
King A4.
She will play king a4, I feel.
Wow. What a game this has been. This has
What
been
a
just-
game.
Oh, what a moment. The game of the tournament. Maybe it will only stand, for one day after we have the Zoo and Humpy game tomorrow. But as
Yeah.
of now, absolutely the game of the tournament.
35
Full on-
seconds for Salimova.
Full on drama.
King a4 played.
She saw it. She saw it. Alina also saw it. I think surviving for now. And King a4. So playing the only move. And now Alina needs to come up with some other plan to potentially win.
I like your queen g2 idea, Sahil. The stabilizing one.
Queen g2 now. I think knight b4. And I
she's
don't know, Rakesh. I'm a bit scared. Because some check on f5 and smothered mate is looking a bit too real. So
There's no pawn to smother.
yeah. But still, it's a bit uncomfortable.
For sure. Kashlinskaya thinking, looking for her first win. What?
Oh,
King?
what? What?
King a1.
Oh, she gets out of checks. Oh, that's not a bad move, actually. That's not a bad move because it forces black to kind of commit. For example, if knight b4, queen d7, and white is completely winning yet again.
Because
Rakesh.
if the king comes ahead, do you have queen d1
Yeah,
check?
queen d1
Knight
check.
C.
Needs to counter check, but now king b1 wins. Wow.
It's like and queen e4, Sahil. Let's just continue. And it's like
Now,
everything is pinned.
yeah, rook g3 check and you win. So nice move, king a1. I like it.
Experience showing there. 35 seconds again for Nurgul Salimova.
Get the clock.
Black has a few moves. It's not like
She's hitting the clock after every 2 seconds. Queen
queen
e3.
e3
Nice move.
keeps the game in the balance.
Now I like queen g2 again. I like that move. Trying to get to c2 now, Rakesh.
And White can always throw in a couple of checks whenever she feels it's there's less time. But I like your logic also. Why to gain time when your opponent is in time pressure?
Yeah, because at the end, if both players had 10 minutes here, this would be a draw now, I think. So it's more about using that time pressure to your advantage. And now, if your king is safe, then white has no risk actually. Queen g2 also defends the rook, which is hanging right now. So very, very double move. You have to calculate, yeah? Queen g2, knight b2, I don't know, you never, you can't take with the queen because g1 hangs.
Yeah.
And king b2, there's some check, I don't know. And white still thinking about to play a move. She is about to move the rook. That could be a mistake. No, rook h1 played. Nice move. Rook, I think anywhere here could be a potential target. So rook f1, for example, I don't know, queen e2, maybe it could be a problem, threatening both at some point. So queen has to defend this now. So rook h1, very practical.
Nurgul is about to play. I think this is a great angle where we got a bigger board
Yeah, I love
as
this.
well. Knight b4, Sahil. No, knight c5.
Knight c5, the idea is pretty good, right? So knight b3 and knight c1, trying to
The
get some
perpetual.
repetition there. So white has to be very, very...
Queen c6
Six,
check.
nice.
Best move in the position. Definitely no king.
King b4. King b6, king a4 could be a repetition if white really
That
wants
would
it.
be a fair result overall in the larger scheme of things. Sahil.
Yeah. And to really not downplay the kind of game you've seen. Watch
Yeah,
a game. What a game, man. It's been amazing. If every chess game, was like
And they
this,
are repeating, Sahil.
there would be once. Maybe white pushes now, Rakesh.
Maybe.
Black also has some knight b3, c3, there's rook h4, so maybe that doesn't work.
Both players have in fact 2 minutes.
What a game, chat. And regardless of the result, I think we need like a, Alina OP, Nirgul OP in the chat. Like,
Yeah,
what a, like,
chat,
legends, both of them, like, they both deserve a lot of credit for playing this game. What a beautiful game.
And Sahil, it's more than 5 hours. We're into the 6th hour of play. We have more than 500 people with us across all channels. So do hit the like button if you haven't. And
And chat is 15 minutes behind, so,
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, Alina OP and Nurgul OP, what a delight.
Oh,
this
she's
has been.
repeating. She's repeating now. I think she...
Yeah, you can see from the reaction.
Yeah. So, I think that would be a fair result for both players.
Salima was checking, can she claim the draw?
Yeah,
But
she's
she
checking.
can't.
I think she has anything to worry there. White's look itself kind of felt that she has admitted, this is going to
Yeah,
be.
and Kashlinskaya also having a look at the score sheet.
Queen c6 check and king b4. Then Salima can claim. King b4 would be a
Yeah.
draw.
And
There
there you
it
go.
is. What a game. What a game.
Amazing. Look, kudos to the players.
Beautiful game. I think both players, one side had mate in 9, other side had mate in, I don't know, whatever, like plus 11. So it was such a spectacular game. A treat to watch, Rakesh.
Absolutely. 2 fighters on the chessboard. All 3 results possible. They showed us from the start opposite side castling. Plenty of ups and downs. I think, Sahil, this is my nominee for game of the tournament.
Absolutely. And both players, I think, will be relatively satisfied at the end as well because they were both losing at one point and both completely winning.
Yeah.
I think this game analysis would probably take
A year or 2.
Yeah. Once they go back and analyze, I think Angels will be like, okay, I cannot analyze so much. Give me some break. So let's see what happens. What a day, Rakesh. What a day. At the end, only 3 results, so your prediction was correct, but I would count it as 4 results because that game was more impressive than any result whatsoever.
Absolutely. And the first result of the day was Harika drawing Divya Deshmukh in a nice four-fold repetition there. But then Indian star Koneru Hampi winning with the black pieces against Mungundul. And after that, we saw Zhu Jinner, tournament leader, regain her lead by beating Vaishali. And at the end, the last decisive game was Polina beating Salome. And lastly, as Sahil mentioned, an amazing draw that was more than a result. And last, Kashlinskaya versus Salimova was that game. Sahil, can you take us through the pairings for tomorrow? That is round 7.
Wow, so Nurgul after this game, I think she'll be high on confidence, even though it might not feel that way. Like, I think she'll be high on confidence tomorrow after playing such a spectacular game. Vaishali, of course, coming off of a blunder. That will give Alina a lot of confidence, I feel, this game. So that game will be interesting. But the 2-star games for tomorrow will be clearly Hampi against Ujina, the main game, because whosoever wins that game is likely to win the event. And of course, Hampi still has some chances there. And at the end, Divya, if she wants to win this event, will probably have to go for a win there. And of course, Shuvalova coming off after a victory today will also try to put Harika under pressure. And Chad, by the way, realizing, what is this game? Oh my God, that is crazy. What a game. So Chad is going crazy as they're 15 minutes behind. But Rakesh, the day itself was just amazing.
Absolutely. Plenty of people, very excited in chat. And with that, Sahil, we are at the end of day 6. Day 7 is going to be, again, a very promising encounter. The main clash is the one between Hampi versus tournament leader Zhu Jinner. Sahil, are you excited for tomorrow?
Absolutely. I mean, I was literally jumping off my seat 10 minutes back, so I can imagine it's only going to get sharper and more exciting as we reach the final stage of the tournament from tomorrow. So thank you everyone for watching today. Rakesh, it was amazing to commentate with you, our amazing production team, and of course, the players who gave us such a treat today. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time. And
Same place.
and it will be a treat to watch tomorrow as well. Bye-bye.